How many of you, James, K, are you guys Superman fans?
Okay, I knew this was gonna be a thing.
No.
Let's get it out of the way. I am a pretty big Superman fan. Kay, I have a theory that she is actually Lex Luthor because she hates Superman. I love Superman, and I have got her to watch Death of Superman, All-Star Superman. Yeah, she only likes the ones where he dies. So I'm like, you're Lex Luthor. And then she pulled off her wig and revealed herself as Gene Hackman. And I'm like, nah, I do find Gene Hackman attractive. Okay. Still play Mass Effect 3's multiplayer? Like, is that?
Yep, I play it all the time. And I think we just lost James again.
No way. Yeah, we lost James again. I could hear him going, no way.
I could hear him through your mic. He hears us, but we can only hear him down the hall through Kay's mic.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, I am here to chew ass and kick up. Fuck, I fucked it up again.
Chew
I
ass?
meant to say kick ass and chew bubble gum. I woke up too early for you, Craig.
Chew ass.
You know the quote? I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum. But yeah,
I knew the one about take ass and kick names from Mantis from Avengers, but
there you go.
Well,
Thanks for having us, Craig.
Yeah, of
listen,
course.
I'm talking like gangster cheese chewing ass.
I was trying to follow the Blabs vibe here. It's like, all right, we're getting the gang talk. Let's go.
Well, let's just go to James and see if he's chewing ass.
Craig, nothing was gonna keep us away. Doesn't matter if it was power outages, plagues by Randy Newman, or whole Twitter blocks, brother. The mega powers are back on the internet. Yeah, you and me, Craig, the mega powers. How's it going?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, James. You get a little spicy right here.
You gotta snap into it.
Fingers ready to go. Get your fingers moving back and forth. Oh yeah.
Charges. Yeah, chat. How's it going?
Listen, it's time. Get out of here. Let's go. All right.
The mega powers taking over the show. Yeah.
Oh, James, it's time. Get your power and drive all the way to Mercury. Find that juice and bring it right back down to planet Earth.
We don't have any women here. It's just the men, the macho men, if you will. Miss Elizabeth, she's gone. She's out of here. Slips back.
No,
Nintendo is
shut the fuck up. All of you, shut the fuck up. You think Nintendo's gonna butcher one of the #1 IPs?
How many places have butchered their IPs, Dermy?
We're talking
Nintendo.
Their IPs we're talking legitimate Nintendo right now.
Nintendo is not a perfect god.
He is not as perfect god when it comes to Fire Emblem, which I hate to say.
What the fuck did you just say?
Fire Emblem. Even though I hate to say this.
Before that, what?
They do not have perfect odds when it comes to Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem, which I hate to say this, even though I do enjoy the Fire Emblem story. Fire Emblem is a good example of Nintendo allowing the fucking localizers to do localizer shit. Nintendo does not inject any modern day shit into it.
We're not talking about injecting modern day shit. We're just talking about making a bad movie that is a wrong direction, and it starts with a choice for going live action.
I am so excited and happy and confused and now slightly aroused. Thank you so much for having me back,
You're
Static.
welcome.
I can't believe, I was trying to think, I think I've only been on the show once.
Yeah, it's been a while.
What? Yep. This is one of my favorite shows on the internet, so I am so happy to be back and talk all things Methgate, Gamergate, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Crawl under Static's desk, why don't you?
I will. Well,
already under him. Just jump up a little bit. Just move up in your. There you go. That's right.
I'm in.
And
Yes.
Earthbound came packaged with its own strategy guide.
Back in the day.
Strategy, and you have the internet now. You could have went, ooh,
I didn't want to look it up because I'm thinking point and click adventure. I didn't want to look it up. So here's what.
You're complaining about puzzles, and you don't want to look up the solutions. Okay.
because I didn't want it spoiled, so I thought I wanted to figure it out in the context of the game, like a point and click. Turns out that the game expects you to have the instruction manual, which is fine for back in the day. But when you're porting it to a new system, you should take into that consideration that the game expects you to have the instruction manual, because the solution to that puzzle was literally opening up the instruction manual and be like, talk to this one guy out of 50 guys in that room.
It's a virtual console release. What are they going to do? Mail it to every Nintendo member?
They need to have a little notification to be like, hey, maybe you should look at the instruction manual.
I'm pretty sure in the virtual console there's a QR code that you can
don't
scan.
they have the manual in that?
If they did, I didn't bother looking. And then I figured...
Brittany, you have
Whoa! Double Brittany!
Voodoo.
Wait, what?
Voodoo. I told you guys.
Which one is real? Which one do I shoot?
The one that's on the screen, don't shoot.
But for garlic mayo, yeah, it's a primo for me.
Past Gina Carano is the Dom Mommy Witch. I mean, they've got all my money. They could charge $100 a ticket, and I always pay one.
Prettier than
Little bit. Every British man, avert your eyes. I just found an article. A British man is going to prison for having fish porn on his phone.
What is
Boy, mate, you got a license for that fish.
That was actually
Why?
I swear that was in the town next to us. Is it called St. Neots, the town, by any chance?
Are the Eagles in the playoffs? Every time I see Fetterman, I think of the Philadelphia Eagles because of that one time.
Oh my God, yes.
The Eagles are better than the Eagles. And it's like, that was a stroke.
Why is everyone clapping? Why are you people, you fucking psychopaths?
Yeah. Oh, did you? Oh, you got some Twitter lists, did you?
Yeah.
I missed those.
Yeah.
I've been on a few
Because,
of those.
like,
Those are fun.
what's even the point of those?
You just get surrounded with a cool group of people. If you actually go and check them, it's just like, oh, hey, I actually follow a bunch of these guys. They're pretty great. It's like a little party room, but the host of the party fucking hates you. That's what it feels like.
How many lists have you been? Jeez.
I'm in Canada. I'm on a lot of lists.
He's got a Chris Jericho list. That's what we're learning today.
He's got the list.
You're on a list.
Made the list.
If you have any connection to Charlotte Flair, you're done.
Oh, fuck it. I hate you. Birthing her should have been a crime. Her mum should be locked up in jail. It should be an actual crime.
Did you see when
Yeah.
She was
Tuck her over the wall at female prison. See you, bitch. And just see her go. Thank you so much for having me. I will gladly be your Wesley. You know why? Because Wesley has the hottest mom in town. And if that gets me closer to that hot mom, I don't care. We're going down into the South in Star Trek. Deep Space South, baby.
That's somewhere else.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Melee is the cheater.
All right, I'm gonna stay back.
What did I do? Did you not see what you were doing?
All right,
What's weird for me was I played Ocarina super late because I was a PS1 kid, not an N64 kid. So I didn't play Ocarina. What? I had whatever.
Tomatoes.
Whatever.
Where's the tomatoes, everyone?
I had so much more fun with Crash, whatever. So anyway.
Well, excuse me, princess.
No, I was just saying, let me give you the history of it too, because I think there's a lot of
Keep
people,
talking, I'll be right back.
Yeah,
I can hear it.
I'm going to talk forever, don't worry. There's a lot of people that, like, for example, Dude in chat, that's his first Final Fantasy, or his first JRPG even, Final Fantasy 7. A lot of people started out with 7, or maybe they were in, like, the first 1 through 6, but a lot of people, when it comes to JRPGs, Final Fantasy, Insidious is like, I would leave too. This is my channel, I'd flip you off.
Yeah. This is where the fun begins.
This is where the controversy starts.
This is where the controversy starts. So
gets worse.
You said it was any game that has Mario in it. He doesn't have to be playable. So I decided, why not talk about one of the best, if not the best, co-op game of all time. Kirby Superstar. Kirby Superstar. On the Super
I don't know anything about that game, but I just love the look on Kay's face.
Clowns are just people. Clowns are individuals. I don't agree with attacking an entire group of people that want to bring joy to individuals just because of a few bad apples. Like, that aren't even real clowns, mind you.
We're gonna see like Leon at carnivals and circuses and stuff soon with a sign saying "Clown Lives Matter," and he's just gonna be the one person standing.
Honk if you like clowns. Honk if you support clowns.
Okay, so Ben, so I was so upset. So I was trying to do a live stream all night long. And then what happened was in the middle of my live stream of Dragon's Dogma 2, I tried to purchase another fast travel microtransaction, my 20th one that night. And as I reached for my credit card, I spilled coffee all over my 2 keyboards. And it ruined those 2 keyboards. And then I got really mad. And then I took out, I own a collection of katanas. And I started taking one of the katanas and smacking them.
Wow.
Violently.
Wow.
And then everyone in my chat was like, calm down, bro. And I'm like, how about you unsubscribe?
Give me a willpower. Give me a willpower wildcard roll.
And now, it's time for the Melee Madness podcast. James and Kay, your podcast sucks ass.
Welcome, everyone, to another episode of the Melee Madness podcast. Hey, I'm Melee James.
I'm Melee Kate.
Oh my God. How's it going, Kay? You were just on a show. Now you're here. You're everywhere. You're all over the internet.
I was just on a show, CJP's show. Shout out to him. I had a lot of fun. I got to talk some JRPG music. It was great. Got to meet Master Sword Music for the first time, who's in chat right now. Go follow him. Some great stuff. Love chatting with that man. Of course, I was there with DJ Axis, which you guys, you know him from the channel. He's the one that did our intro music for that podcast intro. You all know DJ Axis. I was there with him as well. We had a lot of fun. Now I'm on Twitter spamming Fatalize from Symphonia to everyone, saying, go listen to the song. It's great. That's my life right now.
Okay, great. I'm posting terrible memes on Twitter, and I'm here in our new colored decked out room here.
Hey, what do you think? Look at, I added some more to the background. Now there's less white space around the sign. I think it looks good.
Yeah, I saw you eliminating all the whites behind me. What the fuck's going on with you there?
I gotta fill that gap between Batman's head, and there's a poster above you, which you can't tell, but it's an amazing poster of Empire Strikes Back, and it's one of those classic neon posters from back in the day.
It's there. There it is. Look at it. Behold.
Fucking love that poster. So I gotta find something in that weird gap there. That's what I've been up to lately too.
Oh no, I fucked up my camera.
Oh no.
I fucked it. It's fine. It's fine.
Not bad.
It's fine. Oh my God. Are you ready to get into this madness? Are you ready for this chaos here? Should we get it started?
I'm ready, and I'm also afraid because usually when we talk about the games that we're playing, we start getting into yelling matches, and I know the game I'm going to talk about today will end up in a yelling match. So.
Okay, well, with that, let's get into it because I have like 50 news stories that I want to get to. So before we do anything, let's say hi to chat, everybody. How's it going, everybody? Are you excited for more news? Oh, hold on. My camera's doing this fucky thing. Let's see. Does this work? Does that work? Let's do it. That looks good now, maybe. I don't fucking know. I blame Discord.
Same. I think it got darker.
Good. I live in the darkness. Let's do it like this.
Okay, it's fine now.
There.
What the fuck?
It's better. Darkness. Dark James edition. I'm ready.
Perfect.
All right. Well, let's get into it. It is time. And first, we're going to say hi to chat, everybody. How's it going, Mr. Imp Black Belt, who is over on Twitch hanging out all by his lonesome, but he's having a great party over there. Hat Gang, let's go. Let's go indeed. He is dancing. He is vibing, all this stuff. Oh, my God. There's so many emojis. The hat is so big. It goes on forever. Thank you for hanging out, Imp. And your hat is lovely. I want to play with it. We got Adam Misner. What?
You want to play with Imp's hat?
Yeah.
You want to make his hat grow large? Is that what we're hearing?
I make all the men's hats grow large.
You know, eventually, when we're in Imp Black Belt's chat, we make his hat explode.
Yeah.
Is that what you want to do?
I'm really good at making those hats enlarge and explode.
So you want to make
those big white hats.
Hat explode like a rocket.
Yeah, he says the hat must rise to the occasion. And when we're around, the hat rises, especially me. We got Adam.
So now I have to fight off another gay man.
Yes.
Now it's like, what, 52?
52 gay men.
Correct?
Yeah.
I got to write them all down at this point.
Again, the challenge tower of Mortal Kombat is forever rising, full of gay men. We got Adam Misner over in the chat saying, wow, an endorsement from Running with Scissors. I know, right? They love us here. Oh, my God. And he says, you do have a good intro song. Let's go. Well, thank you for saying that. That
song, that podcast intro is DJ Axis. I love it. It's really good.
Perfect. Let's check out YouTube chat where everybody's hanging out. If you're over on the YouTube chat, this is gonna, I don't know if we're gonna get to this news story, folks, because look, everyone is talking about Stellar Blade. Everyone's like, oh my God, Stellar Blade, oh my God. What? No!
Oh, Insidious Bliss tipped $50. I can barely wait for the yelling. I am forced to keep all my hot takes contained until this one show.
I love the hot takes. Insidious Bliss. I did not expect that. Insidious Bliss coming in with the 50, and he summons the Bear Force one again. How's he made this a thing?
I don't think you've been clothed for like the last 4 or 5 podcasts.
Oh my God.
I'm always like naked debating with you at this point.
They fear the nudity. I can have all the hot takes with Insidious Bliss because everyone else is afraid of naked James. So let's fucking go. Oh my God, let me see. What do I call this one?
Thank you, Insidious. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Let me see.
James, you know the game I'm going to talk about. So
yeah, hold on. Bear. There we go. There we go. Are you fucking ready, Kay? For Hot Bears 1? Hot Bears 1.
Hot Bears 1?
You know
what?
It's not hot enough. It's not actually hot enough. You know why?
What?
We're gonna make it hotter.
What?
Hot Bears 1! It's so hot, it's red. It's beautiful. Oh my God, Insidious Bliss. Mr. Bliss himself coming in with the 50 and summoning the bear army. You know what that means. I'm afraid, you're afraid, but it's time. Let's pull it up here. Seriously, Bliss is such a lad. They're ready. Kay, are you ready? Are you ready?
I have to be ready. I'm the other half. I have to accept it regardless.
He did it. Let's do it.
I'm ready.
Here we go. Hot Bears 1. Oh, it's time. We're going to blast out your eardrums, Hot Bears. Yes! Oh, yeah. Where are they? Where are they? Oh, it's right here. In the dark room. Let's get dark, Bears. Oh. Oh, it's sexy here. It's coming. No more Ghostface. No more Ghostface. Ah. Good shot. It's gone. Oh, yeah. Woo! I'm choking on my hair, bears. Oh. You know what? Arise, my white bears, arise! The bright, hot bears are here! Dance with me, everybody. That's right. Me and Insidious Bliss coming in like a couple of old hot bears. We've awoken from the slumber. The hibernation is over. And now it's time to get slippery, dance, and hunt down those hot takes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Okay. You gotta dance too. You can't even hear the music, but you gotta dance. Come on. Come on. You can hear it in your brain. Everyone's getting sweaty in the chat. You have to do it! You have to do it! Let's Illuminati dance together. Illuminati bears. Cover the eye. We're Illuminati bears! We're gonna have so many hot takes. We're gonna talk about everyone. Everyone's getting censored. We're gonna bring it back. The game industry is in shambles. We have so many stories. We have 50 stories. We're at least pissing off one person. But we're gonna piss off everybody on the internet. Let's go. Let's go. It's time. It's time. I'm getting a workout. The posters are peeling down before me. If you're just tuning in, you are now a part of the Bear Force Army. And you must get shirtless like the bears intended. Boys, look at it. Behold all of the glory. Oh my God, I forgot to close the closet, but it's fine. It's fine. Get your salutes.
Hiding in there, right?
Get your salutes. Oh, I got the vapors. Oh my, I got the vapors. I got the vapors. Huge shout out to the Dark Side Bear himself, Insidious Bliss, summoning the Bear Force Army with,
thank you, Insidious.
Again, $50 super chat. My God, and I love it. I love it. I will dance shirtless and get sweaty for you any day. That is my solemn promise, my vow. So seriously, Bliss, thank you so much for supporting the show, supporting us. I'm so happy you like what we do here. Spicy takes are always welcome. He's expecting some hot takes, so we're gonna do it. We are gonna do it. There's hair in my eye. I must be a bear, and it's trapped between.
Yeah, I think you're literally a bear now.
I grow.
Morphing into one.
I grow more hair every time the Bear Force one gets hit. Thank you so much, Insidious Bliss. I saw him in chat ask, is there going to be Stellar Blade hot takes? Quite possibly. But we have so much news to get to, my friend. We've got okay, what the fuck is his hair doing? There it is. Get out of here.
You just have really long hair, man.
I know.
Your hair's longer than mine at this point.
I haven't cut it in 86 years. I cut it when I was 1 year old. So, yes. That's a thing. If you want to participate in the Stellar Blade chat, all you got to do is vote in the poll over on YouTube. I'm curious, are you guys getting Stellar Blade? I asked this on Twitter, and I've got like over 20 votes, maybe close to 30 votes, and most people were either yes day one or they're waiting for the inevitable PC release because PlayStation is doomed to have no games forever. So most people are excited for it. or they're waiting for the PC release. And there's been nonstop controversy. Will we get to that? Maybe, maybe not, because I have new news for you guys. I've got so much news that nobody's talking about. Everyone on the
we had fun. We had fun hunting for stuff for the podcast. Like, oh my god, this is so cool. I didn't even, because it's just all getting buried by everyone talking about Warhammer and Fallout and Stellar Blade and Zao, whatever the fuck.
Is Stellar Blade
like,
censored? Is it not censored? I don't know.
There's so much other interesting shit happening. So maybe we'll touch on some of those topics. I mean, I wouldn't mind talking about Stellar Blade. You and I have had opinions on it, but there's just so much to talk about. So hopefully we'll find the time.
And I don't even plan on playing Stellar Blade because I don't like Dark Souls type games. And then I got in an argument on Twitter because people were like, it's nothing like a Dark Souls game. It's like a Bayonetta game. And I was like, no. Literally, did you play the demo? Well, I played the demo. There's literally a campfire. There's a campfire mechanic. Every hit matters. It's so much more like Dark Souls than it is Bayonetta. Because Hot Mommy's in it.
I knew this was going to happen.
I hate
this was going to happen, and that's why I handed you the controller.
I
handed you the controller.
They're just comparing sexy characters. They're just saying sexy, therefore it's Bayonetta. I love sexy characters. I don't want not want the game because it's sexy or whatever. I don't want it because I don't like Souls games. I don't like them. And it's like a Souls game. It doesn't play like Bayonetta. Anyway.
No, I know. This is why while I was playing, I was like, do you want to just try this for like 10, 15 minutes? Because it's not a fucking spectacle fighter hack and slash. It's a Souls game. And like at a glance, people might think it's a fucking whatever. We can get to this later.
She is wearing.
It's not. It's a Souls game to me. I don't know why everyone thinks it's a fucking spectacle.
Stellar Blade is the leather face of video games. It is wearing the skin of a spectacle fighter, but in essence, it's a crazy chainsaw wielding lunatic that lives with a weird family. And that doesn't mean it's a bad game. It could be the fucking best Souls game ever, but it's not a spectacle fighter. It's not, there's nothing about it that is a spectacle. Oh my God, there ain't nothing. Anyway, so how was that for some spicy takes? There was some spice, I guess. People were getting mad at me over on Twitter just for saying that. Good Lord. Let's keep the intros going. And oh my God.
Detective Wario tip $1. I know you're trying seduce me, James, to get out of jail time.
Wario, yes, you can fuck my ass. All right, well, thank you so much, Wario. I appreciate it. You know what? Yes, I will have sex with...
Did you just imply that Wario's gonna fuck your ass and then fart right afterwards?
No, this is Wario's secret. This is Wario is a detective, but he's so weird that I have to fuck his ass. But then also the problem is because it's Wario, I have to fuck his ass on WarioWare rules. So the only way I'm getting out of prison is if at any point suddenly I hear start and then like text comes up and it's like fuck his ass. And I have to go and if I don't fuck his ass in like 3.5 seconds, then he farts and blows up my balls. I see you laughing. I see you laughing, but I couldn't hear it.
Laughing, so that's why I muted it. Is too much.
Oh. So at any point, thank you so much, Detective Wario, for giving me the heads up. At any point when Detective Wario goes, fuck my ass, then I have to quickly go, and then get that hat away from me. I'm in prison. Don't do that. Thank you so much, Detective Wario, for the reminder that I have to fuck your ass. It's gonna happen. So just, we'll find out when it is. It's whenever it goes awooga, and then I have to go to town and before my balls explode. This is the Melee Madness podcast. Let's keep reading. We haven't even started reading chat, not YouTube chat.
Read chat, man.
Oh my God! Thank you, Insidious Bliss, for summoning the hot takes of the bears. And thank you, Detective Wario, for farting on my balls. Elvis is in chat saying, that PC release mod scene, that is going to be wild for Stellar Blade. Yeah, no, it definitely is. When it happens, maybe Sony won't do it because they're so afraid of what will come. Internet Crusader says Stellar Blade should still be supported. I know it's painful to reach out to them directly and tell them how you feel. I'm not supporting it either way, whether it's censored or not censored, because I'm not interested in the game. But I will tell all of you guys, hey, if you're into the game, then by all means, go grab it. If you're not into it, then don't grab it. If this alleged censorship
That's why I made that tweet, by the way. I made the tweet that's like, if you want to play a game, cool. If you don't want to play a game, cool.
That's what it all boils down to. But I do understand why a lot of people are hesitant to pick up this game now after the censorship that has happened.
And
I
if that,
do understand it.
And I think if that censorship stands and that is enough for you to say, no, I'm not getting the game, more power to you. I pointed out on...
if you're still fine with it, if you still want to pick it up regardless, I think that's also okay.
The only thing I pointed out on Twitter, because I don't think any... Like, the news around Stellar Blade so are retarded right now, but the only thing I pointed out on Twitter is that if it did happen, it is probably Sony pressure. Sony are the reason why DMC5 got censored, and it was just like pretty much, hey, you're not going to release on our platform if you don't do this. And also talking about games that I actually love and care about, Terminator Resistance from Teon, same makers of RoboCop, which was my game of the year last year. It got censored very minorly, but it did get censored. The sex scenes in it, which are cinema, they got cropped down because Sony demanded it. But Teon is so fucking cool that they just released the uncensored porn scenes on Pornhub. I literally, when I played through Terminator Resistance, I went Alt-Tab. Oh God, I shouldn't be doing this. And then Wario farted on my balls. So, yeah, if it is happening, it's probably Sony. I'm just going to say, yes, and they did move the stupid heart. Let's fucking go. They did indeed, at least on my end, that is. And Internet Crusader is dropping those frozen puddings. Elvis says, finally, we're always missing that bottom text. I know. And Insidious Bliss is dropping My Wife, the sexy automobile gift shop. Elvis says, YouTube, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. What else would you expect from a drunk wine mom? YouTube be like, I used to be pretty once. Now look at me. Angry Canadians here saying, let's go. He's dropping all of our emojis, including Toad fucking a boat. Paul's here going, waka waka. Hey, live long and prosper to you, JB. Master Sword Music's here for the first time, and he probably has left. How's it going, Master Sword Music? You did not miss it, sir. This show is long and hard and wild, just like Wario is when he sees me behind bars. JB says, I'm bored. You should play Helldivers. Okay, that was the podcast, everyone. I know you wanted gaming news, but JB said I need to play Helldivers, so I'm going to do that. How's it going, JB? Master Sword says, I made it. Let's go. Paul says, James, I see you sneakily playing Halo games in secret. We're going to talk about that in our plays of the week here in just a second here, Paul. Behold, Internet Crusader, corn! I do like corn. How's it going, everybody? Internet Crusader says, the Diamond Dome must rise to the occasion. Oh, it's rising. It rises. JB says, I've been boxing Lego sets and sorting DVDs, Blu-rays, CDs for about 36 hours. Good Lord, man. Brain no work? Well, don't worry. You're in good company because mine never did. Angry Canadian says, what kind of Legos? Go on our Discord and you can see JB's Lego sets. They are fucking insane. He has a whole house, like a Willy Wonka house of Lego sets. Angry Canadian says, or if you count all my Bionicles, then he has 300. Good Lord, man. I used to have a friend that was addicted to Bionicles. Insidious Bliss says, are we going to have some Stellar Blade hot takes? I sprinkled in a little bit for you. We might have more. Let's find out. JB says, every Harry Potter set that's mini-scale or icon sets in 2017, 2 castles, medieval village, Viking village, Eldewrito Fortress, the meeting of the Fellowship of the Ring. Oh my God, and then the Bear Force hit, and everyone's dropping those bears. White bears, black bears, dark bears, panda bears. Panda bears need to have sex more. JB says, 20 speed champions. We talked about that on Katamari. 20 speed champions, bunch of modular buildings and friend buildings, giant treehouse, Lego treehouse, 2 giant boats, 3 large boats, medium boats, etc., and Insidious Bliss just froze. Puddings. JB says 40 poly gags, half a dozen, 2 boxes of roads. Wait, where we're going, we don't need roads here. JB says there's pictures of about half of it on the Discord in general. Hell yeah, come join our Discord and you can see JB's crazy Lego sets. They're fucking wild. Thank you, Insidious Bliss and Angry Canadian, for saluting. JB says we're moving, so I actually just got an order of 4 boxes, 2 poly bags. Let's go. JB says 5,000 piece Sauron Tower coming in June. Good Lord, man. Angry Canadian says, moving Legos is a chore. I can fucking imagine that, brother. JB says, Dark Souls with tits. That's what you're getting here. And with Stellar Blade. Yeah. Yeah, I have played one Soulsy, whatever the fuck you want to call it, game in my life. Jedi Fallen Order. I did not like it. Pretty much at all. But I played it because Star Wars and I must consume product. And one of these days, I'll play the sequel. I have it, Shrink Wrap, thanks to Kay. She bought it for me, and it's sitting there. And I will play it on stream one day. I just don't want to.
And now it's going on Game Pass.
JB says, having to build a barn for the Lego first before putting it all back together. Wait says, 30 minutes in and James is topless. That's about right. You can thank Insidious Bliss for that. Thank you again, Insidious Bliss. And he says, Bliss says, I aim to please. Nerdy Neo says, this is madness. How's it going, Neo? Why the poll not have a I don't have a PlayStation option? Because that just means you saved your money and you get applause because PlayStation has no games. There you go. Wait says true. Need the wait 1 year for the PC release option. That is there, and that's winning the poll right now. If you don't have a PlayStation or you want to wait for PC, there's the wait for PC release option. There you go. And I guess if you don't have a PlayStation, you can vote no, or you can buy it anyway. You can buy it used and then have it sit there and be like, I own the one PlayStation game.
Whatever you vote in the poll, you have to do. It's like sealed in.
But people have already voted, and you're saying that now? Really?
Well, yeah, too late.
Oh,
Sorry.
fuck. Oh, fuck.
You have to think about your decisions.
You people need to be stopped. Rocker Dude says, literally starting Jedi Survivor right now. Let me know if you like it. I literally went to an internet friend of mine, and I said, hey, can you choose light side or dark side yet? And he's like, lol, no, it's EA and Disney. And I'm like, cool. I don't care then. So, but I will still play it. Just waiting to get up the muster. But if you had dark side choices, yeah, I would have already played it. Even though I don't like the gameplay, I don't like the characters. I'm sick of seeing Deborah Wilson's face everywhere. Even though I like Deborah Wilson, it's just like, why are you everywhere, Deborah? In my dreams and my nightmares. Wait says, you got me, James. I dismissed the poll. And whoa, Patient Song is now following the channel. Thank you so much, Mr. Patient Song. Oh my God. Good golly, Miss Molly. Is that Patience or a different patient? I was playing Halo the other day and I saw, what was it? I saw someone on my firefight team was named Dude1182. And I'm like, does Dude have an alt? What's going on?
I think Dude actually does because Neo and Dude both have accounts. And if they don't want achievements on their main account, they have to go out of their way to play it on a different account.
That's
Correct
insane.
me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, boys.
really-
I don't want to be doing slander here, but I'm pretty sure you guys have alt accounts for. I don't want to start an achievement and ruin my percentage something.
Hey, Kay, you have room during the news segment to complain about achievements because I have a news story about achievements. Or rather, a story about trophies. Patience said, same shit. Patience said, I was following on YouTube, now I'm following on Twitch too. And then let's go back over to Rumble where we got a lot of people. Dude's in here saying, howdy ho. Was I playing Firefight with you the other day? Yeah, you're Dude1286, and this one was like Dude1182. It was really weird. It weirded me out. Do you have a long-lost dude brother? Adam says, boys! And Adam is excited for the PC release. Adam says, you should play Vindictus because I think Stellar Blade is much more like that from the appearance. Interesting. Very interesting. There is a GameCube game that I want to play that inspired Stellar Blade. I can't remember. It's got a really stupid name, but it's called like E182 or something weird, and it looks better to me than Stellar Blade does, honestly. So and apparently it's shit, but I want to try it. Oh, that's the game they made before Stellar Blade. So same team, same team that made Stellar Blade. I want to know more. I've never heard of Vindictus.
Wait, made the game that you're just mentioning now? I thought they were only making mobile games.
Vindictus.
Oh, I thought that they only, for some reason.
Maybe, I don't know.
I thought
I'm
the Stellar
hearing
Blade
this for the first time.
Only making mobile games until now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm hearing this for the first time. Patience says P103. I think that's it. It looks great to me. Great enough for my sloppy taste, at least. Potato says, howdy, y'alls. Yes, I think he did. I think I'm going to grab coffee and come right back. You need coffee to be here. Coffee, cocaine, energy drinks, whatever you want. Potato says, yeah, okay, he's grabbing that coffee. You grab that coffee. Dude says still no PlayStation games, right? What? It's now... If they get rid of Stellar Blade, they have negative games. You have to refund to get games. Good Lord, man. Dude says, if they fix the censorship, I'll buy it new. Got too much of a backlog that I can skip censored games. Valid. My backlog is so massive that I can skip things pretty easily. I get it. Dude says, Kay, we need a Collector's Corner channel in the Discord, and Kay's already done it. Dude says, my alts are this dude, 1286, and all the dudes, 1286. I use them more for boosting online chivos and dead games. Okay, yeah, this dude was definitely not 1286. He was like 1184 or something. So somewhere out there, there's a clone. I think, I'm going to investigate this. I started investigating this, and I went into my library, and I went into the archives of my library, and I said, I remember there being a weird facility on this one country. Kay, have you heard of the country Dudino? There's this country called Dunito, and I have a feeling that's where all the dudes originate from. But then I talked to a librarian, and because I couldn't find Dudino, and she said, if a country is not in our archives, it simply does not exist.
Oh,
so then I went to my friend who owns a diner down the street. His name is Lex, and he was like, Dudino. I think I know the place. And he sent me on there. I went there. There was this weird bounty hunter guy that had a child that looked like a baby dude 1286 there. It was a whole thing. Had to fight him, cut his fucking head off. It was weird. We're running a show. Patience.
Are we? I mean, no one shows up for professional.
Patience says they still have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and 16 for now. And he says, I only really like my PS5 because it's a dedicated gaming machine, not because the exclusives are great. Yeah, I use my PlayStation 5 for gaming sometimes, and my Xbox is kind of where I watch movies because it's better for home entertainment shit than the PlayStation is, which is funny. Patience says, though, I actually enjoy Stellar Blade. I love Souls games. There you go. I don't want to pay $90 for Stellar Blade. Yeah, AAA full-price games are getting stupid, folks. And he says, my Xbox just sits there doing nothing. I use my Xbox every day to watch movies off my hard drive. So with that, there's more in YouTube chat. We got Spirit. We got all these people here. Booby Souls. I read Booby Souls. Let's see here. Spirit's here saying, Jai Shri Krishna. What's up, guys? I have no idea what you just said, but how's it going? And Canadian says, too much work here just to play a game. I agree. Insidious Bliss says, madness. Nerdinio says, that's correct, Kay. I'm sure Rocker Dude does too. And Wait says, silly achievements. Tricks are for kids. Rocker Dude says, I do, but my alt is for boosting. I don't care what it says about my tag. JB says, if you have alt accounts for achievements and you 100% have OCD nerd on main account. JV says, what language was Lex speaking? I'm surprised Nerdy Neo got his Switch, by the way, because there's 0 achievements or anything. And I'm like, will he play it? There's no achievements. Will he play it? We will know. Nerdy Neo says, Master James lost a planet he has. Yeah, all these fucking kids were laughing at me. I just wanted to find dude. And this green midget. It was a whole thing. JB says 90 is almost expensive. Games were in 1961 when they adjusted for inflation. And Patience says, okay, I'm going back here to where I have this sword. And with that, Kay. And with that, we're now a musical show.
Uh-huh.
Tell me, what are your plays of the week?
Oh, God. Okay. I'm not going to talk about Raroff because I don't consider that a game. So that's not going to be a part of it. Shout out again to Insidious for forcing me to play 40 minutes of that
40 minutes, Mr. Bliss. Thank you so much.
Simultaneously grateful and also hated my life during it, but at the end of the day, grateful. Thank you.
What? Insidious Bliss is literally Pinhead from Hellraiser. He had such sights to show you.
He successfully tortured me. The next day, I was like, I can't believe that happened to me. I felt like I was like hungover.
You opened the box or whatever, Insidious Bliss popped out, and he showed you Raroff, and you're like, no! Truly the worst hell.
Terrible. But the game that I'm going to talk about will create some controversy, I'm sure, because James at some point will not be able to keep his mouth shut and be like, I told you so! I told you so! Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Let's go! I told you so! I told you so. It
didn't take you long, did it?
No.
It didn't take you fucking long, did
it? Victory.
Here is, before Jason and Neo and Winter Prince and everyone in the world come after me about Smash Ultimate, let's just talk about why I was playing Smash Ultimate. So every Smash Brothers game that comes out, I always try to beat the story mode. That's just like one little quirky thing that I do. So I decided to start the World of Light mode, partially because we all keep arguing about Smash Brothers, and I'm like, why do people like this game so much? I don't get it.
This is why.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's still shitty combat. Okay, this doesn't make it a good Smash Brothers.
It's amazing that the best Smash has shitty combat, according to you.
It's not the best Smash Brothers. Okay, Melee is the best Smash, bar none. There is no question.
Does it have spirit
But
mode?
it has trophies. Okay, it's fine.
I thought you hated achievements.
No, it's like you have like a little like lottery machine, and then you get little trophies, and they stay in your case. It's not like Nerdy Neo.
If I enter the
Dude,
lottery,
Rocket
can I
Dude,
play
whatever.
Smash Ultimate instead?
Let me talk about this fucking game. We have to get through like 50 news stories. You know what you're doing, sir.
I have no. I'm speaking. I'm being the honest and true me.
Smash Ultimate. So I've been playing the World of Light mode. I have to say I do enjoy it. I think that it's a pretty cool mode. Pretty much you go through and I think you start with Kirby, right? If I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, you start with Kirby.
Yeah.
The plot of the
You start
game
with
is so
Kirby
cool
and-
because everyone in the Nintendo verse dies except for Kirby, the Eater of Worlds, because Kirby.
James, first
What?
of all,
What?
This is not the only Smash that includes the whole, like, all the Smash stories include the whole roster. So
This is the best one.
why
though.
are you acting like this is like a super cool new revolutionary
It
idea?
did it
Every
it
single
did it the
Smash
best.
Brothers has this shit in it. So it's not that
It's
special.
like comparing the movie Skrull to Star Wars or something. It's like the other ones did it, but this one did it super great and the best.
It's a good mode, but it doesn't mean it's like the absolute best. Apparently Twitch is freezing according to Compa. Hi Compa.
Why? How's it going, Compa?
I don't know.
But yeah,
I'm just telling you,
Twitch
that's
looks
what's
okay on my end. Let me know how. Let me know how
looks
YouTube
fine
looks.
on my end, so I'm not sure what's going on. But he did say in Twitch before he left, Melee Couch Cast is the best. Well,
Let's
thank
go.
you. I'm glad we finally got that all set up. Anyway, so Smash Ultimate, World of Light mode, whatever it's called. Pretty much you start off as Kirby. You're on like a world map, and there's a bunch of fog on it, and you go through. And as you go, you unlock spirits. Those spirits you can equip to your character, essentially. It's like an RPG, essentially. So you can have different buffs, like, oh, I jump 10% higher, or like, I heal when I do a certain amount of damage, or whatever. So I find that part kind of cool because every single like badge that you apply is essentially a character from a different game or whatever that they didn't like put in the game. So you get a lot of like Easter eggs. If you're a Nintendo fan, this is like a huge love letter to Nintendo in my opinion. And it's even got like characters that I would consider a bit more obscure. Like it does have some Fire Emblem characters. I'm like, oh my god, they actually put that character in. Like they have my favorite character in there. So I like that part. There's like a system where you can like then like upgrade those badges you have, and you can turn them into other characters and stuff like that. So I've had a lot of fun with that. You go through, you slowly unlock characters. I want to say over 50% through this mode at this point.
Yeah, I looked at where you're at. You're pretty close. Like if you're not going for 100%, because you've been kind of just gunning to the end, then I'd say you're actually pretty close. You got a long ways if you want to do every single fight.
There's like 1,300 spirits. I probably will collect all of them just to see like what references they keep in there. So I probably will do it. But yeah, it's actually a pretty fun mode. So you go through the maps and you're like trying to get you get your characters back essentially. So like you fight a character in the same way that you would get like a new challenger in the game, and then you get that character in your roster and you can start playing as them. There's a lot of really cool Easter eggs within the world too, so you can go down pipes and stuff like that, and then you end up in other worlds that are homages to different series as well. I might stream 1 or 2 of those because I think they're really cool, and I purposely haven't touched them yet. I just saw the world and I was like, oh, that's awesome. This should be on stream. So I might stream a little bit of it in the future just to show you guys what some of those worlds are. I think it's a really cool love letter. Complaints about that mode is the combat. I hate the combat at the end of the day. So I love the idea behind the mode. I think it's really cool. But the combat in Smash Ultimate just doesn't feel good to me at the end of the day. And the other thing that's really obnoxious about that mode is a majority of those battles are stamina battles. Now, I don't mind stamina battles.
I hate it.
I don't mind stamina battles normally. Like if you're just doing it against, your friends or whatever, I don't care. It's fine. Or like 1 CPU, 2 or 3. There are some battles that don't make sense at some points. It's like you have, let's say, 120 HP at the start of the fight. And then there was one fight I did where I fought 4 Mega Mans who each had 50 HP, but then it was like 2 of them at a time, and then they each had 2 lives. So essentially, I was fighting like 8 Mega Man characters with 1 health meter. And that fight took me a long time because it was like every single time they would just bombard me, and they have range and close-up attack. So like they were quite literally just destroying me. It's like you only have a limited amount of health. They don't drop like a lot of items to heal you. You'll get like a drop maybe like every 3 or 4 kills where it drops the item, but then you have to run to it. You might not even get it. Like it might be the enemy that gets it. So that fight took me a long time. I found it kind of annoying, but I did get through it. Yeah, I don't know. I think the mode overall is a really cool idea. I see if that's the reason why people like Smash Ultimate, I can understand it. At the end of the day, it's not the best feeling Smash Brothers, but I can understand if people enjoy that specific mode. I think where my opinion sits with Smash Brothers Ultimate is that it's the easiest game to pick up and play with other people because of the accessibility of the Switch, it being current, easy to hop online. The online isn't smooth, but it's at least easy to hook up compared to other Smash games.
Sakurai himself admitted that the online is shit in the most polite way.
Yeah, I mean, it's Nintendo is really shit online. They've always been behind. So I also explored the tournament mode a little bit with you, James, and I liked that they clearly made it with the current tournaments in mind, so the actual professional ones in mind. And I thought it was really cool how much you could customize that. So I think this game, in some senses, is a love letter to the fans of Smash, but then my issue with it, again, is just that the combat doesn't feel smooth. It's not balanced. I don't care if it has what people consider the best roster because it has the most characters. If you don't enjoy playing that character, then there's no point. I felt like the whole time I was playing the story mode, I was just sad that this wasn't Melee because I'm like, I love the combat in Melee, whereas here, I'm fighting against myself, essentially, because it doesn't feel comfortable to fight in this. The combat priority doesn't make sense. And you and I have even had singles battles where you're like, what, that should have hit. And I'm like, this is exactly what I'm complaining about, is that sometimes 2 attacks will strike at the same time, and the one that seems weaker will be the one that pushes through, and it makes no fucking sense. So that is my updated opinion on Smash Ultimate. I still don't think it's the best Smash Brothers. My opinion has at least improved because of World of Light mode. I think that mode is really cool. But overall, I still think Melee is the best, and I am going to complete that mode and see if my opinion changes again.
Is it the best single-player mode of any Smash?
I really liked Brawl's single player.
Just terrible.
I also really liked Melee single player, but I do think there was room for improvement with Melee single player.
Just give me what I want to hear. Just say it. I need to hear it.
Well, I want to be honest with my opinion regardless. It might very well be. I don't remember playing the Wii U one, so I have to either go back and play the Wii U one or accept that there wasn't one. I have no idea. But Subspace Emissary, to me, I think this could be better than Subspace Emissary, yeah. I think so.
Therefore, it's got the best mode of any Smash. It's the best Smash.
No,
it wins. It's the best Smash. Best Smash,
I don't think it's
everybody.
the best Smash. I don't think it's the best Smash, but
best
I do
mode
think
of
that
any
there
Smash,
was a lot of...
Best roster. Best visuals. It's got
No.
Banjo. It's got Bayonetta.
I agree
it's got Little
that it's
Mac.
got... Look, it has a good roster.
Is it a 10 out of 10 game? No, because
No,
they made
fuck no.
because they made Sora, or whatever his name, with the big honking clown shoes, the last DLC. Get out of here. If you would have made Doom Guy or Waluigi the last character, peak gaming. Peak. Absolute cinema gaming experience. But they added Clown Shoe Boy here. Little baby Cloud. Oh, what's he gonna do? He has a giant key. It opens up his heart and his soul or something. I don't know.
Okay, but that's our problem with Kingdom Hearts, not
Doesn't
even
make
with
sense.
Smash Brothers.
Well,
so
he
who
was the
cares?
final reveal, and
But-
it left a sour taste in my mouth.
You and I are not fans of Kingdom Hearts, but I think for a lot of people that was a huge deal, and I think that was a correct move on their part to make Sora a character. I think that was awesome for a lot of people, but I don't care. I thought he's I hate that game. So yeah, ultimately I wouldn't say Smash Ultimate is the best, but I think right now it is rivaling Subspace Emissary for me. Like I do think that mode is really cool. That they put in Ultimate.
Well,
I don't know. I have to beat it to know fully. But so far I am really enjoying it. And I like got to a point where I was sitting there and I was playing it for like hours at a time. Like I wasn't like tired of it at all. I wanted to keep going, see what the next fight is, see what this area would look like, because it's like kind of covered in smoke or clouds or whatever, and then you go through it slowly and it like reveals more. And I thought that was interesting. I'm like, what's next? What's in this corner? I want to see what's going on in this map. So kudos to the team for what they did with Ultimate in terms of the World of Light mode. I will concede it's a good mode. I had not played it before. That was my first time playing it. So it has at least improved my opinion of Smash Ultimate. But at the end of the day, I still feel like I'm fighting against myself with the combat. It doesn't feel natural.
But that's the thing, is it's about an internal struggle. So the combat is so bad that it feels like you're fighting yourself, your very own soul. And by the time you get through the single player experience, you've conquered destiny, and the destiny to overcome one's fears and emotional gripes and maybe past failures. So with that, the gameplay not being as strong also elevates it, and it makes you a better person when you leave it.
This is the most retarded shit I've ever heard. If the gameplay doesn't feel good, why the fuck would I be like, this is an amazing game when it's a fighting game? Obviously, it has to feel good combat-wise for it to be a good fighting game.
There's a lot of bullshit moments in Spirit Mode, whatever it's called, World of Spirits. And sometimes it feels like World of Light. And sometimes it feels like I'm walking through a world of light, but I am the darkness. And so to get, you know what, it is bullshit when you're in an 8-man Mega Man stamina battle. But you know what else is bullshit?
It is bullshit.
Life. It's a whole an allegory of life.
Are you fucking kidding me? This is where you're going with this?
I hate Mega Man so much that when I had to get tag teamed by 8 Mega Man, it awoken something in me. And I had to fight the controls too. It's incredible. It's the best Smash.
It's not the best Smash, but that's fine. James, what are you playing?
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to seeing you beat it so that you can come to the realization what
It's not gonna change my mind that this is the best Smash Brothers if the combat doesn't feel good. Like, Mario Kart Double Dash is a good Mario Kart game. It feels good. If Mario Kart, for some reason, had a story, I wouldn't be like, Mario Kart Double Dash is the best. It doesn't race well, but it has a good story. Like, that's retarded. Obviously, if you're playing like an RPG or something, you can be a bit more forgiving, and you can be like, okay, I really like the story.
You just need to be like me. You need to get based and banjo pilled. Once you get based and banjo pilled,
this baseball game, it sucks at playing baseball, but it had an interesting story, so it's the best baseball game.
You main Captain Falcon.
There's games where the mechanics are more important than the fucking story.
You main
and
Captain
vice versa.
Falcon. And Falcon, whatever his fucking name is, Captain Falcon, and maybe they nerfed him and made him feel bad. But it was only because he's...
It's not just my mains. It has nothing to do with my mains. Actually, Captain Falcon feels great in Ultimate. It's the other characters that don't feel good.
Banjo feels great. He's great. He goes... And it's great.
That's the only game he's in.
Ever since 2E. I know, and it's wonderful. Yeah, compared to the previous Smashes... I think Banjo really excels in Ultimate.
Okay, James.
And so does Simon Belmont and Richter.
Actually, let me give a compliment on combat with one character. So, first of all, Captain Falcon feels mostly the same in this game. So, like, I will give it that. There's other characters that don't feel as smooth. Overall, the balancing still feels off and fucking weird to me with all of them. But, like, playing enough of this mode, I'm like, okay, Captain Falcon feels mostly the same. The Street Fighter characters actually feel really cool. Like, I think that they did a really good job with how the Street Fighter combat converts into into Smash.
Truly, Smash Ultimate is the best Street Fighter game.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What are you playing?
Oh, yeah. I'm playing Halo. I'm playing Halo with all of you guys, and we went through 2 days of the Halo community event, and I had a freaking blast. That's honestly some of the most fun I've had gaming in, God, I want to say, what year is it? Like 15 years at this point. Good fucking Lord, man. Like, it's incredible. So this really brought me back to what I loved about multiplayer gaming, and this was my bread and butter. If I want to name, like, what games I played the most in multiplayer, it was probably TF2, which is our community event next month, World of Warcraft, and Halo, and playing a little bit of all the Halos 1, 2, 3 Reach with you guys. It was just incredible. It was incredible. I cannot tell you how fun it was that first time we booted up, and we all, like, I very specifically chose Blood Gulch, Halo 1 Blood Gulch, as our opening level. And I think all of us kind of had this feeling, let me know in chat, of like, we're home. We're home. It felt like returning to home, and it was so freaking beautiful. I love it so much, and we're definitely going to be doing more community events. It's just, I don't know, this was always like peak multiplayer gaming to me. I have so many memories with friends, with strangers, with just everything regarding Halo, and this was a lovely blast from the past that I wish was still around and relevant today. But all of us being in voice call together and like just calling each other out for killing each other and talking shit, it was lovely. It was freaking lovely. And it's made me so happy and reminding me of how much I used to love Halo. Do I love Halo now, like modern Halo? No. I don't love the direction it's gone in. I sometimes will cope a little bit and say Infinite is okay, and there is things I like about Infinite, but there's other things I hate about Infinite. And going back and playing with you guys, it really reminded me all the issues I have with modern Halo since 343 took over. But yeah, since playing this with you guys, I've recaught the Halo bug, and I've wanted to play more. And so I'm like, what do I do? So what I have been doing is, before the event and after the event, I've actually been dabbling in Firefight. If you don't know, Halo Firefight was introduced with ODST, which was effectively the expansion to Halo 3. And I did not like ODST at the time. I only liked it really in the past, I want to say 4 or so years, when I went back after 343's takeover and I replayed ODST. And then I'm like, I get it. I see it now. I see the appeal. Compared right after following Halo 3, ODST to me feels like a letdown. But if you treat it like a separate standalone story that you can totally skip, it is a fun romp, and it's a nice, unique adventure. So I didn't like ODST for years and years and years. But I also never really played Firefight, and Firefight was the multiplayer mode introduced in ODST. It was also done in Reach afterwards. So I've been playing that because I really never played it too much, apart from like maybe an hour tops. And I'm having fun with it. I've never been a huge fan of the Horde mode type multiplayer gaming, which is what Firefight is. It's Halo's Horde mode, but it feels like Halo, and that's fun. And I've just been having fun exploring that and playing that, and especially the ODST one. I played a little bit of the Reach one. I don't like it as much. I feel like the Reach one, it feels like almost too easy, and it's kind of weird. Like there's too much shit in Reach in the multiplayer that's like cheesy and lame, like all the fucking confetti shit and all that stuff. It really felt like they were just throwing shit at the wall and see what would stick before they left to go do Destiny. But ODST still feels like Halo. And so playing ODST Firefight in particular feels like a proper, true Halo experience, especially because it's built off the Halo 3 engine. It's everything in it is Halo 3. You're just a little bit weaker because you're a ODST, not a Spartan, and there's slightly different weapons. But apart from that, it's been great. So, yeah, I've just been kicking back, and every chance I get when I'm not on air, I've been just jumping into ODST Firefight, and I will probably even jump into a stream or two of ODST Firefight in the future, maybe even Reach, because sometimes I can't find a game for ODST, and I have to go over to Reach, and I don't like it as much, but
yeah, expect to see me play more Halo because of all you guys, and thanks to you guys for participating. I've recaught my love for Halo. I was reminded of how much I love this game. I've always said Halo 3 is my favorite game of all time, and this was a lovely reminder of what used to be. It's very similar to Blizzard, how like I used to love Blizzard so much, and they're just so dead and ruined now that it's a completely different company. That is quite similar to how I feel about the modern state of Halo under 343. But going back and playing the good stuff with you guys, man, did I miss it. So thank you guys so much. So that's what I've been playing. But yeah.
No, I mean, it was awesome to see like how you guys just connected right away with that game. I really felt like we returned to the early 2000s.
It felt like it,
That's
didn't
how
it?
it felt.
Yeah.
And you know, like after that first night, like I kind of wrote a little message in Discord, but like it really just kind of reminded me why I'm doing what I'm doing. Not that I need the reminder. I think about it every day, but that was a big part of it is like we need to go and have fun with games and just return to that certain style of energy where it's like just a bunch of dudes hanging out. Dude, I know you're going to say, what? A bunch of me? A bunch of guys, lads, whatever you want to say, hanging out, shooting the shit, swearing, having some fun, laughing at each other, and playing Halo. It's like that to me is, in my brain, what gaming is. Like, that's what gaming culture is. It's having fun with your bros, playing some games together, you know, whatever, dunking on each other, but ultimately leaving it going, wow, that was fun. Like, and so it was just really awesome to have those 2 nights, and the amount of people that showed up for it was just, it was a really great feeling. And we are going to do more Halo nights and stuff like that. I mean, there might be some in between, but in July at the very least, the town square is going to be about Halo, and same with like, we'll do some other Halo type events in July. So next month is going to be TF2, but we'll still find some time for Halo here and there. I don't think it's going to be like the main thing that we do because we are, you know, we like to play a lot of different games. So we're not going to ever just sit on one game and make that like what 100%. We do. But I do want to see a return to Halo Nights. If you guys like the Halo Nights, just please make it loud and clear to me that you want to see more. And that's the kind of stuff I will prioritize anytime there's games that really resonate with the community. I love to bring that back. And yeah, I just thought it was super cool. Like, even just witnessing it, it was fun.
Yeah, no, I'm itching to play it like right now. We're not finishing the show early. The show goes on forever, but I might even jump into a round or two after because it's just like, man, did I love Halo? All things Halo for between the years of 2001 to 2007. It was everything. It was freaking my life. So. Love that reminder, and thank you, Kay, for suggesting that and making that happen. And I think a lot of people really liked it. And so, you know what? It'll happen again in the future. We was Spartans! The We Was Spartans clan must rise once more, and we're going to kick some ass and take some names, everybody. So, hell yeah. With that, that is what we've been playing now. Boy, howdy. This is what everyone's been waiting for. The news cycle has been crazy. It's been wild, but I have managed to dig up so many stories. We're going to be here forever. And don't forget, oh my God, the bell. Where's the bell? Where is the bell? Here it is. I'm going to need it. We're going to need it. Ring-a-ding-ding. Because I've got over 50 stories to go through. So let's see how many of these news stories we can get through, and they're not what you're expecting. There's a lot of shit coming your way. But first, I'm going to read some chat here, and then we're going to get into the news. Let's go check over on Rumble, where dude says, my alts are this dude 1286 and all the dudes 1286. I use them for boosting online achievements and dead games. I've got a Plex server that all my devices can access. Nice. Dude says the trophies in Melee act like in-game Chivos. Oh, shit. One of these days I'll play Melee. That's like honestly the one that I've played the least, which is funny because
we're gonna hook up the GameCube, and I'm just gonna take you through what I love about the GameCube. I think that's really where the stream's gonna go with that, because yeah, you should play Melee, but there's just tons of games on the GameCube that
I
you
missed
kinda
out on the game.
on.
Double Dash.
I want you to play through, and
Yeah.
we'll probably do a swap. So I'll show you GameCube, you show me original Xbox, because I
Let's
did have an
do
original
it.
Xbox, but yeah, I played kind of all of them. I played GameCube the most.
I've got so many random ass obscure Xbox games to show you. Hell yeah. Dude says Brawl Stickers also made changes in Subspace. Smash 4 also had a similar system, but it was boring. I barely remember anything single player in Smash 4.
That's my point, is that, like, Ultimate gets praised for all of this stuff, and it's like, this was in all of the other modes. Like, it's not like this is the first one to do everything. It just, like, it feels good in Ultimate, I think.
Yeah. Let's go over to YouTube where BD Jake's here. How's it going, BD Jake? Thank you for playing Halo with us the other day. Patience says, Black Hole Curb, won't you come and wash away the Poyo? Compa says, Banjo-Kazooie isn't in it. I don't want anything to do with it. And I just said, you get me. And Patience said, Gah-huh. Internet Crusader says, Tharja got censored in Smash Ultimate, though. The picture they took for her spirit was fucking ridiculous. Who is Sarja? You seem to know that, Kay.
It's a Fire Emblem character.
No,
She's like
that's why I
big
don't know.
titty, I'm pretty sure, if I remember.
Oh,
Now
of
I'm
course.
curious on my own end. I'm just going to take a look at it while you guys keep talking.
Sounds good. Internet Crusader says, just go look her up on the Fire Emblem wiki, then look her up in Smash Ultimate. I will. Insidious Bliss says, Tharja is best girl. And Crusader says it completely changes the visual dynamic of her character. If it ain't big titties, I don't know what then it's meaningless. It's meaningless to me. Angry Canadian says Subspace Emissary is goated. Internet Crusader says Tharja is a Fire Emblem character. Patience says, oh, I haven't played the Fire Emblems. My SRPG of choice was Final Fantasy Tactics. Insidious Bliss says it finally gave Kingdom Hearts fans a good game to play. There you go. See, Smash Ultimate is great for everyone. If you're a fan of a shitty game franchise, you can go there and be like, hey, my shitty game franchise is represented here.
Oh my god, they made her so flat. What the fuck?
But post the photos in general, and I'll pull them up.
Tarja, yeah, oh my god.
Post the side-by-side in general, copy-paste that shit.
I don't know if I can find a side, but I'll just find you, like, 2 pictures randomly.
So Daniel says, I liked Kingdom Hearts to a point. Its convoluted nonsense timeline story arc drove me away in the end. Also, how's it going, James K? Everyone, how's it going? Sataniel. One of these days I will play Kingdom Hearts just because it's such an iconic game. And I do love Disney, like old Disney. But I have a feeling I'm going to fucking hate this game. No doubt it. Internet Crusader says, I agree with you. Nintendo really just had to go down the rabbit hole for the zero rating. Patience says, I need to join for the next Halo. Hell yeah, man. There will be more. Internet Crusader says, yeah, and you'll just be like, what the fuck? Why? When you see her spirit. Angry Canadian says, it's odd considering Fire Emblem Heroes had some great art for the lady characters, but different rating system, I guess. Angry Canadian says, yeah, James, it was awesome starting off on Blood Gulch. Hell yeah. I think, was it you, Canadian? I believe it was Angry Canadian messaged me and was like, we should start on Blood Gulch. And I'm like, way ahead of you. Of course we're starting on Blood Gulch. It was perfect. It was perfect. Any other, perfect, down to the last detail. Starting on any other map would have been a crime, but going back to the, like, Blood Gulch is arguably the most famous multiplayer map ever. You'd be hard pressed to find another. I think that what's that one map in Unreal Tournament, the original Unreal Tournament, the Two Towers one, that could be a contender. I'm sure there's a GoldenEye one that's a contender. I'm trying to remember. I know there's an iconic GoldenEye map. There's like the one map, but yeah, Blood Gulch. So good. Insidious Bliss says, Halo 1 was my favorite. I thought it was going to be 2 or 3. Interesting, but valid choice. Halo 1 is amazing. Patience says, Halo Infinite sucks. There is things I enjoyed about Infinite more than any other 343 game. It's the best 343 Halo, in my opinion. Compare it to the Bungie Halos, it's fucking dog shit. But it was the first time that Halo felt like it at least was going a step back into the right direction. And I was hopeful for the future that they would keep taking those steps, but it's dead, Jim. It's dead. Angry Canadian says Infinite is great. Interesting. People are a bunch of pansies for hating it. Oh God, where do I fall then? I'm like a super pansy where I'm like, it's shit, but it's not as shit as the other shit they made. So, I don't know. Patient. Yeah.
I'm looking at this Fire Emblem thing, and maybe I'm just not remembering Awakening well enough, but like in Fire Emblem Heroes, she looks a lot more sexy, right? And then in Awakening, she actually is slightly toned down, and then they toned her down even more in Ultimate. So
oh my
she's
God.
actually closer. She's closer to her Awakening character in Ultimate, technically, from what I can see. But they cover her up with like a book. so you can't see anything, if that makes sense. So
Yeah,
I'll show
I
you,
think
like
so.
I'll send these to you.
Okay.
But like it almost feels like a non-issue to some degree because they're actually covering her up with this image that I'm seeing.
Interesting. Okay. Patient says, I didn't hate it. I didn't feel much of anything for it, which is, I feel, is a much greater condemnation. But didn't you love that the weapon is literally Abby Shapiro? I personally did. That gave me great motivation to finish that campaign because I wanted to literally marry that AI. Internet Crusader says, I don't want to support 343 Industries on principle. That's fair. Patient says, when I played it, it just felt like it existed, nothing else. Patient says there was no emotion, no fun or joy, no anger or hate, just apathy. Apathy is death. Let's see here. Kay says, God, you guys enjoyed the community event. We'll at least revisit it in July. Angry Canadian says, that's wild because I had a great time with Infinite Story after the disgrace Guardians was. Guardians is hilarious. Guardians is so funny that it's so bad that it's funny to me. So I kind of appreciate Guardians on that level. Like I said, I hate 4 the most, which is The Force Awakens of Halo. And then I hate it even more than Guardians, which is The Last Jedi. Because The Last Jedi and Guardians are both insanely funny. If you take them as comedies, it's peak. Angry Canadian says, Halo Community Night was awesome. Wish I was there for day 2. There will be more. Angry Canadian says, I need to send you my recordings from Halo event day 1. I'd love to see them. And yeah, everyone agrees. Halo 5 is fucking awful. Where was I? Internet Crusader says, the news cycle has been crazy. So it's been precisely 1 week since last news cycle. Exactly. Patient says, screw the news, let's go for the olds. Smash 4 had a single player. Angry Canadian says it's a non-issue. Case says, posted all the Tharja I could find in Discord. And Crazy Landlow's here. Well, Halo 5 does have funny assassinations. I don't even remember them. I should look them up. I actually liked... The one nice thing I can say about Halo 5 is I thought the marketing was cool. I thought the verses between that other guy whose name I can't... Locke. And all that was interesting. And then the campaign was just fucking dog shit. Let's see what Kay posted, and let's get to the news here, everybody. Okay, I see. So you've got her in, I guess this is the original one here, I think.
So let me explain. So if you're, let me, I guess, pull up the stream and see which part you're at. But the first one I posted is her in Heroes, which is the one that you like, the whatever, Dynasty Warriors clone.
Oh, Fire Emblem Warriors, yeah, the best Fire Emblem.
Yeah, sorry,
game,
I don't know, I called them Heroes. But so that one you can see like she's a bit more busty in, and then the second one I posted is her in Ultimate, which is she has a book in front of her.
Oh,
boobs,
she's covering them,
right? But then the third one that I posted is her in Awakening. So it's like technically in Awakening, like she does look more flat compared to the other one, Warriors.
I will agree that Ultimate is the weakest here.
Ultimate is the weakest, but it's like they're just covering her up technically with a book. Like we don't actually know her boob size in this.
She looks the weirdest in Ultimate.
Yeah, the reason I got confused is because the first image I got was her character model in Awakening, which is the DS game. But somebody modded it into Ultimate with her like what do you call it? Like with her full portrait. So that's why I got confused, because I'm like, what? Like, yeah, she looks flatter than I remember her in Warriors and not in this. So, anyways, it's all fucking whatever.
It's also tiresome.
Yeah, oh, that's why I was talking about Fire Emblem Heroes, because that's the mobile app. See, there you go. And Angry Canadian's posting some other stuff here, so.
Okay.
There you go. You can see some stuff. Anyways, titty. We like titty.
We like titty. We appreciate the titties.
It's kind of a non-issue to me.
Yeah, it is worth noting, but yeah, it's weird. Hold on. Every time I like go in and out of fucking Discord, man. Okay, there we go. We look good. We look great. Kay, are you ready for?
I'm ready.
What the fuck is going on in gaming? Are you ready for it?
I'm so ready.
All right, let's do it. We're going to get to the news here. Like I said, I've got like fucking 50 news stories. The news has been crazy. And look, everyone is scrounging for the dirt. Everybody wants the little spice of the dirt. They want that spice of life here. I am trying to go for something different. So I tried to find the new. I tried to find the fresh. So let's get into some stuff here, and maybe I can show you guys some news that you have not heard yet. Okay, let's do it right now. So, Kay, your here's the news about a game that you played, and also it's one of my former favorite companies of all time. Can you guess? Did Blizzard do good thing or bad thing?
What do you? Of course, Blizzard did a bad thing.
What?
It's always a bad thing.
Blizzard? No, Blizzard would never do something stupid. Blizzard, come on now.
It has to be Overwatch, right? That's the only Blizzard game I've really ever played or cared about.
That's true. This is about Overwatch. All right, let's get into it right now with... this isn't even an article. I'm just going to take you through the tweets because this is a wild ride and this deserves to get shouted out here. A Collegate, I don't know how to say that, Collegate Overwatch player has been banned for 30 days after saying fuck and shit in his chat logs, a decision that will end his college career as he'll be unable to compete in his last tournament. And then there it is, once again being reported on. Overwatch 2 player's college career has ended after receiving a 30-day ban for saying fuck and shit in chat. So it's not enough to ban a player just for, it's not like he said something heinous. It's not like he said something absurd or something. He's not like he was sending death threats. Literally saying just fuck and shit got this college player banned when he was going to be, he's a professional Overwatch player, and now he can't compete in the tournament, and he's been kicked out effectively. So he did tweet out, and that's what we're going to be looking at is mainly tweets here. He did tweet out, "Can I get a human to respond to my ticket, please?" And he posted his ticket. "I want to see the logs that got my account banned." And Blizzard support said, "Greetings! This action has been taken in accordance with our terms of use and our in-game policies, which all players acknowledge and agree to prior to playing. These policies and conditions allow us to maintain a fun and safe game environment for all of our players. Our Battle.net terms of use can be found at blah, blah, blah." He says again, "What did I do or say that got me banned? This action has been taken with our blah, 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 blah." So then, yes, he asked for a human, and sometimes AI is better. He got that human response, and this is what really made me fucking turn this into a story. So, the human response is from Blizzard customer support on Twitter. "From what I can see, the account was suspended for inappropriate language. I see the F word, oh no, and the SH word in there as well." So at this point, I was trying to be like, is there worse words that are new that I've never heard of? I specialize in swear words. What is this new F word and SH word that I don't know that is worthy of a ban? It's just fucking shit. Literally just fucking shit. And so he said to that, "No!" And we're going to keep going here. He actually did apologize. Look, this is a college kid. This is his life.
You never fucking apologize.
You never apologize.
You don't apologize. They want you to apologize, and then they just bully you more for it. If somebody's going to get mad at you for saying fucking shit, you say, "Go fuck yourself, you fucking piece of shit." You don't go, "I'm sorry for saying fucking shit."
Though he did try the apology
What the
route.
fuck?
Ugh.
Oh my god, this guy's an idiot, man. I'm sorry. Why would you apologize?
Well, let's read his apology. He said, "I would like to sincerely apologize for my actions. I do not recall saying the F word, and if I did, it was most likely banter. As for the SH word, I have no excuse and will take time away from the community until I can come back and be a better person." Which, yeah, he didn't do fucking anything.
For saying shit? Am I missing part of the story? How
No,
did he get
it's
banned for saying fucking shit.
Literally just fucking shit. I shit you not.
I would reply and be like, "You're retarded for banning me for saying fucking shit. I'm not apologizing for fucking shit."
Yeah, it's funny because
that's like, I don't understand like why you would apologize. It's like, I'm sorry, like it's blaming a victim almost at this point if that's what it is. If there's more to the story, then okay, sure. But this makes no sense to me.
Yeah, no, that's literally it. I'm going to keep going into this because I just want to dog on how absolute fucking shit Blizzard is. This is Blizzard.
Insidious says this guy made a video. I guess he had multiple infractions and warnings prior to this. Okay, that's a little more context, but what are the infractions?
I did not see that. I would love to see more. I'm going to keep going what I have, but I would love to see what else he's done. I probably wouldn't agree on a ban with him regardless. If anything, he should get banned for apologizing. It's funny because I have said way worse things in Overwatch and somehow I've not been banned. So, hey, maybe he did do something way, way, way worse. Oh, no, we lost Kay. Is it because she said fucking shit? Kay, did Overwatch get you? Did Blizzard come? Did they ban your Discord for fucking shit? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think I'm still here at least. That's good. How's it going, everybody? I guess I'll read some chat while we try to sort things out here. Uh-oh. Oh, I see her coming. Did Blizzard get you?
I think I said fucking shit too much. I just want to apologize to Discord. I want to apologize to YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Rumble, to everyone watching us today.
Your
for saying
sentence.
Fucking shit so many times, and I do take my punishment of being booted from the call from the podcast. I'm so sorry, and it will definitely happen again. Fuck you.
Okay, your punishment for angering the Discord mods is you must groom 5 minors. It is the Discord way. You must groom.
Okay, Wait brings up a good point. Wait brings up a good point. Why would a scholarship depend on like a Overwatch tournament? I guess is what I'm trying to
I
understand. But
believe
Wait says if my scholarship depended on it, yeah, keep clean. But then like I don't know, my brain just goes to like, why the fuck would I be stopped from getting a scholarship for saying fuck and shit?
Because it was a scholarship.
chat log.
I believe he was on a scholarship to play Overwatch. Which there better be milk involved. I better
like
be
my
joining.
brain's exploding.
Yeah, you better.
By the way, JB's asking for a new Discord room called Fucking Shit. I will make that
Fucking
right
shit! Oh god, Blizzard's gonna hate that. That's gonna be our room to play Blizzard games. There you go, perfect. Let's keep this going here. Where did I leave off? Oh yes. So as I said, from what I can see, the account was suspended for inappropriate language. I see the F word and the SH word in there as well. So if there was more, I will say that according to this Blizzard customer support person on Twitter, this is what they're backing up. I don't know if the person that did the ticket like found something worse. Maybe this guy beheaded Tracer as a baby. But currently, from the perspective of the Blizzard customer support guy on Twitter, it's literally, yes, you were banned for saying fucking shit. To which Allison brings up a good point. Allison here responds and says, why would you have a profanity filter if no one is allowed to swear? If profanity is ban-worthy, shouldn't the filter just instantly chat ban anyone for the swearing it already detects? Which is true. Blizzard said to that, no. The filter is for those who wish to use it, but profanity has never been allowed in our games. If reported, it's absolutely actionable. So listen to that. You can swear in their games. They're saying you can swear in their games, and if you want, but if you do, you can get banned for it. That's literally what they just said. Isn't that the most fucking shit, stupid thing?
All of this hurts my fucking brain. Okay, so it seems like there's two parts to this story. One part of the story is that some kid is losing their scholarship because they said fucking shit in a chat log. And the other side is Blizzard is absolutely fucking retarded and has a filter for this, but then still will ban you anyways. So what the fuck is the point of the fucking filter, you fucking retards?
You seem confused, Kay. Blizzard's incredibly dumb, and I enjoy laughing at them. I am using this story as an excuse to point and laugh at Blizzard even harder.
Please laugh, point. Yes. I'm all for it. I just am trying to understand, like, everything. This is all retarded, guys. I don't know.
Yeah, so to reiterate, they said the filter is for those who wish to use it, but profanity has never been allowed in our games. If reported, absolutely actionable. Let's keep it going. To which this person, this is the part that made me mad more than anything. This person, the Block King, said, I've read your entire code of conduct and don't remember seeing that. Could you point us to the line where it says this? And then Blizzard responds, it's literally the first section under communication. And when I saw this fucking Janny speaking like this, doing the, actually, it's literally right here. I saw blood rage. I just went orc blood rage mode because now they're like, actually, sweetie. So at this part, all bets are off. So I'm reading through this. They're banning this kid for saying fucking shit, ruining his college Overwatch career or whatever. He apologized. It did fucking nothing, even though they're swear words. This woman, Allison, says you have a profanity filter you can enable and disable. Blizzard said, that doesn't matter. And then this other guy's like, this is not listed anywhere. And they're like, actually, sweetie. So to that, I said, I am so glad Blizzard has become the laughing stock of the industry. No amount of jannying will ever fix your reputation. Do you still have the milk fridge, by the way? Because I'll never let that go. And then I liked this response here. Damn, that's crazy. Can you tell me what BAMF means, though? You know, the thing that is in McCree's belt buckle? Oh, I'm sorry. His name isn't McCree anymore because you changed it because you had a fucking former employee that you named McCree after sexually assault someone or whatever. So you changed in-game lore on a whim because none of your lore matters, but the character still wears badass motherfucker on his crotch. That's okay. That's okay. Literally in-game on almost every single skin.
Everyone in this story is retarded, okay? The kid is retarded for apologizing, but I do get Waite's argument of, like, he has a scholarship riding on it. Sure, okay, yeah, I'm so sorry, whatever, sure. The school, I'm assuming, like Waite also said, the kid probably had something in his contract that he had a code of conduct. Maybe. The school is retarded also for saying you can't say fucking shit at a college level. Like, if we're at elementary or high school, sure. At a
We're not playing
level,
putt-putt. We're
college
playing
kids are already, like, having babies sometimes at this point. They're already fucking. So, like, they can say the word fuck. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's just dumb. And then Blizzard is just the most retarded fucking company ever because they're literally like, no profanity allowed in our game. Have you played a competitive game fucking ever? Do you know where, like, all of this banter has come from? World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
You fucking dumb shits.
I can tell you want to say you want to go off. You're like holding back.
I just fucking hate when people are all like this retarded collectively. This is too much retardation in one story. I'm just like,
now,
who fucking cares if you say fucking shit? Anyone? Why? Like, usually if you're in college, you're an adult, right? So it's like, who cares if an adult says fuck?
Yeah.
That's my point. Who cares? If I'm a paying customer to your game, why do you care if I say fuck? If I'm at a college or university, why do you care if I say fuck? If you're a student that's being told, I can't say fucking shit, why would you go on an apology tour for that? Like, it's a basic thing that you should be able to say. Like, that's why it's all retarded.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry, there's more.
How?
Well, also, I wanted to point, I didn't want to interrupt your rant there, but reminder that on the last Melee Madness podcast, we pointed out and celebrated the fact that Blizzard reinstated Garrosh calling Sylvanas a bitch. So, and it's the same company. So Garrosh can call Sylvanas he called her a bitch in the late 2000s, then they removed it, and now he's calling her a bitch again. That's cool. But this guy can't say shit or fuck. Like, what? But there's more. This person points out that Genji and Anna say shit in their respective languages. So, hey, maybe you can say fucking shit in, like, Chinese or Japanese or Arabic or whatever the fuck Anna speaks. I don't know. She's, like, Egyptian or something. I almost pulled down my whole computer. That would have been funny. But, nope, not in English. Not in English, you can't. So you just gotta swear in different languages. Brig, I don't even know who the fuck Brig is because I quit this fucking shit show so long ago. Apparently, that's a character, and he says fuck in Swedish, too. Anna says shit in Arabic, too. That's fucking amazing. And then people were, like, guessing what BAMF means. Beautiful arms meet flowers. Bad at making friends. Bad aim, mother freaker. Who knows? Surely nothing swearing on this, though. So, I think this meme...
Imp says, please remind James that we aren't allowed to say run in Japanese either. What the fuck is that?
I would like to know more.
What?
I would love to know more.
Yeah, tell me more. What the fuck does that mean? Also, JB says the school is retarded for giving out Overwatch scholarships.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, that's the lowest on the totem pole of retardation in this, but it definitely is on the list, yes.
Yeah. I liked this meme that summarizes the happenings going on here. Spend 8 years grinding Overwatch, get a scholarship through College Gate, be happy because you can compete and get a degree, say fuck in ranked, get permabanned and can't compete, 100K in debt. The absolute fucking state. Oh my god. And then here is a pull thread on it here. Pay $60 for 3 skins, say the F word and SH word, money stolen. And I said, absolute state of Blizzard, folks. Stop giving them money. Oh yeah, and this person, I don't remember why this person was mad at me. I think this was Breaking Bad thing or something. I don't know. We both make a lot of people mad. But this person thought I was talking about myself, and it was quite funny. So yeah, that's pretty much the story. I want to highlight how fucking annoying this Blizzard customer support person is. Here is a completely, because I was just looking for more information on this, and I just found them being annoying Jannies all through Twitter. This person says, I've now submitted that I've had a problem 5 times, and all 5 times I get an automated response. What do I have to do to get a real human to respond? The only thing I want to know is what I said. I probably even deserved it, but I can't contact a human rep. To which this person said, it was upheld. Templates are all you're going to get. Appeals aren't for discussion. In this particular case, profanity. F-bombs in any form are not acceptable. Jesus fucking Christ. And once again,
fuck you.
I literally, there was one night in particular where, and this was maybe 3-4 years ago, where I had Overwatch installed and I was drunk and bored. And I was like, I hate Blizzard. Let's see if I can get banned. And I just went into lobbies and I went, do. And I said way worse shit than fuck or shit. And people were like, ah! And I didn't get banned. People were going ape shit. And they were like, report him! Report him! I didn't even get a suspension. I don't know what the fuck. I've gotten suspended on Heroes of the Storm. Never Overwatch. They must like me.
Imp has elaborated. So, okay, first of all, Wait is said, tequila is required, back shortly. I don't blame you. Please have an extra shot for me. DJ Mike Fury's in chat saying, what's up, everyone? I just learned about how retarded Blizzard is for the 50th time. Imp says Japanese people were getting banned in a game for yelling, I'm quoting him, ni.
Oh, let's go.
Okay, I'm just saying, which is slang for run.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I guess they all attended the Hard R shop in Cellar Blade. Perfect. That's perfect. I've got more Jannying if you're curious. This person said, yeah, great reporting system. I totally agree with you and really glad the account I had for 8 years is permanently banned because someone can troll spam report you for typing in match chat. Well played, Blizzard. So this person, literally, you can just ban someone in Overwatch now if you go report, and it'll just take you down. That's fucking great. I love Blizzard so much. This person, Matt Gio, says, hi, I've submitted multiple appeals on a ticket number. I have not gotten a response telling me why I was banned, but I would also like to know why I was banned for so long. I was banned for an entire month and with no warnings. Blizzard, Janny comes in. Inappropriate language. Including 2 tickets you currently have open, you have contacted us 13 times on this. At some point, there are going to be penalties for GM harassment. Please stop. The answer isn't going to change, nor any more details will be forthcoming. Not a ban. And then he says, can I at least get examples of the language used so I know what not to say, as well as a reason for why the ban was so long? I'd also like examples of GM harassment that I have, because I don't know what I have said that is considered under that category. Blizzard Janny comes back. 13 tickets after you've been given an answer, Matt! They're so mad. They're so personally mad. They're fucking completely shitter-shattered just because a guy probably got banned because he said poo or something. And they're like, ban him! And he's like, hey, can I know why? You keep spamming us. This is harassment. And he says, I'm sorry for the plethora of tickets. I was just trying to get a main understanding of what was said that was so wrong that I don't say it again. I was just as confused as to how either suspension system has changed from prior times. Thank you for the response and sorry for taking time. Stop being nice to them. This person deserves to get shoved into a locker. This person did not get bullied enough in high school. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, did you hear this person? They literally this person got a ban for inappropriate language, which is stupid. And then he's now claiming harassment because the person is just like, hey, since it was only a temporary ban, can you tell me the literal words that got me banned so I can, not say them again? Because for some reason I still want to play your fucking garbage shit fucking infested game. And they're like, that's harassment to ask us.
Yeah, because
I can't.
Customer support jobs tend to be the entry level for a lot of people. This person probably at some point played a Blizzard game, talking about the CS rep, was super excited to work at Blizzard, understands that they have power in this position because people want to use the product, is abusing that point of power to then be an asshole and fucking push their ideology on people. And then they're crying because they're being pushed back, because in the current state of society, if you even mildly disagree with something, it's now considered harassment.
Yeah.
This is why I always say when people claim harassment, they better fucking come with proof and receipts of what the fucking harassment is, because I can literally just say to you, why did this happen? And you can say, you're harassing me. How dare you? Now you're going to be blocked because you're being rude to a CS rep or whatever the fuck you want to fucking say. Go fuck yourself. This person needs to be shoved in a locker. I agree.
Yeah. Just a couple more.
Yes, I did hear that.
Just one more here. Could you tell me the reason for my suspension? If it was something negative or offensive, I am sorry. Again, these people are apologizing. They shouldn't, because Blizzard does not deserve your apologies. But they, they paid money for this game and they've invested a ton of time in this game. I have played hundreds of hours of Overwatch and I never want to play it again. Excuse me 1 second. I'm going to sneeze, or I'm not. Oh God, it's Blizzard. Blizzard says that inappropriate chat, Jan. This has been reviewed and upheld. To which I said, your reminder, you should never play Blizzard games. Did someone reply to me? They just laughed at that. And a final note on this here from Dupree. He says, my ban will stand. All 3 cases are not abusive whatsoever. I'm clearly not flaming a teammate, as everything is in match chat. Previous suspensions should not matter, as they were caused by the same thing. Report volume is irrelevant because OTP Rain cannot compete. GG. Let's see here. And then the response to the ticket was, okay, this is just him talking to Blizzard. Here's the Blizzard response. Thanks for following us regarding your Overwatch 2 account. The current suspension of 1 month is not the result of what was said specifically, but it is a result of how often we have informed you that your in-game communications were not adhering to our code of conduct. Over the past 12 months, your account has been reported for in-game communication many times, and after reviewing those reports, we issued several silences and suspensions to remind you of the code of conduct and give you opportunities to correct the behavior. This suspension is the 6th penalty we have issued to your Overwatch 2 account. As mentioned on Twitter, we review reported chats for language that may be inappropriate and for chat that might otherwise be considered harassment, disruptive, even if swearing is not involved. So literally, I guess he can just be aggressive or something, or maybe it's up to them. It's whatever they want. Like, at this point, if you use the in-game chat in Overwatch,
at this point, it's I don't like you, you're banned.
Yes.
So do they not get because I care more about single player experience than multiplayer. I do both, but do they not get access to the license if they get banned in this way? Like, is this completely you can't even play the game, or is this you can't chat in the game?
He cannot play the game while he's banned.
So then give people a fucking refund and say
No
see ya.
refunds,
Like, if
yeah.
you're gonna fucking do this and remove someone's license or whatever it might be, access to their license because, oh, we didn't like the way you said something, okay, give me my fucking money back, you fucking piece of shit, and I'll move on and never touch your game again. Fuck you.
Right.
Like, this is insane. There needs to be some kind of fucking recourse for this now.
I
If
agree.
these companies are going to try to ban people and say, oh, yeah, you paid for our game, we don't like how you're playing our game, so now you're going to be banned from our fucking game, great. When you press the ban button, it should offer me an automatic refund. And then I won't buy your game again because I think you're a piece of shit for acting like this. But then it doesn't financially benefit them, so that's never going to fucking happen. They should stop killing games in more ways than one, I gotta say. Like,
Yeah.
that's just insane. Like, fuck off.
And Blizzard did give examples of how.
Have a good night, patience.
Have a good night, patience. Blizzard did give examples of why they banned this guy. Can you shut the fuck up? fuck off, and just shit on you, lol. Those are 3 of their examples for why they banned him and eliminated him from this tournament and everything. So shut the fuck up, fuck off, and just shit on you. That's it. To keep reading his statement here. Very clear banter between me and someone else I know in case 1 and 3. Why would I type lol or can if I was genuinely trying to harass someone? Even when I can get unbanned next month, 0 reason to queue when I know I'll just get permabanned for typing GG or being in voice chat. Last thing I'll say on this is that I'm really not devastated about the specific punishment, just horrible knowing that someone can get permabanned if people report them enough times. I hope my efforts to help spark some change with Blizzard's punishment system in the future. So, yeah, this was a great reminder of why I fucking hate modern Blizzard. I cannot stand modern Blizzard. They are not the Blizzard of old. This is not the Warcraft 3 Blizzard. This is not the original World of Warcraft Blizzard. This has become the most, like, weak, docile, and just, like, jannying thing I have ever seen. They are an insufferable, pathetic worm of a company, and I just have to say, they don't deserve your time or your money at all. So, yeah, I don't think any of these people should be apologizing for their bans. I would celebrate getting banned from a Blizzard game, meaning I'd never have to fucking play their shit again. This is absurd, and I just hate the audacity of how they talk to people that are just begging for their accounts to be reinstated. People are fans of you. They have given you their time and their money and everything, and you're just like, no, I'm not going to do it. This is going to be upheld. I'm the king. You're not. You have to leave now, and it's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. So I've said it before. I'll say it a million times. Stop playing Blizzard games. They are so close to being fucking dead, and they deserve it. It just needs to stop. This is not the Blizzard that they once were. And it's sad to say, but yeah, this just made my blood boil, and it was particularly how the customer service guy on Twitter responded. Because they could have just been cold and been like, yeah, this is our policy. Sorry, bud. It is what it is. This is the thing we're going with now. I get it. Or something.
There's a lack of quality control in these large companies. The problem, you just get like 1 or 2 rogue people that have the power to invalidate an $80 purchase.
And that's the thing, is you can tell that this person loves the power, and they love holding that power over these people. Yeah. That's their whole fucking life. They're enjoying and reveling in the fact that they're banning people over the most minor things. And like the Blizzard employee said in the email, you don't even have to swear. So then what is it? It's literally whatever they deem as not within their guidelines, which is the most broad thing ever. If you play a Blizzard game, why would you ever talk again? Why would you ever be in voice chat again? Remember when we were playing Halo the other day and how we were having fun talking shit about each other, and like just having overall freedom to do our thing? You can't do that in Blizzard games anymore. You just can't, or you risk a ban. And that's why when you play modern multiplayer games, all you get in your ears is silence. That doesn't make memorable memories. And that's what I loved about multiplayer gaming. Those unique experiences that you could only get by being in voice chat with people all around the world and playing a game together. And that was something super special, and Blizzard and other companies like it that put these people into positions of power are completely taking that away. So fuck them. And I will say fuck shit and ass constantly. You know what? I'm tempted to reinstall Overwatch just so I can go fuck shit, fuck shit, fuck shit, fuck shit, fuck you. Milk fridge. I will do it.
We can't even play the first fucking Overwatch anyways.
Yeah.
So there's no point. But they're always going to just say, well, you signed off on our TOS and all this shit.
Which has been changed over time.
All of these games, all of these fucking games, they just, in the beginning of the game, when you just want to get into it and play the game, now they're like, oh, you have to like press accept on this first. You have to press accept on this first, then you can launch your game. So then they just probably sneak this in there that we can revoke your license for any reason under the sun.
Yep.
Well, I'm sorry, but at this point, this game is not mine. If you're literally going to say, I don't like the way that you speak to me, I can take away that purchase that you just did and not allow you to have access to that license. I don't know. I mean, you can only do so much in this situation. The company is not going to change the way that it responds. You just have to make a conscious decision on your own end. Are you willing to take the risk with your 80, 100, whatever amount of money you're investing in this game? and knowing that if you behave the way that you want to behave, they can possibly take that away from you. And this is why for our community events, I really try not to use in-game chat unless it's like something that adds to it, like Lethal Company, it makes sense. But because like Xbox is trying to incorporate all this kind of shit too, where there's like AI and shit that reads your conversations
through Call of
voice
Duty.
chat.
Yeah.
And Ubisoft has their thing where they send the good game guide to you and all this shit. So I mean, Discord is probably heading down that road too. Eventually, it might start monitoring voice chats more closely. Who fucking knows?
Yep.
Let's just keep trying to find ways to play games normally and be normal human fucking beings in this world. That's all I can say on it. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, so that was my opening story, and I'm ready to go to the next one. If you are, it just made my fucking blood boil. But don't worry,
Is it a white pill? Please give me.
It's a white pill. It's a white pill. Don't worry. Don't worry. So, are you ready for story number 2, Kay? Okay, perfect. So, to go from a company that has fallen so hard and they've ruined.
1 second.
Yeah.
Neo says Discord is pretty woke. You may need to move to Gilded at some point. We have a Gilded. We just don't use it. It's like a backup in case we need it. So if you guys want access to the Gilded, let me know. I can give it to you.
Yeah, no, I personally am fully aware, and I said this from day one, that it's just like Discord can go like that. No, like easily. So, and that's part of the reason that we stream, as many places as we can. Twitch, Kick, Rumble, YouTube, because like any of those can go at any point for any reason. So yeah, it's smart to spread yourself everywhere, and I'm really good at spreading myself. So, yeah, definitely. All right, so here's a white pill for you, Kay. At least it is for me. Here's some happiness, because that last story did make me super fucking
Just
mad.
want to say hi to Gino and Fallen Angel who have just joined us. Hello.
Hello, guys. Hey, Fallen Angel, saying fellow moon crickets. Don't say that in Overwatch chat. Ho ho. They're gonna go fucking apeshit. You can't say that. So here's a white pill. It's about Halo. We were talking about how much fun we had in Halo and all this stuff, but I remember years ago, I think about 6 years ago, there was a special little thing that came across the internet, and I wrote a little thing for it. I need to pull this up here. There it is. And that little thing was called Halo Online. Now, Halo Online was beautiful and it was magical. And I actually got like a little memory like in my phone saying, "Hey, you took this screenshot 6 years ago." And on April 20th, I just posted this screenshot on Twitter as a little reminder of what Halo Online was, aka Eldewrito. And there was a screenshot from me playing Eldewrito way back. Literally the next day, it's fucking back. It's fucking back, which is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Eldewrito Halo Online is back, baby. So if you don't know what Halo Online, aka Eldewrito, is, let me explain it to you here. Halo Online, back in the 2010s, was intended to be a fully released, free-to-play version of Halo 3 multiplayer exclusively for the Russian market, developed by Saber Interactive and published by Innova Systems, but it got canceled. Oh, give me that sweet gameplay. There we go. So yes, it got canceled. However, a team of modders turned it into Eldewrito and released it to the public, and it was beautiful. Unfortunately, back in the day, Microsoft kindly, quote-unquote, asked the moderators to shut it down, despite it being free, and that effectively killed Eldewrito, until just a few days ago, when a new team of modders got their hands on it and dropped a massive update. Oh my god, Eldewrito Halo Online is back, baby. If you weren't there to play this back in like 2016, 2017, it was peak Halo PC experience. It's effectively Halo 3 with a lot of quality of life shit, working wonderfully with mouse and keyboard controls, all this stuff. And let's go take a look right now at the update video over on Twitter from, oh my god. Well, I heard a thing. Oh, there's a thing. Alpha Evre coming in with the $20 super chat. And Al says, "What's up, guys? A story came out earlier this week that a third-party company went in and went in and captured millions of Discord chats and messages and is selling them to data brokers. They're not even affiliated with Discord. Well, fuck, Al. Thank you so much for that heads up. Yeah. And I appreciate that, Al, and I hope your night's going well. And thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I will say, and I'll say this to everybody, we have a Discord. We love hanging out with you guys over on Discord. You know, we go on it every single day, and we love seeing you there. However, it's still Discord. I highly recommend everybody that's in our Discord treat it similar to Twitter. Treat it like a public forum. It's not private. We operate our Discord on a free speech basis, meaning anyone can say anything to anybody as long as it falls within free speech laws. So, yeah, there's a good reminder from Al. Thank you again, Al. Don't put any private information into Discord, even in your DMs. If you're talking to people privately, don't put private shit.
Just because somebody joins our Discord tomorrow or whatever, and you might get along with them, you should always exercise caution with anyone you interact with on the internet, and you shouldn't like release information that you don't want public. That's just my general advice in life. But yeah, James said it perfectly. Like we said, it's a free speech Discord. You can say whatever you want in our Discord. But just be aware that anyone can also enter the Discord at any point. You see that I get in Twitter battles sometimes, James gets into them sometimes. There might be people that don't like what him and I are saying too, and they might come into that Discord. So just because somebody automatically joins doesn't always mean that they're going to be your best friend, right? Like, just exercise caution with anything that's public, and, you know, don't give too much of yourself that you don't want other people to know.
Exactly. Gino says, so I can share my penis there? Yes, but just expect that there will be a Chinese businessman that is paying for your penis. So you can. But all these Chinese businessmen are going to see your penis and offer 50,000 yen for it or whatever. So just be aware of that, Gino. But thank you so much, Al. That was a great PSA. And yeah, guys, protect your private information. Hey, it's the internet. Nothing on the internet stays private. Let me tell you, folks. So, you know, if you have secrets, you know, tell your significant other. Tell your close real life friends. Because the internet's a crazy place there. Don't share that shit. Don't share things on the internet that's private there. Internet Crusader says, nonsense. I will treat every single one of them like my personal best childhood friend. Let's go. Who wants to see my... No, anyway. Isn't yen Japanese? Canadian? I don't fucking know. Maybe, you know what? To see Gino's penis, the Chinese are using Japanese currency. It's wild. It's absolutely wild.
Fallen Angel, to answer your question, you can say whatever you want in Discord. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care. It'll be funny.
You are responsible for your own words. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, we're not responsible. Unlike other people, that is the dumbest thing you can do. I claim and take no responsibility for the actions of people that watch us. You are all individuals. None of you agree with me that Duke Nukem Forever is great. So why would I take responsibility for any of you? We're just hanging out here. No responsibility on anybody at all. Should I keep talking about the white pill? Thank you so much, Al. So yes, that effectively was Halo Online. If you didn't experience it back in the day, you missed like a flash in a pan, diamond in a rough. It only lasted like a couple weeks or something. It's still technically carried on after, but the original modders like abandoned it and it kind of just fell apart. So you could still play it, but it was dead. But it's fucking back and it's peak Halo. Let's take a look right now at this update video from Mythic Jackie over on Twitter. Let's hit it.
And Eldewrito dropped a new update. Now, Microsoft did kind of come down on this before.
Didn't press the button. I'm restarting it.
Yesterday, something pretty unexpected happened, and Eldewrito dropped a new update. Now, Microsoft did kind of come down on this before the MCC dropped on PC, but I'm seeing a lot of people making videos on this again, so you know what? I'm taking the risk. Microsoft, please don't smite me. Now, let's get into the update, and right off the bat, we're getting fucking mod support in the server browser, which is huge for the game. For those of you that have played Halo Custom Edition back in the day, it works very much like that, where you join a server and it'll automatically download the modded maps for you. There's playable elites now with both assassination and sprint animations. Kinda crazy how Eldewrito has that and Halo Infinite doesn't, but you know, let's move on. Unarmed combat is now in Eldewrito, so now you can go throw hands on lockout or something. which is pretty cool. I could already see a couple custom games coming from that. Man, there's fucking emotes now that can also be modded, so it's only a matter of time before you're seeing Spartans and Elites grittying. They also added support for campaign and firefight within Eldewrito, so that'll be pretty cool for some modded stuff. Lots of quality of life and bug fixes for the rest of the patch notes, so if you're interested in that, head into the description to look at the full patch notes. So yeah, if you've never experienced Eldewrito and you're on PC, I highly recommend it. It's definitely the peak Halo experience on PC right now, and you have nothing to worry about playing it. Microsoft only cracked down on the last update for people that were streaming the game and distributing downloads. If any of you guys have played the 0.6 update, comment below what your favorite mode to play was. Also, before I go, I might host a game night on Eldewrito in my Discord server, so if you're not already in there, make sure you check the description and join up.
So fucking good. I love it so much. As that video pointed out, new Eldewrito update lets you join modded servers and automatically downloads the mods needed. Take notes, Master Chief Collection. So yeah, it's got all this wacky shit. It's got all this crazy shit. And you can just look at the server browser and then click it. And then it'll be like, hey, you're missing mods for this. Boom, you got them. You're in immediately. And one of the popular mods I saw was they added the Lancer from Gears of War. And so imagine Spartans walking around with a chainsaw gun and everything, and you can chainsaw other Spartans. It's fucking crazy. So I actually came across Eldewrito coming back because everyone was like, this is the new Gears. We don't need Gears now. This is better than Gears. Eldewrito is back from the dead again. Halo Insanity returns to PC. So here's just some screenshots here. Oh my god, it's just as beautiful as it was.
Want to say hi to Crazy T, Static, and Fractured Filter.
How's it going, everybody? So, and then here's more screenshots. There it is, the beautiful Halo 3 menu system. Oh my god, it looks so fucking glorious. There's the server browser, the main way you would play. I know that it did reach its peak players ever recently because of this, and I just want to say this was my response to it. You're as beautiful as the day I lost you. I love you, Eldewrito, and I'm so freaking happy you're back. Get fucked, Microsoft! I love it. Guys, let me know if any of you end up playing Eldewrito. It's peak. It's peak. I will say, if you download it, there's a funny scenario going on, so I can't wholeheartedly recommend this. You have to be careful. You have to be PC savvy and everything, because if you try to download it, your downloader will actually flag it. Your Windows Defender will flag it as a virus. So I just want to do that PSA, full disclosure here. There is like a virus checker that you can find if you actually go through the steps of Eldewrito. And if anyone's curious, I can send those to you. Yeah, there is a virus checker, and it says there's no viruses here. It's automatically flagged. And then the current team that's working on Eldewrito, they've actually contacted Microsoft to say like, hey, can you get this so it's like marked as safe in Windows Defender? Which a lot of people are like, are you guys fucking dumb? You literally just contacted Microsoft to not get flagged as a virus when your game is a canceled Microsoft product that they've already shut down multiple times. So play Eldewrito before it's gone again, because it's gonna be gone again. It's gonna be fucking gone. They literally contacted Microsoft to say like, hi, we're back. So yeah, there is that caveat. And also, if you're wondering why we haven't streamed it yet, it is iffy to stream. That is mainly what has been cracked down on before, is distributing links to it and streaming it. So it is definitely recommended for you just to play and have fun in, but streaming it can be iffy. I looked up and there is some people streaming it, but everyone knows, everyone that remembers the original Eldewrito, it comes with a little bit of a risk. And then also you can't actually distribute the GitHub link, which you can find on the internet. So there is that. There is some fishiness, but if you're savvy with a computer and you want to dive in, it's peak. It's peak Halo. Okay, any thoughts before we go to the next story?
Not something I'm personally passionate about, but always happy to see fans happy. It's clear that a lot of people resonate with Eldewrito. I remember hearing about Eldewrito years ago, even though I'm not a Halo fan. And yeah, I just love this kind of shit. I love when we see a return. Microsoft, please don't shut it down. You probably will try again, but I hope you rise from the ashes again, because this is what people want.
Yep.
So if Microsoft's not willing to make their product good enough for what the fans want, then the fans are going to make the product good enough for them. And I always encourage that.
I will not be surprised when it inevitably gets shut down again. So that's why I really wanted to get in while the iron's hot, while not a lot of people are knowing about it. All it's going to take is an IGN or someone to report on this, and then it's gone. The last time Eldewrito got shut down, it was because the Master Chief Collection was getting released on PC. But yeah, people love it, and they know that it's peak Halo. When we were playing the Master Chief Collection in our community nights, I literally had someone come on Kick and say, play Eldewrito, it's better. And it's like, I know. I know it's better. I know it's the best. Is it easy for people to enter? Is it the most accessible Halo that works for a community night? Absolutely not. But I think that we have some people that hang out with us that will definitely want to give this a try. So I needed to give this a spotlight, and I needed to say, peak Halo is back, baby, and it's called Eldewrito. So again, if you're looking into Eldewrito, tread lightly, be careful. I've even seen debate whether or not it actually does give a virus. I'm pretty confident it does not, but the risk is there. Full disclosure, look into everything, do your due diligence. But people have been having a blast with it, so I love to see it.
Sounds like people in chat are pretty excited about it. We got Crazy Landlow, hello Crazy Landlow, saying, hey, the male and female options based. And yeah, people are just talking about how it's awesome. Fallen Angel says, can you add custom soundtracks?
Ooh, that's a good question. I haven't seen that, but that would be fucking sweet, man. I've always said I love the idea of DLC for games or mods for games, like just to make the game sound old. So I like if you are a long-standing franchise or something, there's something that I think works really well, and I rarely see games do this, where you're playing the new version of the game, but everything about it sounds old. Because audio usually ages beautifully, and so does music. And so I love when games can give you the new updated look, but you return to the original audio. So yeah, that would be super cool to see. That I would absolutely love to see that. It's totally open to you guys. So whatever you guys want to mod in and whatever you guys want to do with it, as long as Eldewrito lasts, it's in your hands. There's so many opportunities to do insane, crazy shit. And you saw how wonderful it is just to join a server that has mods. You just go, you need these mods to join the server. Would you like to download them? Click yes. You're now in. That's it. It's wonderful. It's super wonderful. So I love it. Okay, let me know when you're ready for the next story. It is not as happy.
Oh no. Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, you ready for the next story here?
Here, let me read Fractured's comment first because I don't really understand it, but you might. Fractured says, what a wild thing that SOE said sure to people emulating SWG so long as they made the code, etc., but could use some base things, but allowed to revive SWG, but microshit won't allow this. Yeesh.
Yes. And then there's also been debate. There's been a lot of debate on Halo Online and Eldewrito and all that stuff because like people want to enjoy Halo again. People want to have fun again. And the Halo fans that like Eldewrito are very passionate. And, you know, I'm one of them. Is it perfect? No, it's absolutely not perfect. But it's fucking damn great, and it respects Halo multiplayer as it should be. But yeah, Microsoft sees this as competition. It even though it's distributed for free, you know, it is their work, and you can have the debate that they can shut it down if they want to. But the thing is, they're making no profit off of it.
But it does make sense why they consider competition, because the Master Chief Collection should technically be the ultimate thing you go to as a Halo fan, right? So
yeah, I agree. So we will see how long it lasts. I am very curious if any of you fellas jump into Halo Online, Eldewrito, and give it a shot and let me know what you think. And I just want to see this thing last. I would love to see this thing become even more accessible. You know, get past that weird virus thing that they're dealing with right now. So we'll see. We'll see if it lasts a week.
I want to give a small update on our first story about Overwatch.
Yeah.
JB has decided to contact Overwatch and write fuck shit over and over and over again.
Let's go! Oh my god. I apologize if you get banned. Don't do that if you want to keep your account, because you will probably get banned for it. But
So, that is in our shit posting channel right now, and he posts a screenshot just as fuck shit over and over and over again.
that's
It gave me a good laugh.
amazing. That's
I-
amazing. Hell yeah.
I also want to thank the 20 people watching us on YouTube.
Oh
so
my
altogether,
God.
we have almost 30 people watching us across platforms at the moment. Thank you guys. And also, we had 2 subs on YouTube and 1 on Rumble, which didn't give us all the notifications for. But
Thank you guys so
thank
much.
you if you're following us. Appreciate it.
Hell yeah. JB says, I don't give a fuck. I don't have a Blizzard account. So they're going to ban you. And it's like, you strike me down, I'll just make another. And another one. And another one. Oh, all right. Let's go over to our next story. Okay, I don't think you know
Have
about...
a good night, Sataniel.
Sataniel, have a good night, buddy. Thank you for hanging out, man. This next story is to round it out with more censorship. If you notice, there's a theme in our episode here. There's a whole lot of censorship going on. This one is insane. Okay, let's get into it. There was no warning. 2K faces community backlash after banning leading WWE 2K24 creator. What the Status is known for uploading content that is usually inaccessible to players. 2K is facing a community backlash following its decision to ban a popular WWE 2K24 creator. On April 22nd, What the Status, a creator known for uploading content that is usually inaccessible to players, took to X to announce that all of his uploads, which amounted to dozens of wrestlers and other content, had been removed from the game without warning. The following day, he claimed he'd been permanently banned from playing the game online, thus losing all access to its community creation features with no option to appeal. We were recently, quote, alerted to this account that this account has been associated with inappropriate content. Read a message allegedly displayed to What's the Status when he logged into the game. I'm sure they didn't actually list the inappropriate content. This is a violation of our end user license agreement, which every player accepts prior to accessing 2K24 Online's features. Asked for clarification on the ban, a 2K spokesperson told VGC, the player in question has received an indefinite ban due to violations of terms. Mods which negatively impact the game experience for other players violate our terms. Our primary concern is a positive WWE 2K24 experience for all players. So, and then What's the Status here has posted it. I'm going to take off my Bear Vipers for a second so I can read this here. Permanent online ban. We are recently alerted that this account has been associated with inappropriate content. This is a violation of our EULA. Yeah, okay, so that was the same thing there. And What's the Status says they removed my uploads, not me. No idea what I will do next, as this is overall tedious and boring at this point. Appreciate the support regardless of what happens next. It's not clear exactly which content was deemed to have violated 2K's terms, but What's the Status is known for uploading content that is usually inaccessible to players, such as hidden models of certain wrestlers or characters that appear in the game but aren't playable, such as the in-game commentators. Notably, in 2K24, he uploaded versions of every female wrestler in the game, enabling them to wrestle against male wrestlers, something the standard game doesn't allow. Due to his reputation for uploading this type of content, What's the Status developed a large following in the WWE games community. Following his ban, many players have expressed anger at 2K. Free Status briefly trended in the United States and Canada this week. The trend featured thousands of posts in which players expressed their frustration about the ban. Quote, what I'm seeing happen to What's the Status is extremely upsetting and disappointing, wrote prominent WWE 2K community creator Omega Man X44. WWE Games, this is a massive mistake and alienating a large chunk of your community. This person says, I'm sure it goes without saying, but any creations have been working on or helping out with are now on hold. We are a community for a reason, and with everything going on right now, it's important that we all make a stand and support one of our own. VGC reached out to What the Status to ask who asked to be referred to as Status rather than a legal name in order to clarify the situation. He said, there was no warning shot. It just happened. Usually there's a process of 3 strikes, a 24-hour ban, 2 weeks, permanent ban. I didn't even get an email stating the reason for the ban. When asked about the likelihood that 2K will have to maintain the standards of their license partner in WWE, specifically regarding intergender wrestling, Status asked for the same treatment as everyone else. I was banned with no warning and no confirmation on what caused it, so it could be anything. I wasn't the first nor the only one to upload intergender content, but I get hit and everyone else gets away with it. At the time of writing, VGC was able to easily find community creation content which allowed intergender wrestling that has been downloaded tens of thousands of times. Quote, when their official influencers are telling people that where to download this stuff from other users other than myself, nothing happens to anyone. WWE games don't pay attention to community creations. It's just a target on me. The creator was keen to note that he publicly refused to upload the hidden character model of Vince McMahon in response to the ongoing legal issues surrounding the WWE former chairman. And if you don't know, pretty much Vince McMahon is currently being canceled. He's being Benoit from his own company. It's insane. So they're like hiding him in the game and like blacklisting him, similar to what they did with Benoit, even though he created WWE in its current form. And everyone knows Vince McMahon. And so this happening to him from his own company is hilarious and insane and crazy, no matter what you feel about the situation. He's literally in a cutscene in WWE 2K24, and he's blurred out. We talked about that on a previous podcast. So sounds like this guy refused to remove the Vince McMahon character. I uploaded Roman Reigns with his hair up in a man bun from My Rise, and one patch later you cannot download that Roman Reigns model anymore because WWE Games blocked users from doing so. But do you want to know who you can still download? The hidden Vince McMahon model. So now tell me how that isn't targeted. Oh, okay, interesting. The issue of uploading hidden models doesn't appear to be a black and white one, as Status claimed 2K permitted him to upload several hidden models in 2K22. At the time of writing, a growing number of prominent figures in WWE games space have shown public support for Status, including some that were previously affiliated with 2K. Another popular community creator, Defract, announced on Wednesday that he has left 2K's Next Makers program, seemingly partly in response to the banning of What the Status. Defract says, this afternoon, I've requested to leave 2K's Next Makers program. I've always used the program as an opportunity to feedback the community's concerns, bugs, suggestions, etc. However, in the light of a few evolving factors, I made a decision to step back from that role. The Next Makers program is 2K's influencer partnership program, which sees creators partners with 2K to receive early access to the game for recording content. This program was also intended for creators to provide feedback to 2K. However, many in the community doubt how much feedback is provided. One issue that has been routinely highlighted is the apparent lack of content filtering on the Community Creations tab, which allows players to upload custom images. What was intended to be used to upload logos and graphics to be used in arenas and on t-shirts for in-game wrestlers has been instead flooded with explicit imagery, for example. VGC was able to find explicit images within the first 2 pages of the new tab on Community Creations. So, that's that story. And also,
Yeah,
I have
this
more
is
on it,
just
but Kay, if you want to comment, go for it before I continue on
This
it.
is just like a weird story because I saw this and I was like, why are you taking down someone's creations? Like the whole point is it's a character creator. And they've always had like dream matches and stuff like that. Like you can create a character. Like we downloaded like Mike Matei and shit. Like and
Bugs
the
Bunny and
outfit,
Elmo,
right?
yeah.
The Gobbledygooker we downloaded. Like there's so many like characters that you can make in this. And any create a character game. So when I first saw the story, I thought it was bizarre, but I thought maybe they were violating it with like some sort of, like profanity or something, and that was why. But reading this story, it doesn't sound like that's even the case. So I'm curious to hear what else is there, and I can go into my opinion more. But that's weird. That it's just purely on like, is it because of the intergender thing, or is it because of like wrestlers that they don't want included in there for people to work around and like use wrestlers in the game that they shouldn't because they're not part of the roster? Like that's what's confusing me.
To me it feels like for me personally, I don't like modern wrestling games. I love wrestling. I think the last modern wrestling game I really enjoyed was 2013, and that was mainly because it had an Attitude Era like simulator or what do you call it?
Was
Game
that the
mode
WrestleMania Moments one, or was that a different one?
It was Attitude Era themed, that one, and
The
so
Stone
it was
Cold
like
one, right?
Yeah, CM Punk was on the cover of that one.
Yeah, okay.
But then wrestling games, in my opinion, haven't been amazing since 2007. So they have really gone. If you're not a wrestling fan, they've really gone downhill. They have gone more simulation, and they're more of like as if they were made by EA. Whereas everyone's favorite wrestling games were in the PS2, Xbox era, GameCube era, and that was like the SmackDown versus Raw and SmackDown in general. Also, N64 had No Mercy, and those games are more arcadey and fun, and you could treat them almost like you do a fighting game or something with like a really cool story mode, because the whole point of wrestling is, the story and the fighting combined. And so you don't even have to be a wrestling fan to appreciate those old games. But now they've gone more milquetoast, more bland. But the reason I buy one of them every generation is for the modding and for the community and all this stuff that they build. I mainly buy it just so I immediately go and I look at the community creations tab and I download hundreds of wrestlers that aren't in the game. And I actually usually stick to actual wrestlers because I just like wrestling. Because the roster will only be like, 60 to 100 wrestlers, but like it will stick to mainly the modern era. But I like wrestling going back to the early 80s, late 70s. So I want to get all these people, all the WCW people, ECW people, all this shit. And I want to have one huge wrestling universe game. And that's why I get like one per gen. I don't get it year to year because just like EA, it's like very minimal updates and it's overpriced as shit. And they're usually pretty garbage and boring to play. So it's funny to me that they're going after the main reason I think, at least I buy this game, which is the mods and the creation, to have a modern wrestling game that works, that you can have fun with and like create all this wacky stuff. Do I want Sting to fight Hillbilly Jim? Now I can through mods. Do I want Hulk Hogan to come out to Voodoo Child? Now I can. Undertaker to come out to Limp Bizkit. But yeah, so we'll keep going on here. The main thing I want to add is it's not just what the status. They're now cracking down on everybody. Prince Marty M says, it's a sad day, y'all. Unfortunately, all my creations have now been taken down by WWE games as well. I'm not sure what to do at this point. Doing this for y'all is my escape, and it helps a lot with my mental health, and I just don't understand what they get for doing this. And this woman here said, watching WWE games and 2K nuke their community in real time is horrendous. 2K25 might actually be a huge pass for me, and I genuinely love the series. The fun isn't there for me if the creators aren't. When it comes to niche games like this, you need the community. And this person here says, this is, let me expand this here. This is the worst excuse I've ever heard. Let me translate this. What the status and Prince are doing is bad because they want people to have fun. We just want your money. I'm about to release myself from the 2K series. 2K, to this guy, has confirmed to me that 2K24 creator What the Status has received an indefinite ban over the terms of service violations. The player in question has received an indefinite ban due to violations of terms. Mods, which negatively, we covered this in the article, impact the game experience for other players and violate our terms. So they're not actually specifying why.
Yeah, they're not specifying like what. I don't even know what characters are being banned or anything.
And then this other modder that isn't even what's the status is also saying mods which negatively impact the game. Okay, so why were we banned? And then here, I'll just read this this big post here super quick from Marty. I have a lot of things I need to get off my chest with the 2K and video game developers. What happened to the love? What happened to the game released over 20 years ago? The difference between game developers in the 2000s and in the current day is night and day. Games used to be made with passion and the consumers in mind. In this day and age, the only thing on their mind is revenue. That is why we can't have and won't have the endless features and arenas to go even after 20 years of technological development. And here comes the pain and shut your mouth. You could roam endlessly. Arrows take you elsewhere. Go to Times Square, climb buildings, etc. Yet 20 years later, we're force-fed the same singular backstage area for 3 to 4 years and minor improvements. This is the time for 2K to show their community how they really feel about us and that they care about the community they supposedly made their game for. But with recent actions, it solidifies my stance that games aren't made with love anymore, but with only revenue in mind. Crazily enough, I have never made an arena for something coming as DLC and refused to do the WrestleMania 40 arena for 2K, and I was creating an ECW pack with the thought it was helping sales for the ECW Punk pack. I've been nothing but respectful to 2K. I put hours and hours of my lifetime and devoted to this just for trying to make your game better and make people buy your game and put money in your pockets while I do it solely to see the joy on people's faces, something that y'all work towards doing the opposite by attacking creators like us. We give the game life when y'all are too stagnant to do so because you want to focus on a play-to-win mode that nobody wins but you, instead of fixing the endless bugs or updating and fixing the mode that everyone plays, which is universe mode. And he's referring to, they pretty much have an ultimate team mode, if you guys are familiar with EA Sports and their ultimate team modes, which are in, like, you know, all of them, where you just collect cards and it's full of microtransactions. 2K is now doing the same. I think they're on their 3rd year of doing that. This was the year I finally thought WWE Games and its community were going to finally figure out its relationship and move into a new era by supporting each other and communicating and fixing issues while keeping an open line of communication so that everyone gets to enjoy the game they paid for. But they went and proved that the only people they care about is themselves. I will not stand for this.
This guy's going on a bit of a tangent. He's emotional.
All right.
It's
The final thing
point
I will
of the
say on
matter-
this is this quote here. I like this. 2K is declaring war on the creation community without realizing the creation community is like 95% of the reason why we buy this game every year, which is how I feel as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a case of a company like giving mods or whatever you want to call it, tools, right? People to mod, and then deciding arbitrarily to remove it. Now, are they doing this because they want to add that content themselves as DLC, so they don't want people to get too creative with the content creator? That's usually where my brain goes. It usually is a money trail, right? Like, are they concerned that people are getting too creative with this and then ultimately undercutting them when they're trying to release packs or like different kinds of characters for DLC or whatever it might be?
Yeah.
The other thing I wonder with the whole intergender thing, if that's a situation, is that makes no fucking sense, because we've seen that in wrestling before. So I don't see why that would be grounds to take down anything. It just doesn't make sense to me. But the third thing that my brain goes to is, isn't this the first 2K game under TKO? Because now they're
smart. Yeah,
it's not like just WWE anymore.
Yeah,
now
you're right.
it's TKO. So
Yeah.
is this a TKO issue?
No, you're 100% right. That could be it. That could absolutely fucking be it. I didn't even consider that. Good brain there. So under the Rock's management or whatever the fuck, if you guys don't know, with the Vince McMahon shit, with all this stuff, like WWE has been under this like behind the scenes shakeup and everything. Super complicated to follow who even owns the major rights to WWE at this point anymore. Does Vince have any power at all? He's got to have some. Like it's a fucking mess. It's owned by TKO. It's aligned with UFC. So yeah, no, that's a good point. This is the first game to be under that brand. And so somewhere behind the scenes, someone could be working and being like, we need to snip this, we need to cut this, we need to tighten our belt here. That's a good point.
So what I would say is they're probably not going to patch it out of this game, because that would require work from this company that doesn't do the work to begin with to even fix basic bugs.
Yes.
But I would imagine the next wrestling game is not going to have an as in-depth character creator, in my opinion. Like,
Yeah.
I think that they're going to strip a lot of features. So I would look out for that. I think that might be the direction they go in if they're actually pushing this because of like a copyright issue. I see that as the main motivation. And we've seen this on like YouTube and stuff too, where they're very aggressive in pulling people down if they play any wrestling music. That's always been the case, but maybe with the new management, they're understanding more of what their copyright is and they're being more aggressive there. So that's kind of what my brain went to listening to all of that, because I saw the initial story online and I was like, that's weird, but maybe they put something offensive. And then, like, hearing you go through more of the story, I'm like, this has to be a copyright thing. This has to be financial. Nightmare's here. Hello, Nightmare. Nightmare says 2K is owned by Take-Two and should be considered lost. And says, K, that's probably exactly what it is, just like how their fellow Take-Two subsidiary Rockstar started killing off GTA mods when they released those awful remasters.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, who knows? Like, maybe there will be more revealed in the future, but it sounds like they're getting bothered by people getting too creative with this creator.
Well, my problem with this is very much like, this is why, this episode has a theme here. And the theme is censorship. Even our white pill is in risk of fucking getting censored at any point. It's all these big companies that are taking you down and censoring you and not exactly saying why. So just like with Blizzard, why? Why did you take them down? And all these creators don't know why. And they're just giving these blanket statements, violated our terms, blah, blah, blah. But as I said previously when we took a pause in the story, the main reason people buy modern WWE games is not because they're good and fun, because they aren't. They're buying them because the mods are fun, and it's crazy to see what this community does. So they're going to fucking tank. Are they going to lose? Are they not going to turn a profit? Probably not, because these kind of games, they pretty much have a... what's the term? They have a stranglehold effectively on modern wrestling games. So if you do want a modern wrestling game, this is really the only one to get. There is other ones here and there, and there is the AW game, but like everything's garbage. Everything is fucking garbage, and at least this one has the wrestlers you like. So especially if you're a modern WWE fan and play video games, this is going to be the game you buy. So I think similar to EA, they've kind of put a monopoly on wrestling games, so it doesn't matter how much they destroy them. But they will lose some money, and they're going to lose their loyal fan base, and that's going to hurt them to a certain degree. And for me, like, if they get rid of all of this entirely, and if they get rid of like the character creator and the way to upload characters and download characters seamlessly, I will never buy another one again. I already don't want to buy them because I know they're not fun, and they don't have like the gameplay feel or any of the wrestlers I care about. So it's just, once again, another company that's going against its own fan base that just wants to play their games and support them and all this stuff. And even this last guy here, he was saying, like, I'm doing things to help people buy your game, and I'm doing it for free. He's not charging people money for this stuff. It would be another thing if he was releasing the game for free, or, you know, and it's like you could get like a pirated version of the game to use as mods or something. People are buying the game for this guy's mods and the other guy's mods and all this stuff, and they're doing it for free. So it's again, out of touch and insane.
My advice to the modding community for this game is, like, you have other options. Yes, they might not be the largest games in this, but you could tip the scales and give Yuke some power with AEW Fight Forever. I don't think that's a great game. I haven't played it yet myself, but I've seen very bad reviews of how that game runs.
I've been very tempted to get it used.
It's surprising because it's Yuke's, and Yuke's is responsible for some of the best wrestling games to ever exist. But again, you know, teams change, whatever. You can also go into Fire Pro Wrestling as well.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if there's any customization in WrestleQuest, but maybe there's some kind of partnership you can do there. So I do think the modding community has some power here, and they can move on to another wrestling game and kind of prop that game up if it also is character creator, or if you could do Nexus mods or whatever. I don't know the full extent. But at the end of the day, the WWE games are going to have the same buying power as like a Spider-Man game or a FIFA or anything, where it's like people are a fan of that entertainment casually, and they're normies, and they see that on the shelf, and they're like, oh, look, Cody Rhodes champion pickup game. And that's what's going to happen. Right? So yes, those games will always get their sales, and that company is very much aware of it, and they're going to continue on. Will I completely boycott these games forever? I don't know, because if they actually improve the games, I still might consider buying one in the future, but I just need more answers on why they're censoring it. I don't think this is right to do to those creators. It is still their product at the end of the day. They still technically can stop mods if they don't like them, but I'm not a fan of that, so... like I said, those people shouldn't give up, though. Like, they shouldn't be like, okay, I'm never going to make mods again. It's like, just go make it on a different game. And yeah, it's just bullshit.
If you want a little bit of a white pill here, like Kay said, if anyone listening is a modder and wants to drop WWE and go to a different game, it unfortunately doesn't seem like AEW Fight Forever is the way, but there is a little game I know about that is very okay, but it's also, more importantly, a throwback to the old days, and that is Wrestling Empire. And this came out a couple years ago, July 2021, and this is very much a Walmart effective love letter to the No Mercy game. So this doesn't play like SmackDown versus Raw. This plays more like No Mercy, and that is intentionally what it is. And you have the whole roster there, but they're all named like, you know, like they have fake names, Alpha Mel, Scorbens. Like, nobody is like named exactly who they are, but it kind of looks like them. And I did play this because there's a free demo on Steam, so you can give it a shot. It also goes pretty cheap. Just the default price is $25.99 Canadian, but it does go on sale. But you can give it a free demo shot right here. And this review is great. If you want no restrictions in a wrestling game, this is the game to play. Another review: commit mass murder, fight your boss, kill your boss, die. So there you go. Is it the most visually stunning game? Absolutely not. But most people love either the SmackDown series or the No Mercy series. And
This
if
looks
you
awesome.
and if you
I didn't know
miss
this was a thing.
yeah, and if you it's on the Switch as well, so I assume it's on Xbox, PlayStation, but I know it's on the Switch. But for mods and everything, which I assume the main reason anybody would want to get this is mods, it's on Steam and it goes super cheap. Look at this guy with the afro here. This is great. So yeah, this might be something worth checking out for all you wrestling fans and all you wrestling modders out there.
That's awesome. I'm gonna go through a little bit of chat here. Oh, one second first. Nightmare dropped $5. Thank you so much, Nightmare. Says even modding sites like Nexus themselves censor mods for being offensive.
Yeah.
I put my mods on the Based Mod site now. Hey, I didn't know that Based Mods was a site. Is that like the actual name of it, or is it you're calling it a Based Mod site? Because I've been wondering if there's an open marketplace for mods. I don't like how Nexus is handling them. So
I'll
thank
look it
you
up right
for
now.
mentioning that, and thank you for the $5. I'm interested because it's been on my mind for a little while now.
Thank
And
you so much,
Snapple Rye-
Nightmare and
Thank you,
Snapple Rai.
Nightmare. Snapple Rai came in saying, "Hey Melee Games, just want to drop by real quick and show some support. Personally enjoyed your Katamari stream recently, but hope to see more games in the future."
Oh,
well, thank you so
definitely.
much for the $10. And yeah, I mean, Katamari, we love Katamari here, so no pun intended. You'll
Yes.
probably see more.
My whole thing is that I stream whatever games I want when I want, and so I've been in a
Yep.
very big Katamari mood, and that's why I streamed it that day. And so we've been crazy, like scheduling all sorts of stuff here. We just did the Halo Community Night, 2 nights. We're going to be live this Saturday looking at 5 brand new games in the Gifted Games Gallery with our community. And then this Sunday is Steam Roulette. We're going to be looking at a ton of games. But if you want the single focused game streams, those I squeeze in any time I can, buddy. So thank you so much, Snapple Rai, for the $10 super chat. And I'm really glad you enjoyed that stream. If you guys missed it, that there was one challenge I did in Katamari that I was like, is this the fucking hardest thing I ever did on stream? I fucking thought Katamari was going to be this casual, fun, easygoing experience. I beat the first game easy. I failed once. And then you go into We Love Katamari, the sequel, and some levels, easy as pie. Other levels, pain. Suffering and pain. And I beat, at least so far, the hardest fucking level on stream, and it was grueling. I highly recommend checking it out. So thank you so much, Snapple Rai, for saying that. I appreciate it, man, and I'm really glad you're enjoying the show. And
thank you, Snapple Rai. Thank you, Nightmare.
Thank you, Nightmare.
I'm gonna look into that Based Mods thing, and yeah, we'll have plenty more game streams. We try to cram pack everything that we can into the channel, so you see all sorts of things, community events, singular streams, co-op streams, maybe some other special stuff soon. We've got more shows planned. So yeah, definitely stay tuned. There'll be a lot of different stuff.
We're doing everything. We ain't going anywhere.
I'm going to say one thing here on the bottom about Based Mods, and then I'm going to go read some chat about wrestling just because I think this is important. So Snapple Rai says, by the way, I unfortunately downloaded some mods from Based Mods and got a Trojan and had to re-image and reinstall my SSD. So be careful what you get there. So just wanted to throw that out there before I continue on with our other conversation.
Thank you for the heads
giving
up.
us that warning.
Yeah,
because that is important. Like when you're downloading mods, still make sure that your hardware is safe.
I'm gonna run to the washroom. I'm gonna be listening to wrestling chat, and then Kay, you catch up with chat. I will still be listening, and I'll be screaming out answers, and then we're gonna get into more news because we got so much. So hang tight, everybody. I'll be right back.
Do your thing. Do your thing. JB says, "Hey, I was polite about saying fuck shit 300 times. Honestly, that made my day. That was so fucking funny. I still can't believe, like, just that story. Starting with that story, it broke my brain so much, guys. Like, I fucking hate when people Janny and are like, you can't say fuck, you can't say shit. Go fuck yourself, you fucking piece of shit. I'll fucking say what I want." Fractured says, "Hell yeah, chat. If you haven't smashed that like, thumbs up, whatever, and share out the stream." Thank you so much, Fractured. I appreciate that. Sataniel says, "Boo," says, "Hey, and good night too." Good night to you, Boo, and have a good night again, Sataniel. I know you're probably long gone, but thank you again for hanging out. Elvis says, "I'm tempted to jump in Overwatch and spam fuck/shit just so I won't be tempted to play their games by getting myself banned. If you do, please let me know because that sounds hilarious." Let's see what else is going on here. And yeah, Fractured says, I was watching someone's video on this earlier today talking about the wrestling topic and said Wild had no idea this was happening. Fallen Angel says, you will never be a wrestler. JB says, don't care, Blizzard can stay mad. I think that's what you said. I can't read, apparently. Internet Crusader, Mr. Imp, says, so 2K is still shit? Yes, it is. Yeah, I mean, they have the monopoly on this shit, so they just don't fucking care. Fracture says, okay, that's something that wasn't covered. That's some iffy territory. Yeah, I'm still very confused, like, why they exactly banned it. I'm going to keep tabs on that story, because I hope that there's more information on that soon. Fractured says, it's funny, too, how in the game you can play as Brock Lesnar in the showcase mode. Is this in the newest one? But he isn't unlocked, unlike the other characters you wrestled. And yeah, had other matches, but no Lesnar unlocked. I wonder if he's like an extra character or what that is. That's bizarre. I will tell you with Brock Lesnar, it seems like they're slowly trying to erase him or at least put some distance as well. So for those who don't have the context, with Chris Benoit, he is somebody that's pretty much erased from wrestling at this point. You go watch old wrestling, he's blurred out or they cut his scenes out entirely. And then when you watch new wrestling, they might show like moments from the past, but they'll always like trim it out. Which is insane because there was an entire era named after Chris Benoit, the Toothless Aggression era, and he is so important to so many people's stories, including even, like, I would say people like Dominic because of his involvement with Eddie Guerrero. So it's insane how these people are so integrated and then they'll, like, remove them instead of just acknowledging, hey, something shitty happened, but we should still, like, show the history of these, you know, wrestlers and keep that intact. So Brock Lesnar is kind of going through similar, same with Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon, I believe, has been blurred out in the product now entirely, or I've seen him, like, cut out of certain scenes as well, which to me is, like, such a slap in the face because, I mean, I've said it very openly, even after all the allegations. I still believe that Vince McMahon is what made wrestling what it is today. He's the one that made that cross between entertainment and sports. It is sports entertainment because of Vince McMahon. He is responsible for that. You might not like how he handled all the bookings or how he treated some of the talent or whatever it might be, or how he treated people in his personal life. At the end of the day, Vince was like one of the best in wrestling, and he's on my Mount Rushmore. I think he made wrestling what it is today. So you shouldn't erase that. I think it's fucking retarded to do that, to erase somebody who's literally built what everyone is profiting off of today. And now they're doing this with Brock Lesnar, less so with Brock Lesnar, but essentially he's kind of got a distance. He hasn't been showing up to the shows. In a like press conference, I think after WrestleMania 40, I want to say, but it might have been like a show leading up to it. Triple H, who is now in charge of everything, essentially, was asked about Brock Lesnar, and he pretty much said Brock is being Brock, and he's back in Saskatchewan. So they're kind of treating Brock Lesnar as like, let's just put him out of the limelight for a little bit, because he's also integral to like these stories. And you just had Paul Heyman put into the Hall of Fame, and like Brock Lesnar wasn't really being brought up until Paul Heyman brought him up. But they're trying to like put some distance in that. It's weird. They're trying to hide all these people that are like so deeply integrated in wrestling. So Fallen Angel says, I have a solution. Now every wrestler identifies as she/her. See, this is where my brain went to when we were talking about that story. And like, it's kind of bizarre because I'm sure the woke crowd can make the argument of like, are you censoring like trans? Like, how are you supposed to say this woman can't fight a man or whatever? I'm surprised no one's gone with that argument, but I don't want to fuel that shit because I think it's retarded too. Fallen Angel says, Chris Benoit is always my go-to wrestler.
He's a great family man.
I'll just say, so you always see all the posters that James and I put up behind him. I was going through the Nintendo Powers, which is where we got the posters on the right-hand side in particular, if you can see where the Melee Games casting couch is. And I actually found an ad of Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit, and I cut that out, and I'm going to be potentially putting that on our wall if I can find the space of it. So you might see Chris Benoit on our background soon. Maybe. I just need to find a good spot for it. JB says, I'm pretty sure I have an indefinite ban at Blizzard now. Yeah, if you didn't have an account now, you definitely will never now. Imp says, ooh, the WWE gotcha shit DSP is addicted to. Well, he's addicted to the mobile game, which is a little bit different, but I think maybe I don't know enough about DSP, but maybe he does play the like packs and stuff too in the actual like console games. Who fucking knows?
It's the whole point is to get addicted through it, and it's insane
across the board everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, and that mode is so greasy, the Ultimate Team mode that they got, because you don't get anything. The game comes out every year. You're expected to pay hundreds of dollars per year, and you don't get anything for being like a legacy carryover. You just start over again, and like these people do it.
Such a scam.
And it's like, you know that it's a scam, and you still fucking do it. Like, you just are recycling, and you're just burning money. It's insane.
Fractured says Ukes used to be the devs for 2K games, but it wasn't until 2K20 or 21 a whole new company took over and had to take up Ukes coding.
That's right. Yeah.
Ball Angel says, I don't want WWE to be kissing goblins in bed with goblins. I know what you're referring to. I love that song.
Amazing song. That water merchant is such a great musician. Oh my god.
Also, I will say the Water Merchant has bands that he's inspired, besides the ones in mainstream media, but there's a band named after him that's called, I think, AJ Prison Planet, I want to say, and it's like really heavy metal, and I love them so much. And they just take episodes of what he's done, and they put it into metal music. It's so good. Okay, so Fractured says, add it to my wish list to keep an eye out. Thank you again, Nightmare, and for Snapple for the super chats.
Thank you guys so much.
Fractured says, yes, base mods is growing, and like we said earlier, Snapple Rye did warn you guys that he did unfortunately get a Trojan from a mod, so just be careful when you're looking at those. Fallen Angel says, even Doom went dumb with their mods. It's also tiresome.
Yep.
And Fractured said that his brother got some mods from the based mod site, which Nightmare has explained. It's basemods.eth.limo. But yeah, Fractured's brother got some Fallout 4 mods from there. Elvis says, I hate these censors. I never thought we'd be living in this timeline. Well, you give an inch, they take a mile, you know? They start with censoring things that people are like, everyone agrees, oh yeah, of course you want to censor that. And then it just keeps going and going and going until the most normal milquetoast thing is censored. And they just continue to gaslight you into believing that it's okay. So if you even have an inkling of disagreeing with it, you should be loud about that, because they're just going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing the line until like basic language is not allowed. Basic like mods are not allowed. You can't even like edit a game. Like it's just gonna keep going. So, Insidious says the campfire level still haunts me, James. The campfire level still haunts James. So
It does.
Not him.
Oh, okay. It doesn't haunt him. Yeah, it does haunt me.
I don't know. Maybe it does haunt him too.
It was terrifying. I'm afraid to launch Katamari again because I thought it was my fun little da 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 roll the ball, and then that level was pain and suffering, madness. So yeah, I'm afraid to launch it again.
I don't remember if I bought this for us. If so, I'm gonna buy it after the stream. But there's a Katamari. Like the people that make Katamari, they also made a shovelware type game for Steam.
Excuse
me.
me.
They just take like all those mobile app games that people like look at and they think could be fun, and they made their own game. Where they're like, oh, that game, huh? Like, go play it. I told you about
what's
this
that
before.
called?
It's like a super long name, but it's by the people that did Katamari, and they're like, oh, so you want to play those games, huh? Like, here you go kind of shit. It's that kind of title.
Yeah, okay, I need to find this.
So I want us to play through that. So if I haven't already put that on our account, I'm going to do that today, because that game looks fun. Nightmare says, agree with Snapple, be careful, they're small, so they probably won't have the virus total integration like Nexus does. Internet Crusader is going to bed. Have a good night, Impy Blimpy boy. Sweet dreams to you. Snapple Rise says, yeah, anyone can upload on there unverified, so it's good to exercise caution. That is good to know. Nightmare says, based K. Well, thank you. That is a big compliment. I always love being called that. Crazy T says, but still the legend nonetheless. And Fractured says, yeah, in 2K24, he's in the Showcase WrestleMania 40. This is about Brock Lesnar. And he has multiple matches. You play as him, but won't unlock him, but did unlock Undertaker for that match and other characters. So essentially, they don't want you playing as him, but you can play against him. That's kind of weird.
Oh, really?
I don't know if that's a financial decision though, or a censorship decision. That could just be like, we want to like charge you more to play as him, like how games do that sometimes. Neo says, I'd be like Disney trying to erase LucasArts. Oh wait. Angry Canadian says, why are those two guys being hidden? So Vince McMahon is being hidden because he's got a lot of allegations against him, essentially saying that he sexually assaulted people and whatnot. Chris Benoit because he murdered his wife and child. Brock Lesnar because he also was caught in some of those things that Vince McMahon was doing, apparently. So these are all allegations still. I don't think anything has actually been proven in a court of law. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But to my knowledge, this is all just like allegations floating around still.
I thought you were referring to Benoit. It's like, are you going to go Kevin Sullivan?
No, I mean,
Kevin Sullivan.
Don't get me to the Kevin Sullivan.
It makes sense. Oh my God. Can you imagine?
Crazy Tease wants to clarify Chris Benoit is legend nonetheless. Exactly. I think Chris Benoit had an amazing run. So yeah, I love Chris Benoit. Crazy Tease says, the only woman I know to fight a man in wrestling is China, the ninth wonder. Yes. So there were some, I think AEW had an intergender match too with like Kenny Omega and some chick or something. Maybe.
Yeah, it's more frequent now, but we like China. We're China respecters here, for sure.
I love China. China is in my top female wrestlers, but I really like Bayley as well. Bayley's like a modern Chris Jericho. So I love both of them. But China is iconic. Absolutely. And Crazy says, that's my bitch. She was such an inspiration. Absolutely. I love that. Few more comments to catch up on. So JB says, if you send 300 fuck shits to Blizzard, remember it's important to say thank you for your time at the end. It's the best PSA ever. Fractured said, wait, what's the Kevin Sullivan thing? Okay, put a pin in that 1 second, Fractured. Fallen Angel says, China. Insidious says, I mean, he never had his day in court.
Oh no.
Smirk. Crazy T says, I love her too. She was my number one. I just want to see if there's anything on Rumble here. Dude says, in terms of MCC, Master Chief Collection, to be honest, the Master Chief Collection just needs some stability updates and a mod list available to console users like Skyrim/Fallout 4. I agree. And he says, I wouldn't think the Ultimate Teams were bad. They were in a free-to-play game, and it didn't reset every year.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, now it's like, it's a whole fucking thing.
But now it's as greasy can be.
The thing with Kevin Sullivan, going back to that, since we're caught up in chat, it's essentially a theory that it was actually Kevin Sullivan that killed, woman and the son.
Yeah.
Because there was a whole feud going on at the time. So that's kind of the conspiracy, is that Kevin Sullivan was the architect of that situation and actually created the situation himself.
Well, yeah, it's more than that. It's Kevin Sullivan that not only did he feud on and off with Chris Benoit, but that feud was a thing because it was a backstage feud turned real in WCW, because Woman, who was Chris Benoit's wife that he killed, was dating in real life for a long time, Kevin Sullivan. And I highly recommend everyone goes and watches some Chris Benoit, Kevin Sullivan matches, because they're actually real, like 100% real, because they're the only wrestlers that are actually bruised and fucked up the next day. It's insane. And so you're watching like an actual fight. And so the conspiracy theory is that Kevin Sullivan, because he's a mastermind genius, actually killed them in a heat of revenge and framed Chris Benoit for it and got away with it. And there's been, tons of theories. Mainly it stems from the fact that Chris Benoit was such a nice guy. There's also someone pointed out that there is alcohol, like beer cans or something, and Chris Benoit apparently didn't drink. That's some argument for it as well. And Stevie Ray, I believe that's his name, Stevie Ray of Harlem Heat, the other half of Booker T's tag team there. He one time said in an interview, he's like, no, it's not true. Kevin had nothing to do with it. It was definitely not him. But if anyone could do it, and it's like, God damn it, why'd you say that? So it's been a whole fucking thing. Even in the Dark Side of the Ring episode on Chris Benoit, they wanted to get Kevin Sullivan in on it, and then they put in this like ominous, like, Kevin Sullivan refused to come on, and he was like, Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? I didn't come on because like I'm still friends with the family. And I needed to check in with them and say, like, hey, are you guys comfortable with me going on this? Do you want me to go on with this? Because they've had to live with this their whole lives and everything. And there's interviews with Kevin Sullivan on this and all that stuff. So I don't really believe it, but it is a funny rabbit hole to go down.
Yeah, I mean, it's like at the end of the day, it's like CTE seems like the case. If you look at Chris Benoit's finisher, it tells you enough about what happened to his brain, right? Like, and I think wasn't there scans of his brain at some point or something in the way that his like brain looked?
He pretty
It was,
much
like,
had the
aged,
brain
like,
of
40
like
years.
yeah, he had the brain of like a 90-year-old Alzheimer's patient.
Yeah, so it's a sad situation regardless, but yes, there is conspiracy theories that it was Kevin Sullivan the whole time, and that's where that originates from.
The videos on it are a funny and wild rabbit hole. But yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. But Kevin Sullivan has been pretty honest and open about it. Fuck the Alliance!
Fucking emo cocksucker.
Metal Shred Freak coming in with a raid of 6 people fucking the Alliance. Loktaro Gar. Welcome, everybody, to the podcast where we discuss, did Chris Benoit kill his family? Let's
what
go.
What a great time to join.
What a great time to join. Was it Kevin Sullivan?
Do we make a poll? Is it Kevin Sullivan or Chris Benoit?
Jesus. Oh, my God.
Fractured says, I watched those hilarious too because they kept going off stage and into the bathrooms to fight before making it back to the ring. Snapple says, I haven't watched wrestling since the early 2000s. I do remember loving the Undertaker tag team though. The Brothers of Destruction.
Yeah.
Let's go. I love them. Kane's one of my favorite wrestlers. I recommend Snapple if you ever want to get back into wrestling. I talked about this on Jason Tungate's channel during his top 5. Go watch the John Cena versus Bray Wyatt match, the Firefly Funhouse match. You might have a good time with that if you watched old school wrestling. What else we got here? JP says, in my opinion, if people make false SA accusations that are proven in court to be false, it should be a felony, 8 years in and listed as a SA for life. Like if somebody falsely accuses someone else. And he says, I saw an article from Russell Brand that says people's brains are shrinking at an alarming rate. Each generation is dumber than the one before. I don't know if people's brains are physically shrinking. Like, I mean, it could be, you know, it's in the water, in the food, or it could also be that, like, generations are not passing down knowledge the same way anymore. But that is interesting. Crazy says, oh my God. JB also says 10 Lego sets left, just over 20k pieces. We've got Drake and Mosh in Twitch saying Chris Pratt.
That's it. Chris Pratt killed Chris Benoit's family. Allegedly. It was research for Garfield.
And says people are smarter than ever. Fallen Angel says, oh God, don't make me talk about the brain topic. You talk about whatever you want in chat. I don't censor people. Go ahead. Fracture says, never heard that theory. Interesting. Yeah, that angle turned real beef was something. Maybe Sullivan was up to some shit. I heard someone at WWE had something to do with it too.
Another interesting part of it is that Kevin, WCW was making the wrestlers bookers, which was a complete mistake. But they made Sullivan a booker because he retired. So if you remember, Kevin Sullivan's last match was like a retirement match against Chris Benoit, but he retired and became a backstage booker. And yeah, pretty much Kevin Sullivan wanted, like, Chris Benoit was paranoid because, like, fuck, my ex's boyfriend is now my booker. I'm going to get buried here. And that was one of the reasons that Chris Benoit jumped ship over to WWF at the time. And Kevin Sullivan actually put the World Heavyweight Championship belt on him at WCW to try to be like, hey, no hard feelings, and you're great, and you're a great wrestler. You deserve, the belt kind of thing. But WCW was already a sinking ship at that time.
Neo says it wasn't Benoit or the other guy. It was OJ.
Oh, shit.
And now everyone's talking about how people peaked in IQ in the 1800s. So I'll let you guys chat about that for a little bit. We're going to keep doing some stories, and maybe we'll come check in on this conversation.
All right. Well, talking about, once again, Kay, can you guess what this next story is about?
I don't know, because you said we have 50 stories, and there were some that I sent to you, and then there's some that you found.
What do you think the general topic is on this one?
censorship.
It's
that's what you have been getting
censorship.
Mad about.
So
are we going Stellar Blade or what? Like, there's so much
no,
censorship going on.
there's all the censorship. Everyone's talking about the Stellar Blade censorship, so we're going to talk about different censorship here. Shout out to Melanie Mack being one of the few people that actually call us out and talk about it on Twitter.
Tomb Raider.
Yep, it is her favorite game. Tomb Raider 3 Remaster seems to quietly edit out Lara Croft's pinup posters in the recent patch. Where'd they go? So what the fuck? Once again, I want to say, full disclosure, I used to be a huge Aspire Media fan. I was a big simp of theirs. And ever since the Battlefront collection, and I guess now the Tomb Raider collection, they have gone to shit. I guess the early sign was their KOTOR remake and hiring Sam Maggs. But yeah, the Battlefront collection and now this are the signs that they are now a sinking ship. So great! I hate everything. So let's dig into the story here. Tomb Raider 1 through 3 Remastered gave Lara Croft updated looks when it was released for PC and consoles earlier this year. But players have noticed that a few in-game images can no longer be found following a recent update. As reported by some shitty website and a fan on Reddit, they noticed that a couple of pinup pictures of Laura, which were previously found at the beginning of Tomb Raider 3 Sleeping with the Fishes level, are no longer visible when switching to the remastered version of the game's graphics. Others quickly booted up their copy of the third Tomb Raider game to check for themselves and found that the pictures were indeed gone, with many reporting that they remembered seeing them there just weeks ago. Interestingly, the original graphics options still seem to feature the images of Laura in all their blurry glory. It's unclear exactly when the change happened, but it appears to have come with the game's second major update, which rolled out April 11th. There's no mention of the posters or their removal in the patch notes. You can see a before and after as provided on Twitter below. So here you go. So here is the remaster before, and you can tell it's the remaster because it's got that like kind of weird, squeaky clean but not pretty look that this remaster has, and then there's the images so you can see them, and then they're gone. Here they are, and they're gone, and you can tell same pair of pants, same jacket, it's the same locker, and they are totally fucking gone. Wonderful. IGN reached out to developers Aspire and Crystal Dynamics for comment on why they remastered graphics version of the pictures disappeared more than 2 months after the trilogy's launch. Adding to the weirdness is the fact that days after the Tomb Raider Remastered trilogy release, the franchise's official website highlighted the posters as an interesting detail that some fans may have missed. It's also worth noting that the Tomb Raider 1 to 3 Remastered opens with a message warning players that they may encounter offensive material. Yeah, and just to talk about that, a lot of people, when that came out, were blaming Crystal Dynamics, and we didn't know for a fact. What's my hair doing back here? But they were saying that was just Crystal Dynamics doing, Aspire Media has nothing to do with it. It's Crystal Dynamics' way to bury this, to say that, like, oh, these stereotypes are wrong, blah, blah, blah. But we didn't really, as far as I know, have any proof or evidence that it wasn't Aspire also agreeing to put that message in, right? So it honestly...
Yeah, there was no proof. What we've kind of learned about Aspire through the Battlefront thing as well is that I think they're just... I kind of want to say they're a lazy team, honestly. They kind of just slap together whatever the fuck, and then they release it and they make money. I used to think higher of them with the KOTOR stuff and everything else they ported over, because it was nice to have it on modern consoles.
Episode 1 Racer, Republic Commando,
But realistically, Asper to me is just like, we have this job, quick, get it out, whatever is necessary to fulfill our contract. Okay, go. So maybe Crystal Dynamics pressured them, but ultimately it is starting to feel like they're involved.
Yeah. The team chose to keep the content in order to present Tomb Raider in its original form unaltered. Still, the spontaneous removal has led many to hurl accusations of censorship against Aspire and Crystal Dynamics. Well, it absolutely is censorship, no doubt it. Absolutely pathetic that someone could think something so harmless needed to be removed, and even more so, trying to hide it by making an undocumented change. Shame on Aspire and shame on Crystal Dynamics. I'm fine with them not being there, to be honest. They don't make a lot of sense, some Baguette user said. Whether the images removal was intentional or accidental, it wouldn't be the first time there was confusion regarding the Tomb Raider 1 to 3 Remastered. Last month, fans noted that the Steam and Epic Game Store version of the experience were different in substantial ways. So, yeah, with this story, this is kind of the final straw. I'm not a big Tomb Raider guy. My favorite Tomb Raider game is actually the Guardian of Light. It's one of my favorite co-op games ever. I never played the originals. Also, if you want to talk about mainline series, I love Tomb Raider. What's it called? Legend? Yes, Tomb Raider Legend is fucking awesome. But I never played the originals. I didn't grow up with them. I totally missed them. And I was actually looking forward to these remasters because I liked Aspire. And this was kind of going to be my way to go into them. But that message, the moral baguetting message that opens up the game kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And then I'm like, maybe I'll get them on sale one day or used or something. I don't even know if it has a physical release. But that really soured it. And so now this is kind of the final straw. I was a big Aspire Media fan. I was a big Aspire Media simp. They did a great job porting over a bunch of my beloved Star Wars games and Stubbs a Zombie. But yeah, like Kay said, ever since Battlefront 2, it looks like they have taken a wrong turn. Video game companies, they have this happen all the time where you can't be loyal to a game company. They are effectively just a name, but everyone that's inside comes and goes. And so the Aspire Media that I liked from 8 years ago might not necessarily even have the same people that the new Aspire Media has today. I could be praising a company and all the people I'm praising are gone. So it's always good with every new release to say, like, hey, trust but verify. And in this case, it looks like, they're showing who they are.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think with Aspire, I think it's less that they went maybe from like being more loose to being more rigid about it, if you want to say that. I think it's more they're just a reflection of whatever company they're working with at the time, is what I've realized. So if they're working with a company that is more aggressive with that kind of stuff, it seems like they don't resist that. You get what I mean? They're just kind of complicit in regardless of whatever the company is that they're involved in. So if a company is giving them free reign to do whatever they want, they'll kind of just like, copy paste.
Yeah.
And then if a company is like, remove this, they're like, okay, you're paying us, right? Cool. That's how it comes across to me.
Yeah, it's not like Blizzard mode where it's like, I'm full on never playing an Aspire Media game again. But I used to be a big fan of theirs. I used to get excited when I'd see their name pop up that they're doing the port because that would mean no bullshit. You're getting the game as intended. And with Battlefront 2 and with now Tomb Raider Trilogy, that is no longer the case. Now I have to treat them like every other company that handles these re-releases and these ports and be like, well, probably won't get it on launch because I'm curious what they fucked up. They didn't fuck up anything in Episode 1, in Republic Commando, in KOTOR. Actually, they did fuck things up in KOTOR.
Well, yeah, KOTOR was both KOTORs, by the way.
But it wasn't
people
in
look
this.
At KOTOR.
Yeah, it wasn't in this way.
People comment on KOTOR 2 because of the whole thing, which actually Fracture just commented on, so I'll read this. It's KOTOR 2, I heard they've really screwed up as well with extended content patches and so forth, and then refused to put in what they promised and it collapsed. Well, this was a fan mod that they promised to people, and then later were like, oh shit, we actually can't do it. So they shouldn't have promised people up front. That was the problem. What would have happened would have almost been similar to the Battlefront controversy where they took someone's work and then they wouldn't have credited the person potentially. I don't want to accuse them of doing that with KOTOR 2 because they never ended up doing it. But how would they have put that in? It's not like they kept content out of the game that should have been in there. You can go super technical and say they did because that is missing content from the original game that the original company didn't have time to include, and this fan brought it back essentially. But at the same time, it was a fan mod that they would have used to restore that content. So it would have been it's not. No one was expecting them to put that in until they said out on their own that they were going to do it. People expected to just patch it in themselves, is what I'm trying to say. But with KOTOR 1, they messed it up because it's the mobile port on Switch, so it's like huge boxes. You guys have seen me play it. You're probably wondering why the box is so fucking huge. It's because it's the mobile port. It's got the same bugs as the mobile port. You couldn't have fucking put in the effort to give me the original Xbox version.
But at least before, with all of those games, they were like bugs and kind of sloppy work that would eventually may or may not get fixed. And now you're going into ideological changes because there's no other reason to remove these posters. They were in the original and they were even featured as being in the remaster. And now they're gone and they're gone quietly. So unless they come out and they're like, oh, it was a bug, sorry, they accidentally got wiped, we'll put them back in, then it's very clear why they would remove
they're not going to do.
No, that's giving way too much of the benefit of the doubt there.
a comment, just not completely unrelated, but then an IGN article, the one person who's like, to be honest, this makes no sense. First of all, I found it funny that they didn't cite the person's username like they did with almost everyone else in the article, because of course we're all going to point and laugh at that person for being retarded. But I have a special disrespect for people who speak like that, who think, oh, yeah, you shouldn't include that thing because it doesn't make sense. How does having fucking posters of Lara Croft in a game about Lara Croft not make sense? Is it because the game is about her? Is that what you're trying to argue? Like, what the fuck? Like, why does it bother you if it's in there?
Yeah.
I don't understand these kinds of fucking people.
Yeah. If it was in the original and it's a remake in this degree, it should be in the new version as well.
It's a cute Easter egg for fans. Like, I don't get the people who defend companies' actions like that. Oh, yeah, well, to be honest, it didn't make sense. It's like such a Reddit take, man.
Yeah.
Seriously.
But don't worry, we have more news stories that I'm sure people will defend in that degree coming up.
Oh, great. Okay, well,
Yeah.
let me read a few comments in chat, and then we'll get right into that. JB says the start of the downfall of civilization is clearly marked by the movie Thelma and Louise. And he also says, Beardo is playing Helldivers and I'm still here. I'm not done going through your fridge and farting on your furniture.
No!
Crazy Landlow says, what a buzzkill. Fuck these people for that patch. I absolutely agree. Fuck these people for patching shit out. Just give me the content I fucking want that you put in there day one. Why are you taking things out?
Every single time a new remake or remaster or relaunch gets botched, I more and more say, just sticking to the original. Just sticking to the original. And it's just, it's gotten to the point where I used to want, re-releases of the games. We've always said, hey, I would love a remaster, remake, what have you, of the Legacy of Kain series. All those games are in dire need of quality of life work. But I couldn't trust them at this point. I need to deal with the fucking shitty load times and all that shit on the PS1 and the horrible controls because I don't trust you to make a good quality experience. Look at, I've talked about it before, the Destroy All Humans remake. And they very quietly removed stuff, very quietly eliminated stuff. And you had to actually play the game and pretty much know every single joke just to fucking find it, which is insane and disgusting. And you had to pull it out of them. And you had to go in their Discord, and finally the community manager relented that they enjoyed censoring the game. And is like, there it is, thank you. Next time you censor it, could you just put on a big fucking banister, we censored shit because we can't handle it. That's it. Moving on, I'll stick to the original. Bye-bye now. So they can't do it.
Yeah, it's so fucking dumb. Dude says at least PS1 games are easy to play from the OG disc on PC. And Fractured says GOG credited and put that mod in default, I believe, on Steam. Or Steam, I forget exactly.
That would definitely be more of a GOG.
KOTOR 2 mod.
So I don't know how it is on GOG, but if anyone's interested in playing KOTOR 2, the peak way to do it is to get it on Steam. It drops to like a couple bucks on Steam during a Steam sale, and it has workshop support. You still have to put it in, but it's insanely easy. It's like a click of a button to do. And if you have me on Steam, I have instructions on how to do it, what to install, and it's stupidly quick. For anyone that's like mainly a console player or something, and they might be afraid of mods or they're not used to it, like trust me, this is the most simple mod you could ever put into a game. It takes a fraction of a second, and it's so worth doing.
And then Drake and Mosh says TV peaked in the 1800s too.
True.
And with that, we are caught up.
All right, what's the next story? I've got so many stories. Well, Kay, can you guess what the Can you guess what the topic is?
Let me guess. Censorship?
Oh my god, you win a toaster! Yes. It's censorship. So right here, from Gary's mod, Nintendo is forcing them to censor shit. Nintendo stuff on the Steam Workshop. We're working on removing all Nintendo-related stuff from the Steam Workshop. Some of you may have noticed that certain Nintendo-related Workshop items have been recently taken down. This is not a mistake. The takedowns are coming from Nintendo. Honestly, this is fair enough. This is Nintendo's content, and what they allow and don't allow is up to them. They don't want you to play that stuff in Gary's mod. With that decision, we have to respect and take down as much as we can. This is an ongoing process as we have 20 years of uploads to go through. If you want to help us by deleting your Nintendo-related uploads and never uploading them again, that would help us a lot. So this is fucking terrible. If you guys don't know what Gary's Mod is, it's hard to explain. It's pretty much this big modding game in the Half-Life, the Source engine and all that stuff. And it's the source, no pun intended, for a lot of the memes that you enjoyed, especially back in the day. There was a lot of wacky, fun, outrageous community-made mods and games and just fuckery that have come out of Gary's Mod, and it's always been kind of the silly, wacky, fun thing to come out of Valve and Half-Life and TF2. If you've ever seen a TF2 character act silly and goofy or anything like that, or a Half-Life meme, it was probably created out of Gary's Mod, and it's just this big thing that you can just dump files into and have fun with. So, of course, for 20 years, it's had all sorts of Nintendo stuff. Right here, you can see someone saying, I think I understand why. And so here's clearly Half-Life, and, like, Mario is hiding in an attic or something. So there's a lot of stuff. And now there is people that are commenting on this story and reporting on this, but there is something that people I don't see are commenting on. And this user caught my attention. Oh my god, did I lose it? Oh my god, I lost it. But anyway, here it is. This user said it right here. It's not real. So here's where it gets interesting. Nintendo issuing DMCA strikes and all this stuff against Gary's Mod, totally believable. 100% believable. Not out of the realm of possibility from Nintendo. But is it real? I don't know. Let's find out. PSA! Nintendo-related mods are being DMCA'd by a known fraudster. TLDR, Nintendo has no involvement in this situation, and it is actually a copyright troll known as Aaron Peters. Exactly as the title says, several Nintendo-related mods are being flagged with DMCA claims, and some of these attempts were successful on some notable mods such as Apox Hedgie's Mario Ragdolls pack and the Super Mario Odyssey pack. Just recently, several other mods were flagged with DMCA claims. However, this is not Nintendo's doing, as Apoc, Hedgie, and Brewster T. Koopa have said they have not been given emails regarding this. So it's safe to say it's either a glitch or someone is false flagging Nintendo-related mods with DMCA claims, the latter of which seems to be the case, as we can see here. If you own any Nintendo-related mods, it is highly recommended that you have them unlisted to avoid getting a DMCA claim. For those of you who have subscribed to any of the aforementioned mods and said mods were removed, you can archive them onto your computer by extracting the .gma files in the add-ons folder or in the workshop folder. I also want to make a disclaimer that I am not in any way experienced in modding and will not re-upload any mods from the workshop out of respect to the creators. One last thing, do not harass or go after everyone. Hey, don't tell me what to do. And please, for the love of God, do not attempt to act as any act of any vigilantism. Hey, don't tell me what to do. Two wrongs don't make a right. Blah, 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 blah. Out of respect of the author and the mods in question, please don't re-upload the mods or until the problem has been resolved. Hopefully the situation will blow over. Yeah, that always, this is what happens. But again, it's unlikely. Edit 1. We have identified the culprit behind the fraudulent DMCA claims. Several mods for a game called Fraymakers were taken down in a similar fashion. Crispy Toast also made a video of the comment telling him that the one responsible is Aaron Peters. Edit 2. I have come with great news. Good news, everyone. Some people in the community managed... Okay, I guess they DMCA'd K again. I've come with great news. Some people in the community managed to archive the mods that were taken down, most of them anyway. The link to the Google Drives will be added below. Kudos to the people that made them. Edit 3, this will probably be the last edit because I lost hope. We have a direct confirmation from Brewster T. Koopa that the fraudster is indeed Aaron Peters, possibly a fake identity to throw us off. After more of his mods were given fraudulent DMCA claims, Valve refuses to act on the situation and would rather count money than help with the community. At this point, we can't really do anything about it. I won't comment on any more of this and will now only focus on adding links of Google Drives or anything similar. I'm done. Edit 4. I unfortunately have bad news. Face Punch just made an announcement today stating that it is not Aaron Peters and it is actually Nintendo. Oh, okay. Well, While I understand that the company has every right to take down the content which belongs to their IP, there is zero justification for what, quote, Aaron is doing. If it was really Nintendo, they would have issued a real cease and desist letter, not cherry-pick several mods. But good news is we've reached out to a lot of influential people, and they have taken notice. We'll do what we can to ensure the Google Drives, the Mega Drives, and the Pastebins stay up. Please spread the word if you can. It doesn't matter what platform you prefer to use. Just make sure everybody knows the truth. Face Punch may not believe us, but we have evidence to prove them otherwise. And so here's a big old thread. Let's read what they marked as the answer. Okay, 2 things. I'm working on an all-in-one Google Drive for the removed add-ons. I'll also include other Nintendo add-ons just in case. It will be released on a separate discussion thread since this one is pretty crowded. There's a very slim chance that we potentially have 2 suspects as to who's doing this. Pay attention to Slim. I'm afraid to discuss who they are because even if I say not to go after them, you probably will. Here I go. First suspect is APAB, Association for Promotion of Advanced Broadcasting Services, a company with little to no info about it online that was involved in taking down various Nintendo-related videos on YouTube, most famously the Kirby reanimated video at the time. They've also taken down Smash Bros. Content on YouTube as well. Second suspect, Nintendo Jitsu, an account on Twitter that allegedly admitted to sending out DMCAs during Zelda's Tears of the Kingdom early release. Seriously, I kind of don't think it's him because that's a whole new level of sweet-tarded. To me, that possibly feels too easy. Once again, do not act like a vigilante to hunt down these people yourself, blah, 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 blah. None of this is proven true. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I'll drive out tomorrow, hopefully. Where did this thread leave off? I think it's still going. Last comment from the something I've seen over almost 20 years of playing Gary's Mod. With how popular Gary's Mod has been, with all the content creators that have existed over the years, and PAX dating long ago, all the DMCA claims I've both received and seen from friends affected, analyzing logic at all. Look, man, we got our beliefs. Let's just put our differences aside until we get the full confirmation, not a statement. It was truly Nintendo. So there you have it. What do you guys think? It seems like either way, one way or another, Gary's Mod is getting shut down. Do you guys think it's by Nintendo? Do you think it's by people impersonating Nintendo just to troll and take down shit, which it sounds like it's not the first time? It's hard to say. It could honestly go either way, in my opinion. Never underestimate the power of a Janny. It sucks to see either way, because whether it's Nintendo or it's people just trolling, none of this content impacts Nintendo in a negative way, in my opinion, and I'm saying that as a bing wahoo respecter. If it is Nintendo, it's like, look, like no one is not buying Super Mario Brothers because they're playing Gary's Mod instead. Gary's Mod is primarily used for memes and shit posts and like funny, wacky, stupid shit. It won't impact, in my opinion, the sales of any Nintendo game one way or another. So
well, it has zero to do with like, how does it impact Nintendo? It's not like they're completely recreating Nintendo games, to my knowledge, right? Like, it's just like a little, like, oh, look, it's a Nintendo character. Here's a Nintendo item, right? Like, yeah. Unless I'm wrong about Gary's Mod.
No, it's like, it's similar to, what's that game? That Second Life game. So it's similar to VR like, chat. It's just silly, wacky, like go to town.
Sandboxy type shit, right?
Yeah.
So it makes no sense. So when we first saw the story, it sounded like it was a fake person doing it, but then now it sounds like an actual person did it. Like in Nintendo.
Yeah, I don't know how much
so it's
you
like
heard,
a back
but
and forth.
Pretty much there is a theory, and it is just a theory that it wasn't
a game
Nintendo.
Theory.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Now I'm going to crash. There is a theory that it wasn't actually Nintendo. But then there's other people that are getting struck down saying, no, it's definitely fucking Nintendo. So, okay, I don't know how much you heard of the story, but what do you think? Do you think it's Nintendo doing it? Do you think it's like just people that are jannying for Nintendo and issuing fake DMCAs? A little bit of column A?
I don't see why Nintendo would target something like that. That's so old. It really comes across to me like it's trolling. Now, could those trolls?
But Nintendo has been retarded and out of touch before, and gone after stupid, outdated shit many a time.
Yeah, I mean they've gone after emulators, they've gone after all sorts of things, but it just seems like such a stretch. I don't know, but then for all we know, somebody just went and trolled Gary's Mod people and like reported it, and then now it's actually being pulled down for real from Nintendo. So it's hard to say with these kinds of things, but I'm inclined to believe that Nintendo wouldn't target this because it's so out of their realm of understanding.
I hope not. Because yeah, it's so dumb and it would just look bad on them and it would be a shame. And Gary's Mod has been the source of a lot of funny in the past 20 years. So if Nintendo cracks it open and starts ripping away at them, then they're going to be ripped away in so many other ways. So it's shameful to see either way. And I have seen other games with Nintendo stuff, like similar games, like your VR chats or whatever. I'm not saying VR chats hit. I'm trying to remember the games. I can't off the top of my head. But I've seen games in the same vein now getting hit by Nintendo as well. Not just Gary's Mod, but Gary's Mod's the most forward-facing one. So either way, it fucking sucks to see. I think it's going to suck more if it ends up actually being Nintendo. So if any of you guys know, let us know if you know one way or another. We went to the bottom of that thread, and it looks like it's still being discussed. Is it Nintendo? Is it not Nintendo? Is it Sega? We're not sure, but either way, it really sucks for Gary's Mod because Gary's Mod is freaking great. Okay. Don't get DMCA'd on me now. Are you ready for another story?
I'm ready to get DMCA'd.
Okay. Well, don't worry, because here's a fun, lighthearted one. Let's take a break from all the censorship for a second. And let's talk about Konami. Random, 25 years on, fans find new Konami code in Castlevania Legacy of Darkness, the Woo one. This is the Castlevania that most people don't like, where you play as werewolves. Where wolf you hiding? Believe it or not, it's been 25 years since Castlevania Legacy of Darkness launched on the Nintendo 64. It has been even longer since the iconic Konami code first appeared in the 1986 Gradius. Basically, you would be forgiven for thinking that we have discovered just about everything there is to know relating to both matters. Well, you'd be fucking wrong! Turns out, there is another Konami code in the classic N64 werewolf title that has remained hidden for the past 25 years, until some inquisitive fans recently dug it up. That is, thanks for the heads-up time extension. Unlike the standard code, up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, for those who are wondering, Legacy of Darkness employs one that is a little more complicated and makes use of the N64 pad in the process. By entering C up times 4, C down times 4, C left times 2, C right times 2, C left times 2, C right times 2, LRZ on the main menu, a sound plays and instantly unlocks Reinhardt, Carrie, and Henry as playable characters. This variation on the Konami code was discovered by two fans named Moises and Liquid Cat, and flagged by Castlevania speedrunner Jupiter Climb. The former reportedly has more newly discovered speedrunning codes up their sleeve too, which will be revealed in the future. How mysterious! You can check out the code in action in the following tweet. To be clear, it looks like Moises and Liquid Cat discovered the code by looking in the game's files rather than randomly inputting every button sequence they could think of, though we like the thought of this approach. It's a neat discovery all the same, and we can't help but wonder if there are any other places that might have cropped up. Hey, where's that Fisher-Price gamepad got to? And so here is the footage right here of the code in question being used. So you are all seeing this. It has been undiscovered for 25 years. Let's take a look at the new Konami code. And there you have it. I personally just love gaming stories like this. I love the Easter eggs and cheat codes and secrets and all this stuff that can be buried in games. It's something that makes games super unique to me. Like instead of film, you just got the blank slate. But there's so many things you can hide in video games, and I just love when this stuff happens. Like who knows what we're gonna discover in the next 25 years and all this stuff. And anytime this stuff happens, it's just great and lovely to see. In Castlevania, no less as well. I remember a story of, I think a guy hid, I want to say like a proposal to his wife in Halo 3, and it went undiscovered until like he told the public about it like years and years and years later, because only he knew the sequence. So it was like, I think it's like, I'm trying to remember here, but I think it's like a certain thing you have to enter on a specific loading screen, and it says, "Will you marry me?" to his wife, and he worked on the game and all that stuff. But yeah, I love shit like this. This is the kind of stuff I love about gaming, like these secrets being uncovered, like you would be digging for treasure in the forgotten sands of time. So I just thought this was super cool to take a look at, especially the fact that it's around the most iconic cheat code of all time that people have gotten tattoos of, that everybody knows, one of the most iconic phrases ever in gaming, and button sequences.
Yeah, I mean, that's well said. It's just always cute and fun, and I hope that we discover more secrets in time. I want to see what else is buried out there. So anytime you guys see these stories as well, send them our way, because I love learning about, like, oh yeah, this game from 25 years ago has this random code you can put in, or oh, you go in this corner, and you showed me the Batman one, right? Like, I haven't played those games, but you
Oh,
showed
yes,
me
yes.
like the secret room and stuff like that. Like,
The Arkham
I think that's a
Asylum
super
tease for that they were planning Arkham City all the way in Arkham Asylum, and if you have to, and that went like, I think I can't remember the exact amount of time, but it was a while before that was discovered, and you have to do the detonator, the bomb, the Batman bomb 3 times. Everything else in the game, like one Batman bomb will take care of anything, but in this one area on this wall that doesn't show up on the map or anything, you have to do 3 for it to work, very specifically.
Yeah, so I just like seeing that kind of stuff, and I hope that we discover more. Because that is part of the fun in gaming, is finding those little Easter eggs. And see, I think that's going to become a lost art eventually, because it used to just be something fun that people put in development because they enjoyed what they were doing. I think as we see the industry start to evolve into more of a money-making system, we're going to see people maybe seeing that as a way to be like, oh yeah, we put this in because people like this kind of stuff and they'll buy games for that reason. Or they might not do it at all. It might go extinct, and they might not find the time to do it because of the development cycles. So yeah, I hope to see more of it, but you never know. You never know. I have a feeling it's not going to be something that survives. I think it's going to be a thing of the past.
Well, that's why I wanted to bring it up. It's so crazy to me that this isn't like a recent game. This isn't even like a game from the 360. This is an N64 game. That's something new that was discovered in, and that's super cool. And I used to like speedrunning. I used to like watching it. Like, not me personally speedrunning, but I used to like AGDQ before it, you know. But when I did like it, it was fun, man. It was super cool to see, like, for a couple years there. And so if I still could tolerate watching AGDQ, I would absolutely be interested to watch the Castlevania speedruns now of this particular game, just to see how that alters everything and how it changes how people play and all that stuff. I always thought that stuff was super neat and interesting to see from afar. Speedrunning, it's super, yeah, now. But if you go back and watch some of those old AGDQs, like around 2012, 2013, they were a fucking blast. And they had so many meme-worthy sections. They were so funny. There was so much funny shit. They're unwatchable now, but back in the day, they were the best. But yeah. You ready for more? Are you ready? Are you sure? Are you sure? I don't know if you can handle more news.
I don't know if I'm sure.
We haven't even scratched the frickin' surface here. There's so much news. Oh my God. Well, let's get into it with one of the companies that started me into playing games when I was a wee little baby. Such a small little baby. Never thought I would see this, but I love to see it every time they come back. That's right, Atari is bringing back the Infogrames publishing label for decades.
Yeah. This made me so happy.
For decades, Infogrames built a reputation as a publisher and developer of amazing and eclectic games, and we're excited to bring it back, said Wade Rose, chairman of CEO of Atari. And they also wanted to mention, as a side note, now that we have your attention, check out the latest Lunar Lander Beyond, which made me go, I knew about this a couple days ago, but when I did learn about it, I was like, what? What the fuck? You brought back Lunar Lander? Lunar Lander's back? So yes, Atari is back, baby, and they're bringing back Infogrames, and Lunar Lander is back. If you're curious about the new Lunar Lander, Mike Matei actually did a great video detailing and deep diving into the new Lunar Lander, because he's a big Atari nut as well, big old school gamer, and he went into it. I love this, like, fucking pull out here. So he went into it and, like, discussed all of it and everything, and it's actually a pretty cool game. It's pretty interesting. I might have to pick it up. I think some of the modern art of it is a little meh, but yeah, let me just skip ahead here a bit. This is the original Lunar Lander as it was. Here's the new one. So I think some of the art is a little bit of a red flag for me, but the actual gameplay looks like pretty fun. And I just like this because Atari was a huge part of my childhood, and to see them be back with a brand new Lunar Lander, which I never thought I would say in my entire life, and to see Infogrames come back is just fucking awesome. And just looking at this, like, this is super freaking cool. If you're wondering what the hell is Infogrames, they publish such games as Alone in the Dark, Gremlin Interactive game. Oh, wait, hold on. That's subcategories. Let's see. They did 2 Dark, 7 Colors, Addiction Pinball, Advanced Tenage, Alone in the Dark, Animorphs, Ants, Asterix, Atari Anniversary Collection, B-17 Gunner, Backyard Baseball, Backyard Basketball, Backyard Football, Backyard Hockey, Backyard Soccer MLS Edition, Backyard Sports, Battle Engine Arena, Carnivores 2, Carnivores City Escape, Carnivores Ice Age, Deadly Dozen, Deadly Dungeon, Pacific Theater, Demolition Racer, Dig Dug Deeper, I'll Dig Dug you deeper, Driver 2, Enter the Matrix, Duke Nukem, Land of the Babes, Duck Dodgers starring Daffy Duck, F-22 Air Dominance Fighter, Final Assault, Moto Racer 3, Loons Fight for the Fame, Cluster, Cladonka, Cult, Jersey Devil, Hostages,
So much
Hog of
shit.
War,
Well-
Hero, Radical Prizes, Real Pool 2, Scrabble Complete, Sega Extreme Sports, Shuffle Puck Cafe, Stave 0, Snoopy Tennis, Sonic Advance 2, Soulbringer, Taz Express, Taz Wanted, Test Drive 2001, Test Drive Cycles, Test Drive Off-Road 3, Test Drive Off-Road Wide Open, Time Gate, Titten in Tibet, UFA Challenge, UFA Striker, Unreal Championship, Unreal 2, The Awakening, Unreal Tournament, Unreal Tournament 2003.
James.
Ah!
Civ 3, Roller Coaster Tycoon, Putt Games,
yes,
Abe's Odyssey.
Yes!
Like, that's the ones that we should be talking about. They did some really awesome stuff.
Hell yes.
The
Hell
Roller
yes.
Coaster Tycoon is always what I think of when I think of Infogrames.
Hell yeah. So I'm fucking excited. I love Atari coming back. They keep trying it. Every like 10 or so years, Atari's like, I'm back, bitches. And I'm like, yeah, let's go. Let's go. Atari will never be the kings of the industry again, but I just love to see them fucking go and have at it. And especially seeing Infogrames coming back. And Lunar Lander, that's super freaking cool to me. Anything else, Kay, before I go to my next story?
Paul says OG Alone in the Dark was awesome.
I've heard mixed things on. There's a new Alone in the Dark. I hear it's some people like it, some people think it's a fucking shit show. Let me know if you try it. I'm very curious about it. Oh my god. Okay, I need to catch my breath here. Are you ready for more?
I don't know. Am I ready for more?
No. All right.
That was my feel-good story of the day, so now I'm afraid because that was when I was like, oh my god, I'm so happy. That's what I tweeted out about.
Oh, okay. Well, don't worry. You're in for some shit. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
We got like an hour. We got an hour of news coming at you. How much can we fit in? How much? Let's find out right now. Valve updates Steam refund policy to cover advanced access playtime. And I wanted to throw this out here as a PSA because I'm a big advocate of the Steam refund policy. And it is being altered, unfortunately, for the worse. The company will start tracking pre-launch playtime to close a refund loophole. Valve has updated Steam's refund policy so that it covers titles that offer advanced access. The tweak means that any playtime amassed prior to a title's official release will now count towards the Steam refund period. Valve's current refund policy allows people to return a title for any reason if the refund request is submitted within 14 days of purchase and they have no more than 2 hours of playtime. Until now, however, playtime occurred during an advanced access period was not tracked by Valve. That created something of a loophole. For instance, someone could purchase a specific version of a game to secure advanced access. often included as a bonus via deluxe or special editions. Dip into the title before it launched, then ask for a refund when it had officially landed on shelves. What exactly is Advanced Access on Steam? Advanced Access is a feature that allows users to have pre-purchased a game to play prior to the game's official release. For example, a deluxe pre-purchase version may include advanced access to read Valve's definition. Unlike early access, advanced access is not a unique model of development for a game. It is simply an opportunity to play the game before it fully releases on Steam. Fuck the Alliance! Oh my god, that Cyclops guy decided to fuck the Alliance. Loktar Ogar to you, brother. How's it going?
Thank you.
And talking about fucking the Alliance, we're talking about Valve fucking over some customers some more. Hope you're doing well. How's it going?
MotoGP says hello as well. MotoGP Chief.
Well, hello there, MotoGP. Hope you enjoy the news. This is the Melee Madness podcast coming at you live, my friend. Advanced Access. Oh, yeah, I read that. Unlike early access, Advanced Access is not a unique model of development for a game. It's simply an opportunity to play a game before it fully releases on Steam, as noted in Valve's updated return FAQ. The only time the 2-hour playtime limit won't apply will be during beta testing. When you purchase a title on Steam prior to the release date, the 2-hour playtime limit for refunds will apply, except for beta testing. Oh my god! MotoGP Chief is now following the channel. Thank you so much, my friend, and I hope you enjoy the show. But the 14-day period for refunds will not start until the release date. For example, if you purchase a game that is in early access or in advanced access, any playtime will count against the 2-hour refund limit, explains Valve. If you pre-purchase a title that is not playable prior to the release date, you can request a refund at any time prior to the release of that title, and the standard 14-day, 2-hour refund period will apply starting on the game's release date. So, that kind of sucks. Does it make sense? A little bit, but it does kind of suck, because it's something that we had and now we do not. Steam's refund policy has been freaking excellent, and I have actually taken advantage of this loophole in the past. Though I'm glad I read that article in full, because I believe I still would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those meddling kids. But no, because I believe, if I remember correctly, I played in a beta and not in advanced access. So what I did was I was super excited for Darktide, and I've talked about Darktide before, Warhammer 40k Darktide, and I believe it was a beta. I believe if you pre-ordered the game, you got into the beta. And because it didn't count towards the 2-hour refund window, I played for close to 50 hours of the beta, and then the day before launch, I refunded it. And I didn't want to. I was having a freaking blast. I do love the music of that game. I like the gameplay loop. I like the ambiance. But it was like, I wrote a big review on Steam, but it was like for every single issue with the game, or every single positive with the game, there was a negative. During the beta, the game ran like fucking dog shit no matter on what computer you're playing on. It was an unoptimized piece of trash. And the straw that broke the camel's back for me was that the community manager was a piece of shit and gloated about permanently banning people from a fully paid for game for wrong think and all that shit and typing the wrong words. Go fuck yourself. You should be able to refund then. So I did refund on that note, and thank you again, Insidious Bliss, for bringing me back in. But yes, I racked up about, and I think Elvis did this with me as well, like close to 50 hours.
Yeah, Elvis said, yep, refunded Darktide 2 as well. It was unoptimized and broken, unfinished features.
And thanks to Insidious Bliss, I have started playing it again a little bit. It is running way, 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 way better than the beta. Is it perfect? No. It still has some optimization issues, but my God, it comes off perfect like the beta if you played the beta. Good Lord, man. So, yeah, I am glad that Steam at least still kept in beta, but Steam has been something that has been plagued with early access. Like, titles can just go into early access and fucking stay there forever, and that's an issue. But it seems like at least if it's not advanced access meaning the game's done, but you get to play it early, something that WWE 2K games do a lot of the time, and big AAA games like Call of Duty and all that stuff. And as long as they label it as beta, you still get this loophole. There is also an extra note. It's not all bad, because on Steam they did add a positive with the update, and that is for all you people that take advantage of family sharing, which if you don't, I highly recommend you do. Find some trusted friends that you can family share with. Steam store pages now display a banner when a member of your Steam family already owns the game. So there you go. Before you buy the game, before you click that, a member of your Steam family already owns the game. So if you're really looking to be frugal with your gaming and you want to get into a big family sharing scenario with a bunch of friends, you can pretty much buy all of Steam collectively. So that is awesome if you take advantage of family sharing. And pretty much if you don't know what family sharing is, it is exactly that. You link all of your accounts together and under the Steam family sharing feature. And what that means is, like, I own games, you own some games, but through our link, and I believe you can have 5 family share members, through our link, I am able to play your games entirely, permanently, forever. So pretty much only one of us has to own them. The only way this becomes an issue is, say I want to play one of Kay's games. If she then launches a game while I am playing one of her games, it gives me a pop-up to say, the owner has launched a game on their end. You have like 10 minutes or something. I think they've made adjustments to this as well, but this is how it was. You have 10 minutes to save and close the game before we force close it. And that is the only way that it negatively impacts you. So it's a great tool on Steam's end, just like the refund policy, which has a unfortunate minor tweak to set it back a little bit. But this change is great because now it's gonna, people that are really aware of their family sharing, it's gonna save you a lot of money. Because if you really want to be frugal and you want to get a big family together, you're gonna save tons and just take turns playing games. So I think that's awesome. Okay, any thoughts?
No, I put the stories in for you because you're the Steam guy. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. Perfect. I need to pull up more stories, so why don't you hang out with chat, read some chat, and I will pull up some more for us.
JB says Blizzard can fuck shit off.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
I agree.
Beautiful. Elvis says it acts like a physical copy borrowing. You can't get achievements permanently, but all progress is saved, and you buy it later. All progress continues.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I mean, I learned about family share from both of you pretty much because I didn't even know that was a thing. I don't really play much Steam, but I had like a few games here and there. And I think, James, I connected to yours at one point and you're like, oh, you can just play the game like through my account pretty much, but just do it through family share. And I get like the progress and everything. So it's a cool feature. I like it. Very useful for actual families, or if you've got buddies that have their own collection and you just want to try out a game. It's almost your way of demoing stuff at times too, because you can always choose if you want to buy it yourself later. But I think that addition of having the little like, oh, this person in your family share owns it is excellent. It's probably going to lose Steam money if we're being honest, but it's a good thing. It's a good faith thing that they did.
Well, it's interesting that they took one thing away and then gave another thing. So it's kind of all balancing out, in my opinion. And they're 2 separate features as well. So it's just like, I saw that the first thing and I was kind of mad, and Steam being smart, as they usually are, not all the time. I have a lot of issues with Steam. But them pulling something back, but then giving something that will arguably save you more money, I think is great. It's smart.
Cyclops says, I hate to raid and run, but I gotta get to sleep because I have work in the morning. Have a good rest of your show.
Hey,
thank you for hanging out and thank you for raiding. We appreciate it. So don't even stress about having to run off. We just appreciate you even spending 5 minutes with us. So thank you again for the raid and for hanging out with us.
But all you people spending 4 minutes or less. I'm joking.
It has to be exactly 5 minutes or else you're fucking out of here. Exactly. JB says refund policy on Steam is still good, just not quite as good. I mean, yeah, this is as Steam gets more popular, I think this is just going to be par for the course. I think there's a lot of flexibility they had when they were a lot less known, 10 years ago. And now this is just going to be normal. Moto Chief says it's late. I guess it is.
We look, all you regulars on the Melee Madness podcast, you know how this goes. If I didn't need sleep, we'd be going through 50 stories every 2 weeks. Stop. And I do. I literally have over 50 stories today. So rapid fire is going to be crazy. Rapid fire is inevitable, but I'm going to get through as much as I can before then. And Kay, I am ready to go when you are. Okay, let's do it. Let us do it. And Kay, I am going to want your opinion on this one because we're back to the censorship, Daddy. So,
you're going to make me yell some more.
Yes. Here's the thing. We've been worried about this, Kay. We've been worried. You are very excited for the re-release.
Oh no, not this story.
You are very excited for the re-release of one of your favorite games of all time. But we saw a little snippet of what could be censorship, or it is definitely a change in the dialogue, in a dialogue-heavy game. And as more footage is rolled out, it's been like more and more and more. So with that, let's talk about it. We are talking about, is localization from Nintendo Treehouse going to ruin Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door? It ain't looking good, folks. So, here's just a couple snippets, and then I'm going to let Kay rant about this because she watched the whole 15-minute preview on this. But just to get you caught up, like I said, yes, there has been some changes to the localization on Thousand-Year Door. The first indicator of it was simple enough. It was, what was it? It was Bowser saying they changed lunkheads to bulkheads or something like that. It was something like,
I think was it Lunkhead that where they ended up at? I don't remember.
Lunkhead was changed. It was the Lunkhead thing. And then as more and more has come out, they've noticed little changes. And of course, Super Mario RPG, another dialogue-heavy Nintendo game that Treehouse would have localized, also had massive changes in it as well. But it's looking like Thousand-Year Door, which has a little more personality.
Airhead. I think it was Airhead.
Lunkhead to Airhead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
which is so I don't care. It's so minimal.
So Super Mario RPG is one thing, but the little I know about Thousand-Year Door is it's got a lot more of a unique personality, and it came out in the GameCube, and so it has almost a more edgy personality, at least as edgy as you can get for a Mario game. So here's one case right here. Here is the original, and here is Mario saluting right here, saluting this Goomba or waving to her, and they changed that to a thumbs up. Why would they change Mario saluting this nice lady Goomba and changing it to a thumbs up? I'm not sure, but I do know that gradually Mario began to hate the Goombas.
If I were to guess on this one, if this is actually the case, I don't know if this accounts memeing or not, but I think the reason why is because Mario, his tone is more usually to give a thumbs up in general.
Okay.
You don't really see Mario waving as much. Not that he never waves.
So again, this isn't confirmed that the changes are for political reasons, but more and more and more, the things are piling up. And that's why I wanted to talk about it. So, salute to a thumbs up. There's one indicator. And then here is Daka Daka talking about it. It's over, Nintendies. So here's another change here. So let's see. The original says, hey man, what's up? Who's the hottie you got there with you? Now the new version, hey man, what's up? You think it's cool just to waltz your way into our underground? And then you can see 4chan is not very happy about this change. Let me tell you that much. So that, in my opinion, is pretty egregious. To go from who's the hottie with you to just completely ignoring that dialogue. And so, yeah, I said I had a bad feeling they were going to royally mess with this one. Apparently, this girl, this pink girl I don't recognize, they're going to just destroy her.
Yeah, this is another Birdo situation.
Oh, shit.
In my opinion, that could be, yeah. I mean, everyone's like bracing themselves for it.
Right.
Because that's the one that we think is going to happen.
So that is it. This is more of a warning. It looks like more and more and more Thousand-Year Door is going to have some changes that the diehard fans do not like. Kay, this is your game. This is your game you love. Have at it.
You know what's weird? Okay, so obviously that last one, I don't like. Like, what's the point of changing that kind of dialogue? But this is Treehouse. Watching the 15 minutes of gameplay, I have different issues, and they're not necessarily censorship issues. But let me give you a white pill first. The Fire Emblem line is actually in there. So they did keep the Fire Emblem line after all. And I guess that's because the Fire Emblem game is on NSO now. So it's still relevant, and Fire Emblem is relevant today. So that was one nice thing to see. There's been some really weird changes. So one of the other things I noticed was there's like a fight where you're fighting a dragon. I think his name is Hooktail. And essentially there's like a badge you can use, and there's a certain sound that scares him off. And it was crickets when you play the original.
Okay.
And they've changed it to like frogs or something, which is like super weird. Like,
I'm gonna
it's just a
quickly say,
strange
dude is
change.
heading out. Have a good night, dude. And he also says, "Fuck censorship." I agree.
Yes, I agree. Fuck censorship. Have a good night. So that one was just weird to me. I don't know if like in Japan it was originally a frog or what or why it's like changed from crickets to frog sounds, but that's a thing now. The game runs at 30 FPS. And on GameCube it was 60.
Oh, fuck.
That's my number one issue with everything. My number one issue is that this game used to run very well, and now it doesn't. So, the other thing I've noticed as well is like the colors are deeper, and some of the scenes look a lot better. The original game on GameCube could sometimes look washed out in some scenes, so they've added some of the details back in, which is great. But then sometimes the game looks too dark as well, which is annoying because the whole point of this game is really the visual aspect of it. So I found that kind of strange. Now, there is music similar to the Super Mario RPG remaster, so there is also modern music. You can change the music back to the original soundtrack, but you don't get that until Chapter 4. So there's a badge system that you can equip, and they make it so it pretty much costs you nothing in the badge system. So
And
it's
this is all for
equivalent to,
Thousand Year Door?
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay.
So now what they have it as is like you go to a shop in the 4th chapter and you are able to get a badge to bring back the music to the original Nintendo, like the GameCube sounds.
Okay.
But I don't like that you have to wait 4 chapters to do that. That should just be in the settings. So that's the thing for me is that like, yeah, the censorship stuff is kind of annoying. That last one, which if you want to flash on the screen again, because Angry Canadian's a huge fan and just came back, I think he should at least see that one.
Yeah,
I think that's the most egregious translation issue that I've seen. But the most egregious, like, actual technical issue to me is the fact that it runs at 30 and not 60 like it used to. And I don't know if it's a Switch performance issue or what exactly it is, but I just don't think it's acceptable for a modern system to be dropping that way. Angry Canadian says, do you know if we can play with a GameCube controller? I'm not sure. I didn't see any details about that, but Angry Canadian, if you missed it, they did keep the Fire Emblem Easter egg, which is nice because that wasn't there in the trailer. What is confusing to me as well is Madame Fleury, which is like the quote-unquote sexy character that people talk about. They seem to have leaned into it more. So they have like a theme song that pops off and it feels very Val Venus to me. Like it's way more improved. And they still zoom in and everything, and they make it clear that she's like sexualized and kind of like the star of the show. So I don't know if there's like 2 teams combating here, like one that's actually like developing the game and then one that's like fucking translating shit. But it seems like there's some kind of battle here, and there are some people on the teams that want to lean into everything and make it, you know, true to its personality, because A Thousand Year Door has really bombastic personality. That's the thing that stands out about this game. But then you have this other side where you have these weird translation issues, right? Like, it's strange to me. I don't know if there's 2 teams combating here, but those were the big things that I noticed. There is slowdown that happens. So when you have a lot of enemies on screen, sometimes you'd see a little bit of slowdown on GameCube. It's worse in the Switch version when you have tons of enemies piled in a room. But overall, you know, I'm looking forward to it. I'm kind of just looking at it from a distance. I'm waiting to see if they do anything with Vivian, because again, that's the whole Birdo situation. I don't know if they're going to lean into that one way or the other, if they're just going to ignore it. That's where I think things are going to get weird. But I'm going to play it regardless when it comes out, and I want to see and I want to compare.
So this, I was going to ask if this, like, is there a final nail in the coffin? And it sounds like you're getting it regardless.
I'm gonna get it regardless unless there's anything like insane that comes out beforehand. But I really want you to play this game as well, and I think this is a good entry point for you to play it.
Yeah.
So
well, I am
just
racing
get it for that reason.
to get through Super Mario RPG still, so hopefully I will get through it soon. But I I think you should take the priority because you're the big fan of this one, and so you should play this first for sure.
Yeah.
But
but there's a lot like what I like is there's a lot of quality of life changes. Like for example, like the Goombella or whatever. There's like a quiz section and you can actually like see her properly now, whereas in the GameCube version you couldn't. She's like hidden underneath because she's super short, right? She's a Goomba. So she's just like kind of hidden under the like stand, but in this one like you can see her properly. Like there's little things where I'm like, okay, you've clearly polished this game up and you've made it look better. I don't know. I don't know. I'm very confused. I think there's two teams that are combating. I think that's kind of my final takeaway. To answer Angry Canadian's question on where did I see all the insider info, there's a bunch of YouTube videos, the first 15 minutes that you can find now. So you just search up like Paper Mario 1000 Year Door, and today you should see like tons of people reposting the video. And I haven't seen anything. Angry Canadian says, I want Hooktail to tell me to smell his feet. I haven't seen anything on that yet, so...
that was a thing?
I don't want to like spoil too much of this game for you, James. It's a really fun game. Every character has personality. It likes to make fun of itself a lot, so it's definitely one of those games that needs to keep its text intact, and that's why a lot of us are so afraid because so much of it comes through in the conversation, and your companions and like that whole thing. We shall see. But what I do like as well is I don't know if this was a thing in the GameCube version and I just didn't realize it, but in this version, when you get more companions, they're added to the start screen. So whatever your playthrough is, you like see them populate in the start screen now when you launch the game. I thought that was a super cute touch, and I don't remember that in the GameCube version either. So a lot of love being put into this, similar with Super Mario RPG. But then you see these dialogue changes and shying away from talking about attractive characters and all. Like, I just don't get that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, just seeing what I've seen, I would prefer playing the original. Because there's already too much changed, in my opinion, in the little knowledge I have in the game. All I'm seeing are changes so far, and I don't trust it. That's one of the reasons I want you to play it first, is because, like, I don't know what's going to be so different, and I would like to know. So
it's strange because like there's like a lot of quality of life changes that would make it better. There's also, which Angry Canadian mentioned, there's party swapping on the fly. So before you had to press start and go in and like change your party, now you can just do it with a wheel. So there's like little things where I'm like, this makes the game way easier to play now. But then if you're not running properly, why would I play this version?
Yeah, for me, it's all about
more than the translation. I mean, there is little things, but like in Super Mario RPG, same thing. They censored the Confucius frog, right? For example, like the Bruce Lee reference. Like there's things that are censored in that version, but it's still overall the better way to play. With this one, it seems very mixed bag. Like I think there's going to be criticisms I have at the end of the day of this one and of the original, but I like that it's got deeper colors. I think that's the thing I noticed the most. So some areas do look darker, and that's annoying, but it's way less washed out than the GameCube version.
All right. Well, Kay, you keep me posted. You're way more interested in this game than I am. I was very much more on the Super Mario RPG camp, and I am overall enjoying it. For me, JRPG or whatever, it's mainly about the story. It's mainly about the dialogue more than anything, because to me, it's, you know, it's a turn-based game. So the story and the dialogue have to be stellar for me to enjoy it. And so if they're changing this much dialogue and everything, I don't know. Treehouse strikes again.
I don't. Besides the one that you showed me here now, I don't think any of the other dialogue changes are big enough to raise a flag on, but that one is.
Okay, well, you keep me posted because you're getting it regardless.
The direct thing that directly conflicts this, though, is how they're like showing off Madame Fleury. She's still like busty. They still are putting that very Val Venus tone to her.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's a Val Venus tone. I don't know how else to like communicate it besides that, because it feels very like, hello, ladies. Like just the music is very like punchy like Val Venus. So it seems like they, at least in the design of the game, are still running with the personality. It's just a matter of what Treehouse does with it.
Right.
To answer one more question from Angry Canadian, yeah, you can see the 30 FPS situation in those videos as well. It's very noticeable. It doesn't run at 60.
Well, we will see. You're getting it regardless. So you keep me posted next month. I think you're getting it pretty much on launch. So
yeah, it's like May 23rd it comes out, so I'll be getting it. And again, unless they like completely change something or like cut out whole storylines or affect like party members deeply, I'm gonna get this. Oh, they also added an extra character that's pretty much a Navi character that's
they
exclusive
added a
to this
character?
version.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a mouse that tells you dialogue. Like it like pretty much tells you like you go do this. It's like a hint thing. That's weird to me.
We butchered the dialogue over here. It used to say cool shit and we removed it. Imagine that.
Yeah, I don't know.
We
And
used,
also
we used to have sexy dialogue, but we thought that was too offensive for modern audiences. Yeah, that's great.
the gameplay, there is no extra difficulty mode. The gameplay is pretty easy. Obviously, I mean, it's a turn-based game, so it can't be like insanely difficult, but it's pretty easy, and apparently the timing on some stuff, because you'll have like QTE almost events, but it's like Super Mario RPG, right? Where like you can jump at certain points and stuff. I feel they've slowed it down. I don't know if that's just the footage I watched, but it definitely feels like it's easier to hit those.
Okay.
So it seems like they've made the game easier. Yeah.
Okay. Well, keep us posted next month. I hope you enjoy it, but I'm leaning towards I have a bad feeling about this one. I have a really bad feeling. I don't trust Treehouse as far as I can throw them, so guess we'll see.
I want to answer one more question in chat here, because JB, I believe it was JB asking why it matters. If it's turn-based, why does 60 FPS matter? And that's because those little quick time events. Because then it'll make it choppy. And it's...
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, because I was seeing the conversation happen. So yeah, film and video games, very, very different. I've seen films run at like 60 FPS and they look like fucking dog shit. So I can play games at like 30 if they're consistent, but anytime a game runs at 60 and you're feeling it and you're playing it, it makes such a huge difference. It's just the smoothness, and everything just works in favor of gaming for sure. I can't think of a single game that wouldn't benefit from having 60 FPS. I'm definitely in that camp. Is there games that are more tolerable in a lower frame rate than other games? Absolutely. If I had to pick for a game to be at 30 over than 60 between like a spectacle fighter and a turn-based RPG every time. That'll be much more playable, whereas a spectacle fighter, it's like I don't even want to fucking touch it if it's not running it at 60 FPS, you know what I mean? So
And it's not consistent F30 either.
Yeah.
Like I saw drops in the 15 minutes that they showed me. I saw drops, and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? That's really bad." Not so much in the gameplay, but in the story section when you're going into gameplay. So like pretty much loading. It's not smooth.
All right, you ready for the next story? Let's do it. This is not a fun one, unfortunately. It's been really painful. Ex-Lionhead devs explain why they announced and shelved a new game. Flaming Fowl says the current lack of industry investment has forced it to lay off half of its staff. An independent UK developer says it's been forced to announce and postpone its game on the same day and lay off more than half of its staff due to the sharp downturn in investment in the games industry. Flaming Fowl is a Guildford, UK-based developer founded in 2016 by veterans of Microsoft's closed Lionhead Studios. Its first game licensed the Fable franchise card game Fable Fortune. It followed this up in 2021 with the critically acclaimed strategy title Gloomhaven, which I heard a lot about. I heard a lot of people love that one. On Tuesday, it announced the deck-building strategy game Ironmarked. A demo has been released on Steam, but the studio says development has already been put on hold due to the unusual financial situation currently affecting the video games industry. It asked that anyone who enjoys Ironmarked demo wish listed on Steam, as this will allow us to gauge interest and help us repitch the game once the industry has recovered somewhat in the future. CEO Craig Oman told VGC that Flaming Fowl has been forced to shelve Ironmark after the game was unexpectedly dropped by its publisher last summer. After nearly a year of self-funding development and unsuccessfully pitching the game to more than 30 publishers. Oman said the company was recently forced to end production and lay off more than half of its employees. Quote, "We've been working on this game for over a year," he explained. "We had a publisher, but they pulled out last year around June, and we've been self-funding since August. We've been pitching to publishers since then, but they all said the game looks great, the team looks great, but we're not signing anything right now." I think it's partly because we're a mid-tier size game, he added. Budget-wise, we were originally pitching around £5 million, but it seems that there is very little opportunity in that ballpark. People were either looking to sign stuff for a few $100,000 or up to the 20 to 40 million pound range. Oman said the environment for developers trying to get their games funded is vastly different from a few years ago. Quote, "As soon as we finished Gloomhaven, we signed Ironmarked," he said. "We had multiple offers, but then a year and a half later, we've gone back to a lot of the same publishers, and they say they're no longer looking for projects like this. Over the past 18 months, there have been a sharp downturn in investment in the games industry, influenced by the tough global economic situation and the current games industry crisis, which has seen thousands of redundancies. A recent GL.biz investigation described the situation as a perfect storm, with the publishers and investors now being more cautious than ever about the games they sign. For Flaming Fowl, its employees have felt the real cost of the industry purse strings tightening, with many of them having lost their jobs. Oman said the remaining team members have given themselves until the end of the year to release a small self-funded strategy title. Friday was the last day for most of the people at the company. We're down to about 9 people now from around 30 people we were working with. It's been difficult. Yeah, I just hope they all find work quickly, because that's really the painful thing. I've worked in the industry for a long time. I've gone through redundancies, and it typically always leads to something better. There's always that opportunity to discover, and you're forced to think about what you want to do next. Although Oman is hopeful affected employees can bounce back from the redundancies, he admits that the industry environment is very different from when he was laid off as a part of Lionhead's closure in 2016. Shortly after, Oman and a few others formed Flaming Fowl, secured a deal for the Fable license, and part crowdfunded the project. Quote, "I'd say it's nearly impossible today to do what we did. I know people who have tried to start studios in the last 9 months, and it's been impossible for them. When Lionhead closed, that was the tail end of the crowdfunding craze, and even we didn't get our target via Kickstarter." CEO and industry leaders have predicted the painful situation in games industry that could last up for 2 years. According to Oman, if the situation does continue, the damage to the industry and the medium could last longer than that. We're losing game projects. We're going to lose studios. We're going to lose people. People are going to move to different industries. If this is what it's going to be like, developers are going to move elsewhere to more stable industries. Oman said it was partly his experience working on canceled projects at Lionhead that led him to deciding to release an Ironmarked demo even after the project had been shelved. As is typical for any large studio, Lionhead canned several projects over the years, notably Xbox adventure game BC, Connect title Project Milo. Oh yeah, I remember that. And what would be its final title, Fable Legends. I just wanted the game to see the light of day. Oman explained, "I've worked in the industry for a long time, and there's been so many times projects have been put on ice and never come back. I really don't want it to be another one of these wow, they fucking got sloppy here, that never come out and only a handful of people ever know about them." The CEO said that it currently looks unlikely that Ironmark could ever be resurrected. Players submitting wish lists on Steam will be given a better chance one day returning to full production. "I think the path to resurrection for the project is going to be us generating enough wish lists to be able to go to a publisher and go, here's some data that shows the game will do what you want it to," he said. "We're being very clear in the messaging in the demo that the project has been put on hold because of a final financial situation in the industry. If players want to help bring back that title to life, then the best thing to do is wishlist on Steam. Wishlists are a hugely important thing for anything trying to launch a game on Steam. It's a metric you can go to publishers with that gives them a clear indication of the market you can tap into. So they're just so risk adverse." All right, you know what? I'm going to pull up Ironmarked here on Steam. Let's do it. And then we can decide, not only can you play the demo for free, but wishlist it if you're interested. And, okay, there's no video. We're just going to look at some of the screenshots here. So if this looks good to you, go find it over on Steam. You can wishlist it. You can play the demo for free. And that is really the only way that this game has any hope of ever getting released because of the absolute state of the industry. which
Kind of
is
looks like it's trying to do a Gloomhaven thing with it.
it looks very Gloomhaven. It's definitely not my sort of game, but I can see people absolutely loving this. Like people loved Gloomhaven. Ironmarked is a 1 to 3 player co-op RPG with turn-based combat set in a medieval fantasy world inspired by Renaissance Italy. Select your band of deadly mercenaries to take on perilous quests from factions. Just remember the most important rule: get paid. So there you go. Go give it a wish list if you're interested in seeing this game ever get produced. Which, yeah, super stad. Absolute fucking state of the industry, guys. And yeah, it's just kind of falling apart right here. Many such cases.
That's the thing with this story is it's like there's not much to say beyond what's presented because this is the state of the industry right now. There's a lot of companies falling apart, and I completely agree with the assessment that a lot of people are going to look for more stable things to go to because there's just a lot of things that can go wrong in this industry, and you can do your best in every other section of it, but you can still fail, right? Like there's games that have been commercial failures even though they've made tons of money because of the production costs, for example, right? A lot of these companies are owned by other companies, and then those bigger companies are trying to thin out costs. They'll close studios for whatever reason. Look at EA, just decides to like randomly be like, "Oh, you made a great game, Kingdoms of Amalur. Goodbye."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you want to make an Alice in Wonderland game? No, too bad. So it's like, it's just the industry as a whole is a mess. And it's sad to see studios suffer through all of this, and I hope that they can come out of the other side okay, but it sounds like they're getting pretty thinned out at this point. So
yeah,
really the story to me is more like I hope this situation improves for studios and that people find a reason to stay in this industry.
Yeah, no, agreed for sure. I've seen too many games that I've been excited for get shelved and put away, and it's happening more and more and more in these past couple years, and it's just going to keep escalating. So it sucks to see. I'm happy that they were able to get a demo out, and there's still some semblance of hope. If you want to wishlist it, that's super cool. Usually the games I'm interested in don't even get that far to have a chance like that, so that's great. And hopefully they can keep making this game in the future because, yeah, I know so many people that loved Gloomhaven. And loved Lionhead. Like, Lionhead was always full of, like, wonderful ideas, right? I'm a big black and white fan.
Yeah.
So,
Lionhead did a lot of good shit. And it's weird to see, like, the success of Gloomhaven as a whole and to see a studio still fail, even having a license with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's just shocking to me because I know it's not directly related when you have I don't know if they were involved in the board game or just the video game. I assume just the video game. But the board game blew up. Like, it got super popular amongst people. It used to be you could buy...
Oh, no. Oh, we lost funding for Kay. Oh, my God, Kay, your funding's gone. No. What the hell? Oh, my God, she's gone again. So if you guys are interested in seeing more Kay, definitely go search her up on Steam. Wishlister, play the K demo.
Why does this keep happening to me every time I try to say something?
Yeah, everyone's coming after you. No
DMCA
money.
By fucking
DMCA,
Blizzard,
Nintendo.
Lionhead,
yeah, Lionhead's
everyone.
taking their money back. Oh my god.
And it's only these stories that are doing it. What the fuck?
Yeah, you're fine during the other ones. Oh my god, it's a curse.
Pretty much what JB said is similar to what I was getting to, which is that Gloomhaven was the #1 board game for a long time. And it used to be like you could find the game pretty cheap in stores, like $80 to $100. And then the price was going up and it was hard to find copies of the board game because of how popular it was. And they had to print more and more and more. So to know that they had access to a license like that and then still are not doing well when the video game form also succeeded, in my opinion, it's just sad. And I hope for the best for them going forward.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get out of the sad. Let's get out of the sad. And let's make Kay angry. How about that? So, from sad to mad, Kay, let's talk about your favorite topic. PlayStation is officially bringing trophies to PC. Woo! Let's go. Oh my god, look how excited you are.
Why?
You're so excited.
Oh god.
Here we
so
go.
Pointless, bro.
Ghosts of Sushi will feature the same trophy list as the base game. The PC...
That's lazy. That's fucking lazy, okay? Oh, well, we're going to bring over this PlayStation game to PC, but we don't want to change the trophy list, so we're just going to bring over trophies.
All right. Let's see. Players who sign into their PSN accounts on PC will be able to earn trophies. The list of trophies is the same as the PS5 version of the game, but it's not clear if the list will be treated as separate from the PS5 version, as is the case with games that have both a PS4 and a PS5 version. The game will be released on PC on May 16th because PlayStation is bound to have no games. A new PlayStation PC overlay will also debut with the release of the Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut. Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut is the first PlayStation title on PC that uses a new PlayStation overlay, which includes your friends list, trophies, settings, and your profile. This feature is available on Windows PC and will be accessible from the game menu or for keyboard players by pressing Shift F1, which I believe was the key bindings for Origin. And you can take a look at it right here. So let's see here. Okay, yeah, no, that looks pretty good and proper to me.
I mean, I don't really care if they bring over trophies, but it's just like, it seems like they're doing it because they're lazy.
Right. While playing the game, you can earn PlayStation trophies just like on PlayStation consoles. Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut on PC shares the same trophy set as the game on PS5 consoles. In addition, the PC version also has full support for achievements on Steam and the Epic Game Store. To make use of features like trophies, friends list, and crossplay, you can sign in to your existing account for the PlayStation Network or create a new account. The use of the PlayStation overlay is optional for both single-player experiences and Legends mode. In addition of the trophy support that was rumored first last year following the addition of the PSN support for Marvel Spider-Man Remastered on PC, while the game does not feature trophy support, it offers in-game rewards in exchange for linking Steam and PSN accounts. While PlayStation Studio games on PC, such as God of War, Horizon Zero Dawn, Days Gone, and Spider-Man Remastered can be played without the need to sign in for a PSN account. This isn't necessarily the case with the Xbox Game Studio titles, which require an Xbox Live account for some games on Steam, Master Chief Collection. Sucker Punch and Nixes have also released the system requirements for the game, which includes support for ultra-wide monitors, support for 21:9 and 32:9 and 48:9 resolutions, and triple monitor setups are also supported. So, my take actually, before Kay yells some more, is I actually think this is great. I think it's kind of weird and ironic that it took this long.
Why do you think I'm mad at this story?
Because you like yelling about trophies and achievements.
I'm not. This story doesn't upset me at all. I don't understand.
Can you be upset?
I actually thought you were gonna. I thought you were gonna talk about the PlayStation autoplay thing. That's why I was bracing myself originally.
Oh, that's somewhere that in the list as well.
Because we had that in
I
our
have
list.
50.
I didn't even realize
I have
this was a story.
50 stories. Let's see how many I can pack in into like 8 minutes here. So yeah, I actually think this is great. I find it kind of funny and ironic that it took PlayStation this long to have their titles that go over to PC have trophy support. I really like actually when Xbox games that require you to sign into your Xbox account anyway, they have the cross-platform achievements so that, you know, when I'm playing the Master Chief Collection on Steam, I'm earning achievements to my profile that I don't have to get like on Xbox or something. I think that's nice. I don't achievement hunt or anything, but it's I like, I've said it before, I like having the achievements that I earn. So it's frustrating if I'm to play a game and not get an achievement here versus there. So now there's, similar to how PlayStation was slow to arrive with trophies on the PS3, they've been slow to arrive with trophies with their cross-platform games that they've been putting on Steam. But looks like Ghost of Tsushima is going to be the first one to have that. And the HUD looks great. I think the HUD looks totally fine. It looks in line with the PS5 and everything. That Shift F1 overlay. I actually think it looks better than Xbox's Windows Key G overlay. I don't have a photo of that right now, but if you've ever played an Xbox Live required game through Steam, you've seen it, and it's meh. It does not look as nice and clean and slick as that. So yeah, I dig this. This is great. I'm all in favor for it, and I'm happy that they have the same trophies on one and the other, because if I play the game here and I earn the trophies here, but then I continue on my PlayStation for some reason, I don't have to redo shit. It's all tied into the same game.
I think it's all fine and good, but like I'm just confused at why they're even bothering to integrate it, because if they're putting all the games on Steam specifically, then does this integrate with Steam at all? Like it doesn't Steam have a separate achievement system? That's why I think it's kind of lazy.
Steam
because
has
it's like
its own
why not
achievements. Yeah.
Why not just make it so that it works with Steam achievements if it's on PC, like instead of trying to make it go for both PlayStation and playing it on. Do you get what I'm saying?
It's going to have
That's the
Steam.
thing that I find weird and lazy about
this
it.
game is going to have Steam achievements and trophies.
So they're doing both?
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird. I mean, whatever. Sure, if they're doing the Steam achievements,
and that's
that
the way
doesn't make it
that's the way
lazy.
Master Chief Collection and other Xbox games usually work as well. Is that there's Steam achievements, but then there's also the gamer score achievements tied to your Xbox account.
So I thought initially this meant that they weren't even going to bother doing Steam achievements and that they were just doing trophies. So if they are doing both, then it isn't lazy. I thought that they were just saying like, okay, we're bringing the game over to PC and then we don't want to redo the like list of achievements. So we're just going to take our trophy system. You know what I mean? That's how I took it initially. But if they're going to do both, then okay, cool. It doesn't affect my life at all.
I can check right now if I go over to the Steam page here. Yep, it has Steam achievements confirmed.
This is what Neo's saying as well. That's what I was wondering. Does that mean you get both Steam and PS trophies at the same time? Like, that's confusing.
Yes, and that's how the Master Chief Collection works, actually.
So is it going to be... Well, the whole, like, Microsoft... Like...
It's
in my brain the like Xbox to PC thing works smoother, I guess. I don't know if I'm wrong on that, but it just seems like Xbox, the way that they do their achievements and the way that Steam does their achievements are very similar already.
You'd think that, wouldn't
kind
you?
of work a little different.
You would totally think that Microsoft has the smoothest experience on PC. No.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't. It doesn't.
But
it should hypothetically, but what I'm saying is that like the Sony to PC connection, I guess because it's new, it just feels like a little less intuitive in my brain. It just doesn't feel like an association that should happen. But okay, if they're doing both, then sure, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah. So,
but like, are they gonna just make it like identical? Because trophies usually have different like things that it takes to hit it, like because you're platinuming and stuff.
Achievements, Steam achievements, and trophies have little differences to make them unique for their platform. Even Steam achievements are different from Xbox achievements, but ultimately 9.9 times out of 10 the developer is making them identical. Just instead of saying this is worth 20 points, they'll say this is a bronze trophy. Instead of this is 60 points, this is a silver trophy. That's the difference.
So
and then,
they're just going to convert the point system. Okay, I mean, that's
Steam's
fine.
is just, there's no point system, there's no trophy, anything. Steam's whole thing is just rarity. So you got this achievement. Here is how many people compared to you that have launched this game that have gotten this achievement. So it's just a rarity system, and that's all it's got.
Steam and like Xbox both have that system.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure Xbox added it later. Because I don't remember it being a thing on like 360 when Steam also had achievements.
I mean, you guys will know this better than
me.
But
Xbox does have it now, and so does PlayStation. They have the rarity thing now, but I don't think either trophies or Xbox achievements started with the rarity system. But Steam, I'm pretty sure, did start with the rarity system. But and that's all really Steam has with it. And it's you can put it on your profile and stuff and highlight it, blah blah blah.
But they're also eliminating the whole like PSN thing, right? Like you can have the game on Steam, but then not have a PSN account, but then somehow get trophies at the same time as getting achievements on Steam. Like there's just little things in my brain that don't make sense.
Yeah, so if you get the trophy, because it's your account, right? And on your PlayStation account, it lists all your trophies you got. So even if you don't own the game on your PSN or whatever, you will still get those trophies. It's similar to be like if you got the trophies of a PS4 version of the game, but you never played the PS5 version. Your trophies are still being accumulated.
So really there is a potential of bugs here because if you own it both on Steam and then on PlayStation, there could be a thing that doesn't connect there, whatever. But I'm wondering if like on Steam, do you need to have a PlayStation account?
You would need to have a PlayStation account to get these trophies. But what the article was saying...
But you can still play the game without it. Like,
so that was what the article said, is that on Xbox, most, if not all, Xbox games require you to sign in with your Xbox Live account. But so far, PlayStation hasn't required them. So I'm not sure if this one will require your PlayStation account. And it sounds like no. Now, in my experience, there is not really bugs, but there is exploits. For example, because I've played a bunch of the Master Chief Collection and Halo Infinite, the only thing I have found, without causing issues for myself, is here's something you can do. If you say are playing the game on Xbox, right, and you get achievements there on Xbox, which I have done for Master Chief and Halo Infinite, you can then go over to Steam, launch the game, log into your account, and your Steam achievements just go boop 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 boop, unlocked. And I've seen that happen many a times. And yeah, I can't remember, but like when I bought the Master Chief collection on Steam, it was like 5 achievements, 5 minutes of just achievements going bleh, bleh. You're getting unlocks. You're getting unlocks. And it was really funny to see because it was like I bought it day 1 and it was like 0 people have this achievement and it's like beat the game on normal. Because it was just...
At what point do we make it so that, because there's not really a lot of exclusives anymore, at what point do we make it that when a game launches, it just has a blanket achievement system that can like trigger on Steam, that can trigger on Xbox, that can trigger on PlayStation? That's the future I kind of see, where it's just like instead of like having these 3 different systems for achievements, you just make one system that the game upon release will give you that experience across the board.
So I mentioned it before, but there was a cool website long ago. I think it was, I want to say late 360, maybe early Xbox and PS4 era that did this. And it was called Raptor. And Raptor was a website that it was like, hey, we're combining all your accounts into like an overall score. So it takes your Xbox achievements, it takes your PlayStation trophies, it takes your Steam achievements, and it lumps it all together to give you like a Raptor score. And I used it, and it was actually a pretty cool, fun site because that was actually, because I never achievement hunted, but like in high school, it was like, oh my God, you have the most achievements. And it's like, yes, because I have no life and I just play a lot of games. But like I only had 1 game or 2 that was like 1,000. But what got me out of like really not caring about achievements was, I've told this story before, but it was getting interested in Twisted Metal on PS3. And I'm like, oh, well, do I make the jump over now that I have these achievements here? And then in my brain, I'm like, yes, that is dumb. Why would I not play a game that I'm excited and been waiting for forever just because I'll be getting trophies on a bare account instead of achievements? And so that was the decision
For the record,
I made.
that's the only part of achievements that irritates me, really, is when people like don't enjoy a game properly, or like they won't play a game because it's not within their achievement goals.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's
had
where
the
I
thought.
get irritated at achievements. I don't care if people integrate it in XYZ. I thought at first that this was a lazy scenario because it seemed like it was just like, oh, well, we don't want to revamp a list, so we're just going to move it on both like PC and PlayStation. But if they're going to have 2 separate systems, then I think that's totally fine, and I'm happy for the achievement crowd. But yeah, my only issue with achievements really is like if you're not willing to enjoy a story, or like the achievements where it's like you have to bounce here 50 times and do this, or like things that will like interfere with a multiplayer game, like the goal of a multiplayer match just to get an achievement. Like that's where I have issues with achievements. But I don't care if people collect them. It's more like, does this impede the original way that it developed, like that you would play through a video game?
See, I knew this story would get you on a tangent. I told you.
No, it's because you said I should be mad, and I'm confused why I should be mad at this being integrated. I don't care.
And yet the rant
I'm just
transpired.
I'm just clarifying why achievements irritate me to begin with. It has nothing to do with the actual existence of them or people using them. It's when it like gets in the way of like a mission or a goal, or it prevents somebody mentally from playing a game because it doesn't fit in their score. That's when I think it's silly.
Yeah. So anyway, I had that fork in the road moment, and ultimately Twisted Metal won. Unfortunately, Twisted Metal ended up sucking. But still, ever since Twisted Metal on PS3, because like reminder from that point, like before then, I was pretty loyal to Xbox One to 360. But then after that, I was like, I'll play Prototype on PlayStation, whatever. I'll play this on this, like, and then it was very much more. I was like, yeah, 100%. I don't care about achievements. It's just about playing the games. But yeah, some people are the exact opposite. So it looks like there's a new Raptor. So like I said, Raptor was the thing where it combined all of it, and it was super cool and neat, and I liked it in concept. It ultimately failed. They even offered like exclusive rewards based on if you got achievements or whatever and all this stuff. Nerdy Neo says there's Meta Gamer Score that combines all your different platforms achievement trophies. So it looks like there is a new Raptor now for those that want it. I probably wouldn't get in. I tried getting into Raptor. I don't know if I would get into a new one, especially with my lack of caring and also being such a big Wahoo respecter and Nintendo not having any of that stuff. And I hope they continue not to have any of that stuff. So I'm like really, like I said, the only thing that irritates me is when I unlock something and then it doesn't. So apart from that, like, yeah, I don't care too much. But I do like this. I do like that PlayStation games, at least going forward now, are going to have the trophies. Now, are they going to do a thing like they did on the PS3 where they retroactively try to fix Days Gone and Spider-Man and all these games that don't have trophy support now? And if you remember on the PS3, this caused issues because it is a lot of work.
Didn't Fallout have this issue? Like Fallout, I think it was Fallout. I remember getting a message from our store. Somebody was like wanting to buy a copy of Fallout for PS3.
Okay.
And like it wasn't working properly for them and it got stuck at a certain point.
Oh,
and
yeah, that was a
we
game.
determined
Yeah,
it was-
yeah. So, yeah, because PlayStation 3 didn't launch with trophies. And so they went back and retroactively added some trophies, but it's more work than you think to go back and add trophies. So some games on PS3 have had the retroactive add and some haven't. And so now I'm wondering, with all the PlayStation games that are on Steam, like Spider-Man, Last of Us, all this stuff, are they going to try to retroactively add this into there? And that would be interesting. And there you can get your issues. That can have bugs for sure. Because, like, what if you have unlocked everything for Last of Us on PlayStation, you own it on Steam, but then maybe your save files are different or something. And yeah, there could be issues, and that require a lot of testing and effort. And they also have to decide if that's worth their time or not. Personally, I think nothing regarding Last of Us is worth anyone's time, but that's me. So anyway, that's neat. And yeah, like I said, I like it when Xbox does it. So I'm happy PlayStation's doing it now as well. But I'm going to break the rules a little bit because there's one story I want Kay to see real bad. So we're going to do some 2 quick hits here. And then we're going to go rapid fire.
Well, before that, I should answer Neo's question, which is enjoy a game properly. Who decides what's proper? I don't necessarily think it's about deciding what's proper, but I do see scenarios where, like, for example, you're playing a multiplayer game and then, like, you have a certain objective, but you might get, like, a thing where, I have to do this instead, and it doesn't fit in with what the rest of your team is doing, and that can impede the match, because in, like, a team fight, you need to all be going towards a certain objective. And I've seen games where they're like, if you get this, you'll get like a daily or you'll get an achievement or whatever. And it goes completely against how to win the game. So then you have teammates that are focusing on their little things for their achievements. And then you end up losing the match. Like, that kind of stuff is not really playing a game properly. If the point of a like multiplayer game is to win the match, and you're running off and doing a completely different objective to get like a trophy or something, I don't think that's playing a game properly. If you're playing like a single player game and then it's like, jump in a circle 50 times or whatever, are you really enjoying the game? Like, if you're just jumping around, with Dude's situation with the whole S rank thing, he can't enjoy Devil May Cry 5 properly because he's having a hard time doing the S rank because it's working against him and the game doesn't feel good to him, which fair. I'm like, I don't hate the guy for it. It's totally fine if he finds different enjoyment than I do. I think Devil May Cry 5 is a great game, and I never cared about getting an S rank in it, and I was able to enjoy it. But the fact that he's like having something in the game that's preventing him from reaching the S rank is affecting his ability to enjoy the game. I can't decide if that's the proper way to play or not, but at the end of the day, it's a story-based game just as much as a combat-based game, and he's not like fully immersed in all of it because of this little thing with achievements. So that would just be like off the top of my head some examples. But at the end of the day, I don't think that anyone should tell you, you're playing a game this way, therefore, like, you're not doing it properly or whatever. If you want to play games and do it that way, go for it. To me personally, I'm not playing a game properly if I'm just focusing on that stuff and I'm not actually getting immersed in what the game is. and I'm not enjoying it and going through its story, going through its gameplay properly because I'm worried about doing like little things along the way that are just like, oh yeah, go over in this corner and do this 20 times. Like I don't think that's really fully playing a game. So
I'll 100% back up when you said that in regards to multiplayer, and it's not exclusive to achievements, but I scream and yell when games that have dailies in regards to multiplayer games or a battle pass or daily challenges or whatever literally break and make you work actively against your team or against the game, and that shit drives me fucking nuts. Dead by Daylight is a huge culprit of that, where they have so many dailies and all this shit in the game that make it that you have to play this really specific way or something and go out of your way to use this item or like get the attention of the killer and all this stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And
It's
I can't
like,
tell you how
oh,
many times like it just ruins the game because either
Yeah.
I have to or my teammates have to, and it's like the goal is to win in multiplayer. Like in a multiplayer game, the goal is to fucking win. But it's like, sorry, I have this challenge where I have to fucking jump through 20 hoops before I can try winning, and it's like, you've ruined the game. Good job.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. And
not
then
only
just,
just
like,
for one person, but multiplayer. You've ruined the team's game. You've ruined the entire economy and everything of the multiplayer, and it's a fucking nightmare.
Now, it's fair to say that like dailies and achievements might feel like different things or whatever, but I still feel like this all kind of comes from the same school of thought at the end of the day. And a lot of games, they find ways to throw in little like things for you to do, which are mostly achievement driven. A lot of people that want achievements go this way. And it ends up like kind of ruining the balance of multiplayer games. And then there is that little side note of like, it makes me sad when people don't want to play a game because it's on a certain console because it doesn't fit in with their achievements. But if you don't want to do that at the end of the day, you play whatever the fucking games you want. It's just that it's a personal like, oh, that sucks that you're missing out on this because of this reason.
I still play Dead by Daylight, even though it has those, and I've gone through those, and I think, like, I've done those challenges intentionally, and I think it's dumb. And I'll get teammates mad at me, and I'm like, go take it up with the shitty fucking devs. They have ruined this game, and I've seen this in other games. I've shit on Blizzard. I have more stories for the rapid fire that shit on Blizzard, but it's like, what was I gonna say? Like Blizzard with Heroes of the Storm and their dailies, peak dailies, peak. Fucking perfect. And that's one of the reasons I got so addicted to that game for so many years, is the daily system is play as a healer 3 times, play as a Warcraft character 3 times, win 3 matches. That's it. They're all like that. It's not, you have to get X amount of kills, you have to not die this many times. Because even like something like you gotta die less than 5 times in a match or something, now people are gonna just stay in base and not play the game. So like, get that daily.
Yeah, and Neo mentions it here as well. He said, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. There are achievements for killing teammates or intentionally losing X amount of games in a row, so I'm with you there.
So, yeah, anyway, now I'm on another rant, but let's get to 2 quick hit stories. These aren't rapid fire, but they're rapid-ish. And then we're going to get to...
Good night, MotoGP Chief. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Thank you. And thank you for following us as well, man. I appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to get to 2 quick hits here because I really want to look into one myself personally, and I might as well do it with Kay here live. And then also there's one that I don't even know if Kay knows about that I have to show her before we get to the rapid fire. So these are rapid fire-ish anyway. So I'm actually excited for this. This has gotten a lot of shit online, but I don't care. There is a new Ninja Turtles game coming out, and I'm a big TMNT guy. I'm sure a lot of you people hanging out here are big TMNT guys, and there's a new Ninja Turtles game. It is not based on the Seth Rogen fucking nightmare that came out in theaters where April is fucking disgusting, nipples protruding. It is based on just proper good old Ninja Turtles, but on top of that, it is billed as a roguelike adventure, which interests me because I like roguelikes. I do have roguelike fatigue. There is too many of them, but a Ninja Turtles roguelike, I am fucking back in. It is also a Switch-timed exclusive, which I think is interesting given that it's a Ninja Turtles game. But the main thing that interested me is that people were talking shit about the gameplay in comparison to Shredder's Revenge. People were saying this looks like shit compared to Shredder's Revenge. I love Shredder's Revenge. But you know what I love more? Marvel Ultimate Alliance, one of my favorite games of all time. And the camera movement and the combat looks a lot like Marvel Ultimate Alliance to me. So let's look at this quick hit trailer right now, and you guys tell me what you think.
Order up some pizza because the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are back on Nintendo Switch.
In their very first radical roguelike adventure, Leonardo, Raphael, Donatello, and Michelangelo must travel through reality-bending portals to rescue their kidnapped master, Splinter.
With each run, you'll fend off the totally bogus Foot Clan while enhancing your abilities with power-ups. But no two runs are the same. Upgrade your turtle powers to grow stronger and shred through the story.
The 4 turtles each have their signature weapons and awesome abilities. For example, Donnie's attacks have more range, but Raph has a higher chance of dealing critical damage. After clearing each room, you get to choose from a variety of turtle powers to customize your moveset and create devastating combos. Don't get too attached though, because these powers reset when a run ends.
More customization options await back at your sewer home, where you can spend in-game currency you earned on your runs on permanent upgrades called artifacts. Pick the turtle and artifact that best suit your preferred playstyle.
Enjoy exploring iconic locations solo or jump online with up to 3 bodacious buds in co-op play. Your team of turtles can drop in and out whenever they want, making for a no-pressure play sesh. Get ready to fight the foot when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Splintered Fate launches as a timed console exclusive on Nintendo Switch this July.
Pizza's here!
Okay. So, cringe narration aside?
It looks pretty great. I just don't like the modern Turtles art style, but that's like unavoidable because that's how the cartoon looks.
But it's not modern Ninja Turtles art style. It doesn't look like the Seth Rogen shit at all. They have white eyes.
No, sorry. I'm talking about this one before. I totally like memory hold the Seth Rogen thing because I don't pay attention to it. You know that like Nickelodeon, like they're like a lot more just green. You know what I mean? Like they're very less detailed.
Yeah, you pretty much you have the comic book Ninja Turtles, which is the darkest one. You have the original 80s cartoon, which is the most child-friendly one, I would say. Then you have the 90s movies, which I love, and then the other style. There's been many styles. I'm like summarizing them here, but then
but the style right before the Seth Rogen style.
Yeah, so then, but
like
they're all a little similar because there's a CGI cartoon, and then there's the late 90s, early 2000s cartoon that's actually pretty fucking good. This looks most like that. It looks most like it's got the Batman white eyes look and everything. But yeah, I didn't actually watch that trailer. I'm fucking hyped. I'm actually like excited. I think this is a day one for me. Everything they said, everything they said was correct. Everything they said is what I would want in a roguelike Ninja Turtles game. I actually love the look. I love the gameplay from what I've seen. I'm not bullshitting. This looks fucking awesome to me. It either has a chance to be hyper addictive and I play it for hundreds of hours, or shallow as fuck and I play it for like 3 hours. They need to keep supporting this. That's going to be the make or break for this game. There needs to be, similar to Binding of Isaac, similar to Dead Cells, similar to Hades. Actually, I don't know. Maybe not for Hades. I haven't played it too much because I didn't love it. But all successful roguelikes that I've seen have a lot of content, or they have continuous update content. So I'm going to sound like a shill here, but I really fucking hope this game has like future updates, whether it's in the form of DLC or free updates or something. It'll be fucking great. You have something good here. You have just the baseline. You have a good baseline here. And then it needs to build. If you just stick to whatever this core baseline is, I'm going to be very upset and disappointed. But I
think Neo asked the best question though. He said, does it have co-op, or are the other turtles AI controlled?
So
that's a big deal.
Yeah, from what I gathered from the narration, it sounds like it's single player unless you play online, where then it's online co-op only. So that's what I heard. And that makes sense given that it's a roguelike and everything. So it sounds like it's online co-op with up to 3 other people. They said that near the end of the trailer. But locally, it's going to be single player with everyone else being AI. That's another issue you can get into. If that is the case, then I really hope the other Ninja Turtles health doesn't affect you or anything. I hope it actually plays like a proper solo experience. You know what I mean? Yeah, I could see some bullshit scenarios where it's like I'm super souped up, but then Mikey got fucking one-shotted and then the run's over or something. So I'm just kind of, I'm overthinking it. I'm overcomplicating it. But at its core, this looks fucking awesome, and I'm actually genuinely excited for it. I think I can't name another game that I'm excited for. I still want to play Princess Peach Showtime. I have not gotten it yet. But apart from that, I think I'm actually more excited to get my hands on this as far as games coming out this year. I can't think of another game I'm excited for, unfortunately. But I am actually excited for this, and I think this is probably, unless something horrible comes out about it, knock on wood, this is going to be a day one buy for me. Okay, any other thoughts?
It looks great.
Yeah, but people were talking shit about this, by the way. A lot of shit.
Why?
Because it's not Shredder's Revenge. And I'm like...
Yeah, but they have to experiment a little bit, right? Like, I'm fine with this. It looks good.
If you took the art style and the 2D plane with Shredder's Revenge and made that a roguelike, I wouldn't like it. I like the camera. This camera for a roguelike works better. I think the art style works better, especially if it's going to show like visual upgrades. Shredder's Revenge was fucking great. It was a little too short, in my opinion, but apart from the shortness, it was wonderful and awesome. And it worked for being a spiritual sequel to Turtles in Time and Turtles 89. But as a fan of Ultimate Alliance and like top-down ARPGs, this looks fucking awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I want to. The thing with games nowadays is I want it in my hands before I form a full opinion. Because like I've seen enough games where it's like it looks great on paper, trailer looks good, but then it comes out and there's like a change or whatever, and it just like, I don't know. I need to see it in my hands before I give it full praise, but it looks promising. I can say that much. Nightmare says Marvel Ultimate Alliance was so good. There are so many mods for that game now. They figured out how to up the roster to 50, and now I have Batman and Superman in my game.
I'm hearing this for the first time. I've been content having Ultimate Alliance on my 360. Oh my fucking god, do I need to get a PC copy? It's fucking delisted on Steam. I didn't even consider mods. Oh god, I literally didn't buy it because it was overpriced on Steam. It was overpriced when it came out on Steam. Never went on sale. And I was like, whatever, I own all the DLC and everything on Xbox. That one sentence, that one chat. Fuck. I need it. I've said many times Ultimate Alliance is literally like my favorite ARPG. I love it so much. I fucking love it. Oh my god.
I'm sure we can figure out a way. Nightmare says, James, find the Marvel Mods website, get onto the Discord, and you can, you know the rest.
I'm genuinely going to look into that.
Fallen Angel says, maybe I'm too old school, but I don't particularly enjoy when they tell me everything that the game has. Like, I'd not find out if I fiddle around with it, but nice nonetheless.
I can agree with that.
This is the problem. I agree with you completely. The problem is that they're marketing this towards normies who are not going to, like, pick up this game unless they fully understand it, or if they pick up the game, they're not going to discover the things that we discover. That's the problem. So they have to like kind of tell us everything in plain sight. But I agree with you. I like to explore games and then find out things on my own. So it doesn't necessarily make you old school. Or maybe
I will say that this specific dialogue sold me more on the game because I did have concerns as someone that's played a lot of roguelikes. And in their dialogue of the game, as long as they're not fucking lying, it was like, okay, you check that box. Okay, you check. Because I was like, okay, everything ends on a run. But do you have meta progression? Because if it's a roguelike, I really fucking want meta progression, and they said you can. So I'm like, okay, good, sold, checked off. So I did actually appreciate the cringy, horrible to listen to dialogue in this scenario. Let's get to one last quick hit here.
Okay, just want to read 2 more comments and we'll do that. Neo says, don't forget the Michael Bay turtles, and Flame H says, I can see Turtle Hades being good, sure.
Yes, hell yeah. So yeah, and if it has like if the upgrades and everything visually change your turtle, or if there's skins and stuff too, because they had that certain look, but what if they have skins for you to look like the fucking Michael Bay shit, or the late 80s, early 90s films, or you know the classic 80s cartoons? Like, fucking take my money, take my fucking money. They add, and like if you think about it, like Ninja Turtles has like an infinite number of villains because the whole point of the Ninja Turtles cartoon was to sell toys, and so it was just like new villain, new villain, new villain. There's like what, hundreds of Ninja Turtle villains, so you can make this game huge, huge. It's a perfect franchise, perfect for a quality roguelike. So I'm fucking in. I'm excited.
Give me Power Rangers next. Anyways, news.
Yeah. So that was the thing I was excited for. Now, here's the thing that Kay is either going to love or she's going to hate. Kay, have you heard about the new Lord of the Rings game?
I think so. I don't know much about it at all.
Well,
I think I remember seeing like a shitty art looking Lord of the Rings game being talked about a week ago. Is that?
That's
like
it.
It looks very Hobbit, right?
Let's just play the trailer and let's see what you think. You ready? Let's do it.
There are many tales of Middle-earth. Tales of courage and brave deeds in dark times. But that is not our story. For this is one of new beginnings. These are our tales of the Shire. Hobbits really are amazing creatures.
So, thoughts?
This is just like Disney Dreamlight or whatever shit, pretty much. But for Lord of the Rings, I don't think I'm picking up this game.
No.
Like it's literally like a Animal Crossing, Disney Dreamlight kind of like you're a Hobbit and the art style is ugly as hell, and it just seems very boring. This is for people that like Animal Crossing, so I don't hate Animal Crossing. It's just not my first game I go to. There's so many better Lord of the Rings games I can play that I have no desire to pick this up. Like, if it's on Game Pass or something, I might launch it to be like, oh, yeah, that's cute, or I like Hobbits or whatever. But, like, no, I don't think I'm picking this up.
Yeah, so I love Animal Crossing, but I don't like Stardew Valley. There is a huge difference. So people have been saying this is Hobbit Crossing or it's Hobbit Stardew Valley or whatever. I just asked them like, hey, can I like use an orc army to like raid and mass murder all the hobbits? That's what I want to do. As an Animal Crossing fan, the game does not look fucking appealing to me, but I'm also not a huge Lord of the Rings fan.
That's why I compared it more to Disney Dreamlight, because it's like way less features than Animal Crossing, but it seems like they're trying to do.
Yeah, I figured I had a feeling if I had to bet that you would not be into it, but because you've never been into Animal Crossing, I was wondering if the Lord of the Rings property would be the thing to pique your interest, but I was correct in thinking no. And I do think the art style is pretty fucking ugly.
Okay, the art style is atrocious. It looks like it was fucking made for mobile, but here's how they would have sold me on this game. If they didn't limit it to hobbits. If you could create any nation whatsoever, right? if I could like fucking be in Gondor, right?
Yeah. If I could
And
be
just build, like,
Saruman
humans.
building orcs.
If I could do any of that, like you just put me in like you can choose the group that you want to hang out with. You could even like make the orcs, right?
Yeah, if it was more
Or
like a
you-
Sim City and you could like build
Yes.
up something. Yeah.
Yes, then I would have been sold. Or like, oh, I'm the dwarves. I'm the elves. We're gonna be in Rivendell.
Mhm.
Like, we're gonna, that I would be into that. But you're gonna limit me to hobbits, which are kind of like the most boring part of Lord of the Rings. And then you're gonna like make it look super ugly, and it's like, what am I gonna do? Fish and make my house look pretty, and that's it. I'd
Yeah.
rather fucking play Battle for Middle Earth 2 or try War of the North. Or, like there's so much more that could have
Yeah.
been done there.
Despite you being a whammon, you're not interested in, I want to make my Hobbit garden pretty. Tiddly-dee. You want to go to war.
Why the fuck would I want to do that? That's so boring. I play video games to have fun and fight things. I don't play
I've
games
seen a
to
lot
be
of
like,
people excited
oh,
for this
look, I
game.
could put this on my shelf. Like,
I've seen a lot of people hyped for this game, actually. And it is all the Stardew Valley Animal Crossing type people. And it's weird because I like Animal Crossing, but it really, for me, it's how much can I bully the hobbits? That's what I want. Because that's what I like in Animal Crossing is I get to bully all of my neighbors and say, fuck you, Susan!
what they really should have done instead too is remade that like Hobbit or like the Fellowship Hobbit-ish combination game that they made, a long time ago. Because there was the Two Towers movie game, there was the Return of the King movie game.
It's like Fable.
They should, and they should have done literally Fable. If you made me Fable,
Yeah.
holy
That
fuck,
game's
I would have been
not
like day one.
Horrible. It's interesting
It's
to me.
pretty bad.
It's not good, but it's intriguing to me.
Every
because
time I play that game, I just want to play Fable, for the record.
What interests me about Lord of the Rings is that there is before Peter Jackson and there's after. So everything after the Peter Jackson films has to be influenced by them. But this game is like it's even though it's an Xbox game, it's like pre-Peter Jackson. And so it's got like it's pulling things from Lord of the Rings that aren't, it's not fucking Ian McKellen as Gandalf. It's not it's not what's his name as Frodo. It's not all those people, right?
Yeah,
but
I think
it's its own thing, and that's interesting to me.
having
And
like
it's charming.
post Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings is better in my opinion. I think he made it great.
Yeah,
So,
but I mean,
for me, it's like I prefer it because it's given a lot of people direction too on like how to make things going forward. So I think Peter Jackson giving everyone the visual and doing perfect casting, in my opinion, the films are perfectly casted.
They're
I don't
great.
have any
I feel like there's a certain, and they're great films, but there's a certain like uniqueness or charm that can be lost in the homogenization of everything has to be the Peter Jackson thing after. And so, I mean, that's a whole nother discussion, but you know that I love the Lord of the Rings Bashki film.
Yeah.
And I recommend everyone that's a Lord of the Rings fan watches it. I think there's a lot of people that consider themselves diehard Lord of the Rings fan that don't even know it fucking exists. Go watch it. I love rotoscope animation. And there's a lot of things that are done in the Bashki film that I actually prefer in that over the Peter Jackson films. Those films are better, yes, but there is certain things done in the pre-Peter Jackson era that I'm like, ooh, that's a great idea. Mainly the Nazguls and how they handle darkness and everything is very cool in the Bashki film.
But overall, I think Peter Jackson did the best with the IP.
Yes. But anyway, with that, it's time to ring the bell of Gondor. It is over. It is so ogre here. That is it. That is it for What the Fuck is Going On for Gaming. Hours. I think we started What the Fuck is Going On in Gaming at 8 o'clock. It is now 11:30. Good frickin' Lord. I'm going to run to the washroom, catch my breath, swallow something, come back here, and then we're going to run through all the news. I had over 50 news stories, man. I'm going to run through it all, man, at you super fast, rapid fire, man.
Fucking stories. Good luck.
Yes! So give me a second. I'll be back. I need to put on my makeup, get pretty for y'all, and then it's going to be rapid fire time. Okay? Talk about fucking Lord of the Rings or some shit.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Go away. It's fine. He always has to tell me like what to say. It's like, I'm fine. I know how to talk. Oh my god, it's fine. Go away. I know what to do. Neo says, is this Hobbit Animal Crossing? That's exactly what it looks like to me. Like I said earlier, I would compare it more to Disney Dreamlight, personally. it just looks like really poorly put together. Like, I wonder if it's going to be maybe not Gollum levels of bad, but I can see it being pretty rough. It just doesn't look polished to me. I don't know how many activities you could really do over there. Fish, make a table, make friends, go drink at the bar, maybe decorate your home. Would you even explore outside of that area? Probably not. What is there to do? Like, they live a peaceful life mostly, so I think that's boring. I don't see an interest in this game personally. I'm curious if anyone in chat is interested in this game at all. Fallen Angel says, open borders for Mordor. Absolutely. And read the Silmarillion. Well, Silmarillion. I can't speak today. I read it once, and it was really dense, and it's exhausting. I find the Silmarillion exhausting. I only recommend reading the 3 books, really. Anything outside of that is okay. JB says, the orcs in 1978 LTR were creepy as fuck. Completely agree. But I love it. I love it so much. But I still think Peter Jackson, like, out of any depiction, he did the best. Like, personally. There's
we need to watch the musical together.
Things, but
where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's
JB
a way.
says 4 books, Hobbit through Return of the King. I don't like The Hobbit, personally. I'm not a fan of The Hobbit. Okay. I think James would really like The Hobbit. I'm not a fan of it.
I liked the first movie. That was it.
Neos, like the books, though.
Yeah.
I think you would like the book, The Hobbit. Because it's a lot more whimsical. I like there's more feeling of tension in the trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
I find The Hobbit a little bit too, like, Disney to me. Fallen Angel says, when you find out unironically that Sauron was the good guy all along.
True.
And Neo says, I don't like the character designs, but I did like the art style overall. Interesting. I'm kind of... I don't know, it's weird because I'm a Wind Waker fan, and, like, Wind Waker's art style was not popular at the time. But, like, this art style is the new thing, and I don't like it. And maybe 10 years from now, I'll be like, oh, that art style was kind of cool, but I doubt it. Flame H says, I don't like the graphics. Seems like it's for Animal Crossing, etc. fans more than Lord of the Rings. Exactly. Because, like I said earlier, there's a way to make that more interesting. Like, I can build whatever I want, and then have them Sim style. I'm totally for that, but I don't want to be an individual hobbit hanging out, drinking. Like,
yeah, it
doing
seems
what?
like
what am I gonna do in this
there's
game?
no conquest. There's no adventure if you're just hanging out in the Shire. So that's why I think that Xbox game, the Fellowship Xbox game, is more interesting, even though it's fucking garbage. But I've always been curious to give that, like, a fair shake and, like, really, really try to play it.
But if you play through Fable, like the first Fable, you pretty much feel like you're playing that game.
Yeah, I've actually never played Fable.
God, play Fable.
I think I've rented it.
Oh my God, play Fable.
And I was like, this isn't Halo.
Holy shit, play Fable. The first Fable's fun.
Yeah, and I have always enjoyed Peter Molyneux's crazy art ideas. I love black and white. I love black and white, but I've never really given Fable a fair shake. But I always love the creators that dream too big and they make fucking garbage, but their ideas are super interesting. You know what I mean? I always love this. So I've always kind of liked Peter Molyneux just for that. And it's like, I know your games are shit, but it's because you try things, and I appreciate that. So yeah. All right, Kay, you let me know when you're ready. Are you ready?
You do your rapid fire, let's do it.
Okay, folks, this is the rapid fire news, where we're going to go through all the stories I had. Over 50 stories, and I'm going to be running at you so quick with them. Zip, zap, zow. Okay, at any point, if you want to turn it into a full news segment for any of the stories that I say, you just say hold it, and we will hold it and dive into it. Are you ready?
Go for it.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, it is rapid fire news time. Well, first off, Descent 3's source code has been dropped 25 years later. That's super interesting. There's not a lot of games like Descent anymore. If there's one I can recommend to you on Steam, it's called Overload, which actually had some of the original Descent developers. That's super cool. Now that it's not going to exist for long, but on the App Store, there is the Delta emulator for Nintendo games. You can play Nintendo games emulated over on the App Store. But because of that, that means anyone that has an Apple Vision Pro, that weird dystopian fucking VR thing, you can now fucking play Apple Vision Pro games like fucking everywhere, man. I saw someone playing with a cat, petting a cat while Mario was on their fucking eyeballs. It's crazy. WoW trolling still exists. Something happened in World of Warcraft where all these orcs entered Orgrimmar and mass died. They all just committed mass suicide, and all of their names were pretty much talking about how they got jabbed. Oh my god, WoW trolling is back, baby. There's a mecha action game called Break that's getting a beta. It looks super good. It looks really good. Is it going to be the next best mech game? It probably. Sony has patented autoplay. Sony has now autoplay patented, which means that you can just press a button and beat game. It's been memed before. There's the AVGN meme of it. You just click button and you're like, that's fun, and you keep going. Sony, once again, they don't make games. There's some cool spooky point-and-click game that's coming out on Steam that looks great. There's a new Wario Land-inspired indie game that looks great. There's a throwback PS1 survival horror game that looks great. All of this is on Steam. Blizzard is hiring for a new project. What is it? I don't care. Double Dragon DLC is fucking cancer. I hate it, and it makes me want to put a gun in my mouth. Why? Well, it's for River City Girls 2, and it's voiced by fucking modern Game Grumps, Egoraptor, and Danny Sexbang. Ah! Double Dragon is dead. Neon is peak. There's a Golden Axe TV show coming out. That's great, but I think it has involvement like from Seth Rogen people or something. I don't know. It's rapid fire, baby, but it's probably going to be shit. Let's go. There's a free game from the developers of The Great Rebellion, which we covered, getting censored on Steam there. If you want to go check out the Twitter, Great Rebellion, they have a free game that you can play. You, like, hijack cows as a UFO. Kingdom Come 2 is announced. Is it going to be based like the original? Is it going to be cringe? Who knows, but it's coming. Embracer Group is splitting into 3 companies. That includes the people that make Deep Rock Galactic. Oh my god, is there shady shit going on? Nobody knows. There's record job losses in the industry. Imagine my shock. Microsoft lets Blizzard be Blizzard. That means the milk fridge is still going, baby. Woo, let's go. But also, Blizzard canceled BlizzCon this year. Ruh-roh, bros. Blizz bros, I don't feel so good. The Ready or Not developers got like fucking 4 terabytes of data stolen from them. Oh my god. Luckily, apparently none of it was user data, but they got fucked. Ready or Not's a great game. That fucking sucks. It sucking fucks, and I don't like it. The finale to the Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy should be out by 2027. Is it going to be shit? Probably. Take-Two Games, good news or bad news, Take-Two is set to announce something related to the Mafia series. That's great. But then they've also had massive layoffs. Is it going to happen? Fucking nothing's announced yet. Watch Dogs is dead. There's a Star Wars horror game that's out that's probably illegal. Download it before EA gets a hold of it, or Disney or whatever. It's very clearly made off the Battlefront 2 engine. You shoot zombie stormtroopers. It looks pretty cool and spooky. It looks like it's based on that one Star Wars novel that has zombie stormtroopers in it. It'll probably get pulled down soon. If that interests you, play it now. Someone made a prototype Joker video game based on the Joaquin Phoenix Joker movie. It's the Joker movie in a video game form. Dead by Daylight gives people seizures, and it's really funny. Oh god, I lost track. There's an M-rated Blinks game coming out. GTA 5 DLC is something we'll never fucking see, confirmed by the voice actor of Trevor. I hate you, GTA Online. You ruined Grand Theft Auto. Fuck you. Man threatens to kill everyone at a Nintendo tournament. 3 Capcom games are getting delisted off of Steam this May. Dark Void Zero, and Flock. Buy them before they're gone. Don't you want Flock? Don't you guys have Flock at home? There is a bunch of old GameStops that have old art featured by Halo 3. That's super cute. I really hope they stay up forever and don't die. Copyright blocks game preservation. Sonic 3 inspired by Sonic Adventure 2. Journos are mad over Stellar Blade being sexy, and I want to go to the Hard R Cafe. Todd,
look at our Twitter for that one, by the way. If you want our opinions on it, we've been tweeting about it a lot.
Todd Howard hates New Vegas. There's a retro anime boomer shooter coming out that looks great. WoW has a new arachnophobia mode. Blah, blah, blah. Wow, World of Warcraft has gotten arachnophobia mode because that's a fucking priority. Why don't you make a good shit again and stop banning people? Nintendo blocked Samus from being in Fortnite because they were like, only Samus is allowed to exist on Nintendo platforms in Fortnite. My opinion, good. I don't want Samus in Fortnite. Fuck off, Fortnite. I'm glad I'm not going to see Samus doing the gritty. Make a sequel to Dread. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is not selling well. Well, maybe it should be reborn again. PS5, Sony wants a PS5 Pro Enhanced mode. That's funny. Will it run at 35 FPS? Dead by Daylight teases a new mode. It's probably going to be shit. 2 million Chinese people signed up for World of Warcraft servers in 2 days. Devs are concerned over live service games. So am I. And the Nier Automata director decided to praise Stellar Blade. And as wrap.
You did it. You survived. I'm proud of you.
Yeah. You didn't do a hold it.
I didn't because the only ones I was tempted on were ones that it's like obviously I want to talk about Sonic forever, but that's just selfish.
Yeah. Oh God. I thought you were gonna hold it on man threatens to kill Nintendo, but you did not.
No, because it's funnier this way because the meme has been, wow, dude, you don't have to threaten to kill Nintendo over Splatoon. We get it. You don't like squids. Like, that's been the meme. It's just been like, wow, bro, it's fine. We get it. You don't like mushrooms making you larger. You don't have to try to kill everyone over it. So it's like funnier not to know the context and just have that lore in my head instead.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. There was so much news.
Neo says, I thought she was going to hold it on Sony autoplay. Well, it's just retarded. Like, okay.
I do have a meme for it, actually. Hold on. Let me just show it.
Like, that's what, like a lot of those headlines, I was like, okay, yeah, whatever. Some of the games you were describing sounded interesting, whereas, like, what game is that? The retro anime boomer shooter.
Oh, yeah, that looked good. Here is the Sony autoplay summed up. This is the future for Sony gamers.
Beat an outrageously difficult game like this is to cheat. Like I hear a lot of people use emulators with save states. You know, that would be pretty handy, I guess, but you know what would be better? How about just a button you press that makes the game beat? And that's why I invented the beat a game button. Yeah, all you do, if you're playing a really hard game, you just push the button and the game's beat. Let's try it out. Man.
So that's a future of Sony. Also, yeah, I really wanted to talk more about the Dead by Daylight thing. Pretty much they introduced a bug that's causing people to have seizures, and they're like, please don't release footage or stream Dead by Daylight right now, please. And I just was like, and people on Twitter were like, don't you do it. And I'm like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna stream Dead by Daylight and give people seizures because I find it funny. So, yeah. So.
Here, I have a more important news story. Someone joined our Discord named Pizza Time, and they have the Tobey Maguire profile picture. That's amazing.
New friend.
That, to me, is, like, the best part of tonight.
new friend. Oh, my God. I'm just skimming everything I just fucking talked about. There's so much. Yeah, a lot of those games, there was so many game announcements that were super cool. I'm interested in that spooky point and click. That looked fucking great.
That's Nightmare. There you go. Perfect. Well, I'm happy you're in our Discord because
you
that
have
was
great
amazing.
taste. We love Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man so much. Oh my God. Oh, okay. So that is it.
And yeah, like some of the stories you mentioned, we can even talk about 2 weeks from now. Like I'll probably talk about the Sonic movie again before it comes out.
I'm just glad
especially
you
the
didn't.
Knuckles show coming out.
I'm glad you didn't hold it on Double Dragon. It makes me so mad.
No, because it makes me mad on a surface too. So.
Yeah. Oh God. Okay.
I want to read out Adam's comment in Rumble. Adam Misner, he says, Golden Axe TV show in before ass fucked until gay. I just thought that was great.
Yeah, I can't remember. I can pull it up real quick. It's Rick and Morty people, I think, isn't it? Is that it? Because I know there was
Golden Axe by Rick and Morty people.
There was some reason it was DOA. I know.
Jesus.
Hold on, I can find out.
Adam says best Spider-Man. Agree.
Yes.
And Flamage says Mafia 3 killed my excitement for future Mafias. Yeah, was Mafia 3 the one that had that racing thing, or was that the remaster of the first one?
Remaster of the first one. Yes.
Remember that car race?
Yes.
Oh
yes.
God.
Yeah, nightmare. So Kay isn't aware of how bad this is, but the Golden Axe show is DOA. It's got the creator of Star Trek Lower Decks on it. If you know anything about Star Trek Lower Decks, fucking
I've heard nothing
dead.
good, so,
It's a nightmare. It's imagine the worst Rick and Morty episode, times it by 100, and butcher Star Trek. That's what it is. It's disgustingly terrible. It's like Velma. It's like the Velma show for Star Trek. It's a fucking nightmare. But yeah. Anyway, with that, Kay, are you ready for our final segment of the night?
I think so.
Well, it's time for Anything Goes. Now, Kay, we butted heads on our Anything Goes. I have an Anything Goes. You have an Anything Goes. So, choose.
Oh, no,
Which
you're choosing.
What?
You go ahead. You go ahead. You choose.
Do you have a coin near you? I will flip a fucking coin. Where's a... Oh my god, I don't have a coin. Do you have a coin?
No,
Flip
it's fine.
Wait, I can... There's an artificial coin I can probably
God,
flip.
who cares? There's such... I don't even know if there's similar questions, actually.
No, they're not. Google... Let's see. Coin flip.
Neo says, what's worse, current Trek or current Star Wars?
Ooh, that's always a good question. It's more like what shit is worse to eat. I would say that Star Wars is more dead because there is more of it that's dead. Star Trek, it's kind of like you know, it's weird because there's way less new Star Trek than there is new Star Wars. And Star Wars is just bad, man. There's so much of it and it's so bad and it's on such a bigger scale. And the funny thing is, even Star Trek at its worst, which is Picard seasons 1 and 2, I haven't watched them, but Picard season 3 apparently is great. And so there's nothing like that for Star Wars. There's nothing where it's like, this
Tales
was...
from the Jedi.
But most people don't even like that or don't even pay attention to it, and it's so inconsequential. So yeah, Tales from the Jedi, I really liked. But it's got no bearing or any importance in the story. Picard actually does have importance and bearing. So it was... Picard went from being the worst thing. Imagine... Picard is like imagine Force Awakens and Last Jedi were fucking garbage, but then Rise of Skywalker was incredible. You know what I mean? That's like Picard.
You know what? Okay, this is a good time to announce it. So, not this Friday, because we've already done a town square for April, but next Friday, which is like, what, I want to say May 3rd? Let me make sure the date's correct before I fully finish this. Yes, so May 3rd, 7 p.m. PST is our next town square, and the theme is Star Wars. So we're talking all things Star Wars next Friday. Come join us.
God.
Hang out. I will put out a message in our Discord, etc. tomorrow. But yes, next town square is all things Star Wars. Next month, I've chosen the theme as all things Star Wars, with the Phantom Menace stuff happening and everything. I'm super hyped. So yeah.
Cannot fucking wait. JB says season 3 of Picard was shit. Okay, well I haven't watched it. I believe you. I mean, look, I haven't watched Fallout because I'm not a fan of it. Star Trek, I'm a newer fan, so I haven't watched any of it. I don't know if I'll ever watch it. I don't really care to. But yeah, it's similar. I guess it's similar to Fallout, where some people loved it, some people hated it. But yeah. But yes, come talk about Star Wars, something I actually know about. And I can't wait for Star Wars month. That's going to be glorious. Glorious!
Yes.
All right, Kay. I have a coin.
All right.
So I will do tails is mine. Heads is yours. You get heads. Ready?
Okay.
Flip it. Wait. Flip. There you go. It's heads.
Also,
it's
hello,
yours.
Gaming with Spoons. What?
It's yours. It's heads. It's heads. So,
Okay.
Kay, why don't you tell me what yours is?
Okay, the question, I guess it takes a little bit of leading up to it. So first of all, hello, Gaming with Spoons. With the Fallout series coming out, it seems like proof of concept now is you release a show of a video game and it becomes not only popular for the TV show and people will watch it or the movie or whatever, but people are going back to the games as well. So the question really is what isn't already a show or a movie that you would turn into a show or a movie?
Interesting. Okay.
In gaming, like, so what video? And it doesn't have to be a series. Like, you don't have to pick like, oh, Mario's obviously done already, but you don't have to be like Mario. You can be like 3D World, for example. Right. So
Okay.
yeah, that's the question.
So I will go with the one that popped into my brain first. I prepped and anything goes.
And by the way, chat, please feel free to answer this question as well. What game would you turn into a movie or a TV show?
Yes. And so I'm going off the top of my head because I heard this just before going live. And I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't know you had an anything goes. So the one that instinctually popped into my head is one of my favorite arcade games of all time. And I think it would make a great over-the-top, disgusting R-rated movie. And that is Smash TV. I love Smash TV. It's arguably my favorite arcade game ever. And it is so bombastic. It is so midway. It's so over the top. It's so violent. It's so macabre and crazy that exploring this universe and making it, probably it would work better as a film, but TV is the big thing nowadays. I think it'd be great. The plot of Smash TV is pretty much in the future or whatever. There is a game show, and game shows have moved on from The Price is Right and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Now you're literally entering dungeons to mass kill people just to win a toaster or a plane ticket to Hawaii, and the threat of danger is insane. So it's imagine a world where that's appealing, where it's just like literally probably dying just to get a fucking toaster and have a over-the-top bombastic host surrounded by sexy broads is what you want to do. So it would have to retain all of its visual style. It'd have to retain everything crazy and wacky and violent about it. If you toned any of this down, I would not fucking care. But like, just look on screen, just blowing up this giant man's tank head and being gory as shit and all this stuff. And after all that, what do you win? I don't know. You win like a fucking car or something, even though you're in threat of your life. So I think this could be
That's a great answer.
A great movie. And the only thing that can be based in reality, because the host has to be crazy, the enemies have to be crazy, everyone has to be insane, but like the protagonist or whatever, the person that doesn't know what he's getting into, he can be the one that's like, what the fuck? I just killed 50 men and you give me a toaster and a VCR? VCRs aren't relevant since the fucking 90s. I think it would be super fun. I don't see it working as a TV show, even though that's probably what they would want to do with it. Because it feels really like it should be a one and done. So I think...
I disagree with you.
Well, okay.
You know why? When you started describing that, like, give that to the same team that did Twisted Metal.
See, I was thinking that, but Twisted Metal's plot, you can really stretch out. But it's like, I really...
But imagine you do... Okay, maybe I don't know enough about Smash TV, but imagine you do that, but with different contestants. And you just, like, go behind their stories. So it's not necessarily just one set of contestants.
Yeah, I just feel like it could get old, but, like, as a film, I think it could really work. Like, at the end of the film, you're battling, like, the host yourself, and, like, nobody has gotten this far and all this stuff, and pretty much you, like, the protagonist... wins the game, and now it's done because everybody's fucking dead. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I see it working better as a film. The second one that came to mind, by the way, was Rampage. And I think Rampage would actually work better as a series than a film, because I think you could really expand it and make like a quality Godzilla, King Kong TV show that's better than Monarch, but also have kind of the wackiness and silliness that Rampage has. But yeah, definitely my number one pick would be Smash TV. And this sort of thing is successful. There's some, I can't remember the name of it, but what was that Netflix show that was super successful that was Japanese? And
Squid Game?
Yeah. So
that's
Squid
Korean, isn't it? I don't know.
Okay,
I have
yeah.
no idea.
So yeah, I haven't watched it, but Squid Game
It could be Japanese.
Squid Game is kind of Smash TV. And so it's big right now. So you like Smash TV would be a more violent, more wacky, over the top Squid Game for Americans. So yeah, that is my answer.
I like that answer. It's a good answer. Before I say my answer, Adam says every single show adaptation is always a horrible butchering of the original content. Ass fucking Alucard is the most hilarious example of writers hating the original content. But it's always bad.
Yep.
I want all my favorite IPs safe from TV shows. And all I'll say is with this question, assume that you have the creative control completely. So it's in a universe where this would be a good adaptation. You're not just throwing it to Hollywood, because I saw somebody else also mentioning, Nightmare saying as well, I can't think of anything that Hollywood wouldn't fuck up. I agree with both of you. In this universe, in this question, we're answering it with us knowing that it's going to be good.
Yeah.
Like, to the best of its potential. So my answer to this question is Wind Waker I would make into a TV show. And so I would pretty much have it where there's like other pirates and stuff that you're following around. I would make it an anime specifically. So I wouldn't make it like a live action film. It'd be an anime. And it would just be like you're following different people around the sea, because you have so much like land and water to work with. That you could easily make insert characters. But other things that you could do that are interesting related to it, you don't get enough expansion on, is at one point, all of the like young women are getting kidnapped because they're trying to find Zelda, essentially. And so what you could do is follow the stories of like where all of those girls came from, and like find out like how their village is reacting to them being kidnapped. You can show them getting kidnapped. Doesn't really happen in the game. So I don't want to like spoil too much of Wind Waker for you, but I think that part would be interesting, just to explore that little side quest of like what happened to these girls. You could even do it like a detective style. You have like a detective character, which doesn't really exist in the series either. Yeah, you can have a bunch of like ship battles. It would look super cool. You could have it where almost like a Redwall story where there's like Link is discovering that he is actually Link, and he doesn't realize it right away, and he slowly learns about his lineage rather than like the way that the game itself starts, so it can go a little bit before the game. I don't know. I think it would be a super fun story. You could also like just kind of lead up more to how everything got descended into water and how we got the land that we did. So why is it that these certain land masses are left over, essentially, and how did they actually like, get overrun, and how did the whole like climate of the world change? So that's how I'm trying to brief it without spoiling anything for the game itself. But I think Wind Waker would work excellent as a like TV series, like I don't know, 2-3 season anime.
I can see the world itself working really well, and I think we're in dire need of like quality pirate content. So I think that'd be great. I think that's more promising than the live action Zelda that they're gonna be making. I like that idea way better. So good job. You're literally smarter than Nintendo. I realized that I thought of Rampage, and I remembered while you were talking about Zelda. They made a Rampage movie that I still haven't seen, and it was completely. It came out only a few years ago, and like.
Wait, is that The Rock?
Yeah, I think The Rock's in it. We own it. Yeah. It's literally on the shelf. Like I think we got like a free copy somehow, and I was just like, I love Rampage so much. I haven't seen it. Has anyone seen it? Is it good? Does it respect the source material at all? Because I love Rampage, but like, it looked so generic that I did not fucking even bother. But hell, I should do it. I'm gonna make sure it's on my list, and then I will yell at you.
I just want to say Adam Misner came up with the best idea that I didn't think of. He said, if I knew it would be good, I think Soul Calibur would be really cool.
Yeah, that
would be an excellent anime. I would be all for that. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's a great idea. Is there any shows with Soul Calibur? I don't think so. I think it's just the games. Because like with Dead or Alive, for example, we have a film, Street Fighter, there's movies, Mortal Kombat, there's like a bunch of content. I don't think there's any with Soul Calibur, but that would be really great. And he also says, oh shit, a Doom series would be awesome. Capitalize on the Frieren hype, which is that anime that dude wants us to watch.
Well, there is a couple Doom movies, and I actually do the first one with The Rock is a guilty pleasure of mine. Kay, you've never seen that, right? But I would love, like, you need to watch it drunk. It's like it's a, you know, that era of video game movies like Resident Evil, like the early to mid 2000s ones, where like they can be bad but they're kind of fun in a cheesy way. That's the Doom movie. It's like kind of bad. Apparently the new one's like unwatchable. I'm looking at reviews for Rampage right now, and people are like, it's better than you expect, and it's like a 6 out of 10.
What?
It's like, it's your generic Godzilla knockoff pretty much. So,
JB saying Doom also has The Rock.
yes, it does. And Carl Urban.
What the fuck? Why is The Rock in fucking everything?
If I remember correctly, because I used to want to watch everything The Rock was in back when I was a wrestling fan, and he was only in like a few movies, starting with The Scorpion King and Mummy 2. The Rock has a mentality of he will say yes to every movie. If they pay him a certain amount, it doesn't matter what the script says. It's money. It's just money. So that's why The Rock's in fucking everything, because his agent just goes yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. Reading through some more of your guys' comments, Fallen Angel says, I'd go with my favorite game ever, Depression Quest.
Let's go.
And also he says Rygar. And Neo says, isn't Smash TV just Running Man? I don't know what that is, but you probably do.
Oh, I've never seen Running Man, but I think it's on my list. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I need to, yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I've never seen it. It sounds like it. I need to watch Running Man. This sounds great. Look, I have no time. It's 5:40. But yeah, Running Man is already on my list. And
yeah, but remember, we do community events with movies and stuff,
That's
so
true.
this can be scheduled.
We can watch Rampage. We can watch Doom 3. We can watch Running Man. There you go.
Yeah,
There you
exactly. And by the way, guys, there is a channel in Discord called Community Event Recommendations. I highly recommend, if there's something you want to watch with us, something you want us to play together as a community, drop those games or those shows or those movies in that channel. What I do is I comb through that every once in a while. So sometimes I'll just make a decision on my own of stuff that I think we should be doing for a certain month. But there are times where I'll look and see, oh, the community wants to do this. Some examples are Duck Game, we did Mario Kart, Rocket League. We've also watched some stuff people want, like Fifth Element, for example. Next week, Dude is going to be showing us some anime in the Discord as well on Thursday night at 7 p.m. PST. So I do look at those recommendations. Doesn't mean we're going to do absolutely everything all the time, but I do try my best to make a balance between what James and I want to do and what you guys suggest as well, for that kind of stuff. Going through some more ideas here. These are all really great, guys. Gaming with Spoon says Final Fantasy Tactics specifically. Ivalice would be so rich with lore, it could rival Game of Thrones. Fallen Angel says God of War, only 1 and 2, because after 2, the game is bleh.
Mm-hmm.
JB says it's the sequel to Robotron. I don't know if
Smash
that's...
TV? Pretty much.
Maybe. That might have been, yeah.
Yeah. Give me a Robotron movie as well. Robotron's great. I love top-down twin-stick shooters.
And Adam says, yeah, I was thinking Running Man is basically what James was asking for in his show. So there you go. Maybe we have to watch Running Man.
I need to watch Running Man and Rampage. Preferably both really drunk.
Fallen Angel says Ghosts and Goblins. In bed with
That'd be
goblins.
great.
Kissing goblins. I don't want to see you kissing goblins. Flame Mage says, I'd make a show of Diablo 2.
Yes. But, I mean, modern Blizzard with TV. Yeah, but again,
No,
creative
but
control.
I said in this universe, it's creative control.
I would
works,
put in
you
an
have
Easter
all the right
egg for a
casting and
milk
everything.
fridge, and it would make sense because there has to be the secret cow level. So they're in the cow level. There has to be a milk fridge in the background.
There you go. Neo says Mass Effect could be an amazing sci-fi show or mini series.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I could see that.
I wouldn't base it on Shepherd. I would do like maybe Elusive Man or Shadow Broker stuff. That'd be awesome.
Oh my god, a whole show on Elusive Man would be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm for that.
You could do
JB says-
what's her name? Sorry, now I'm just thinking. You could do a show about Thane. You could do a show about what was the Japanese girl I liked? Kasumi. I liked Kasumi a lot. I feel like she was underrated. I used her a lot.
Kasumi like a DLC character or something?
Yeah, so that's why she was underrated. She wasn't as fleshed out as the other characters, but I really liked Kasumi, and I liked her. Like she was the whole thief. Like she would steal like art or whatever.
Oh yeah. She was super cool.
That would be perfect for a show, for a television run.
JB says Ultima 4 to 6 as an epic fantasy tale. Fallen Angel says Neverwinter Nights. JB agrees that Mass Effect could be good, and also says Squid Game with machine guns is Smash TV. And yeah, Squid Games was Korean. Nightmare says also, huh?
I have another one.
Okay.
Paperboy movie where
Paperboy?
Paperboy movie where, hear me out here, you have to deliver your newspapers, right? And that's your job. And you're just, it's a standard boy. It's like, oh, I'm going to be able to afford a video game now to buy or something. And then all of a sudden you realize that delivering papers, everything wants to kill you. The break dancing men that suck their own dicks, the fucking people that are breaking into houses, the mothers that are leaving the house that's getting broken into, the dogs, the bees, the dogs that have bees coming out of their heads. Everyone's trying to run you over, and you're like, what the fuck? And you try to quit, but you can't. You can't fucking quit. So every day you have to take your same route, and you have to deliver your fucking newspapers, but everything is trying to kill you. That would be a great movie, and that's literally Paperboy. It makes no sense, but I fucking love Paperboy.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. Okay.
It'd be great.
Nightmare says also the whole Metal Gear saga, but I don't know if I would let Kojima have much influence. He tends to make a mess. Yeah, I mean, Metal Gear, I think, would work really well as a film, and I think it would be actually, like, if we're going with modern trends, I think it'd be a good idea for them to make this, because Metal Gear is hard to get into if you haven't, like, already been invested in those games.
It's impossible.
But I think creating a show of some sort for Metal Gear would actually be, like, a good modern, thing to do, but I don't trust them to make anything good. It's just, I think I would watch a Metal Gear show just so I understood what's going on with that series. Fallen Angel says Valkyrie Profile would be such an amazing TV show. I can see that. Gaming with Spoon says Chrono Trigger could be interesting too. That's another game that could be a really good TV show to get modern audiences into, like, an old classic game. I think that's a really good idea too. Nightmare says both Doom movies are terrible. Both are based on Doom 3, the weird horror reboot. Both the newer Doom movie is such a horrendous girl bossing mess.
Yeah, I've heard
that. The old one with The Rock and Carl Urban is now considered the good Doom movie.
I will say,
I don't understand how you have a Doom movie with girl bossing in it. Where's the women?
It was insane. Like, it was so bad. But here's the weird part about that new Doom movie. Is that it was not only so bad, but it, like, faded into irrelevancy immediately. Like, people talked about it for a day, and nobody watched it. It bombed. But
why would you even put a female in Doom is what I'm confused about.
It's so detached from the source material that people don't even think it's, like, connected to the source material. It's crazy. I don't know. I don't know. They're dumb. But I will say I have always since release liked the first Doom movie. Is it terrible? Yes, but I like cheese, and that movie is cheesy bad goodness. Is it Doom? No, but it's fun. Okay, I really got to show it to you sometime soon.
I'm just thoroughly confused why there's a woman in Doom.
I saw the trailer once, and it was like nobody wants to see it. It's weird because you would expect it to have outrage attention, but it, for some reason, that's the only thing that interests me about the Doom movie, is it didn't even get the outrage attention. People pretty much went, all right, and then they just moved on, which I think you should do with everything.
To expand my confusion with, like, a Doom movie having a female in it, it's like Doom is, to me, the male fantasy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't see why you would even try to girl boss a film like that, because Doom resonates with guys. Like, that's, like, that and, like, Halo, but with Halo, like, Cortana and all that makes sense. But, like, Doom to me is like a male power fantasy, which I have no problem with. I encourage more things like that, if anything. And I just don't see how you would even fit a female in there. So my brain is just broken from that. Elvis says Parasite Eve, a horror show. That would be cool. And yeah, Parasite Eve is a game that I think also needs a remaster in general. So that would be cool. I would be up for that. JB says, I would make the protagonist in the Diablo 2 show say fuck shit or shit fuck at least 3 times per episode.
Gotta happen. And then he gets banned. It's a meta thing where he says that, and then suddenly it's like Monty Python and the Holy Grail at the end, where like the Blizzard Jannies come in and ban him and try to like pull him away from his own show, but he's confused because he's just like medieval knight guy that wants to kill Diablo. But they're like, you can't say that here, and he doesn't understand like their new technology and everything. That would actually be good. Yeah, Hollywood is just writing all this down.
Yeah, Hollywood's like, we're going to have to take all these ideas. Thanks, guys. Elvis says Mass Effect would be amazing. Neo says they were talking about Mass Effect characters on side scrollers this week, and Razorfist was giving Kasumi attention since she gets overlooked.
Good. I love Kasumi. She's definite wife material.
I didn't even realize she existed until so much later because of the DLC. I think I played the DLC after I beat 2.
She was one of my main companions. It's just... you almost feel cheated because she, just like Zaid, doesn't get as fleshed out as the other characters because they were both DLC. But I really like her. And her loyalty mission I love the loyalty missions.
That loyalty mission is amazing.
It might be my favorite.
I wanted a whole game just around that loyalty mission.
Yeah. No, that honestly, I loved Garrus's loyalty mission. It's been so long since I played them. I loved Thane's. But Kasumi's might be my favorite.
Yeah, that one is really fun. JB says, I think they made a Paperboy movie.
I just looked it up when I saw that chat. It's apparently got nothing to do. There's like 5 movies called Paperboy since like the 70s. But the most recent one from 2012, and as far as I can tell, none of them have anything to do with the game. But I love my idea of
So
dogs
it's just a name, and that's it?
Yeah, this is based on some true story, melodrama, whatever. I want dogs and bees to try to kill the Paperboy.
Adam says, anyone know about the Vampire the Masquerade TV show? I'm really curious how bad it is.
I don't know anything about it. I know that there is the new show based on Interview with a Vampire, and that looks like absolute fucking dog shit to me. But I didn't know that there's a Vampire the Masquerade TV show. But yeah.
Vampire the Masquerade TV show should just be Buffy.
Oh, I imagine it's really bad.
You know what I mean?
It's
probably
no
awful,
yeah.
but like if they wanted to make it good, they should just literally make Buffy again with different characters.
Nothing will ever compare to Bloodlines. That game is so fucking good, man.
Ooh,
it's such a great story. And I would love to stream it, but like it's such a hassle. It's similar to New Vegas. It's just full of crashes, and getting it to run is a bitch. So I don't know. I don't know if I'd ever stream it. Maybe one day, but it's a wonderful game.
This next message from Adam Misner is probably one of my favorite things said tonight, and I 150% agree. He says, I would fucking love a based pro-human Cerberus show with the Elusive Man. Give me that. I would be so fucking happy.
And the Elusive Man, who's the Elusive Man based on again? Martin Sheen?
I think so.
Actor. I think it's Martin Sheen. Yeah, it's Martin Sheen, and it just looks like him. So you could literally just cast Martin Sheen, and it would be fucking great.
Oh, I would watch the shit out of that. Elvis says Monkey Island as an adventure comedy show.
But only if they bring back the voice of Guybrush has to play him. That, to me, the reason that all the Monkey Islands are worth playing through is because of Guybrush. That voice actor, I'm trying to remember his name, but he really makes that character. And personally, I'm not going to spoil it, but I keep saying, like, I think Monkey Island's done. I feel like the last game, even though it had the shitty art style and Ron Gilbert is a baguette nowadays, the plot, I think, is kind of the perfect ending, and I recommend everyone plays through Monkey. I'm going to stream Monkey Islands one of these days. But yeah, the last Monkey Island, like that ending, oh my God, I won't spoil it. But I feel like it should be done. But I'd be down for a show, voiced by Dominic Armato. Dominic Armato has always been the voice of Monkey Island, or Guybrush Threepwood. So that is, as long as he's around, he needs to play him. Problem is he looks fucking nothing like Guybrush. But we'll make it work. Should be an animated series. There you go.
Nightmare says there was no Doom guy in the newer one. It was Doom girl. That's fucking dumb. And also says YouTube keeps swallowing my chats. My first thought was Castlevania Lords of Shadow. Ooh, well, like if we're talking about shows, I mean Castlevania got kind of run into the dirt. But we are saying that this isn't a good universe, so I trust your plan, Nightmare. How about that? I trust your plan specifically, but maybe not the people who ended up making the other show. JB is saying that Kasumi from DOA is the best character, and Neo says Tina is the best DOA. We're probably gonna watch that DOA movie at some point, by the way, guys.
God.
Just saying, I'm totally down for it. Gaming Spoon says Suikoden 1 and 2 would make a good political war drama, and Nightmare says Dominic Armato. Like, is that the actor?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, that's Guybrush. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say this is you stuff. I don't know. I never know the actors or anything.
Yeah.
JB wants a Leisure Suit Larry TV show. And Nightmare says Lords of Shadow is a separate reboot of Castlevania from the main story. Dracula is the protagonist. So there you go.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
And yeah, I'm pretty much cut up here. Adam says practical effects of Vorcha and Krogan would look awesome.
Yeah,
What's
they would.
Again?
They're the fucking Devrodian looking ones, the ones. Baraka.
Oh, yeah.
They love Baraka. For the record, I actually like Lords of Shadow's story. It's literally everything, and that's the only reason I suffered through it. Everything else about that fucking game is a nightmare. I would rather Alucard gets fucked in the ass again than play it. But maybe I'll stream it one day. I still need to play Lords of Shadow 2. Which is apparently even worse.
Sure is great. All right, James, shall we roll the credits?
Let's do it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to another. Yes, Conquer. I want more Conquer.
Yes.
Thank you for tuning in so long for another jam-packed, cocked, locked, ready to go Melee Madness podcast, almost at 6 hours.
Wild. And I can tell you guys where we're going to be the next few days if you like. So I'm going to be on the Phoenix Presses channel tomorrow at 3 p.m. PST, 6 p.m. EST. I didn't learn until during the show what we were talking about, and apparently we're talking about Robin Hood Men in Tights, so I need to go figure out what that
You've
movie
never
is about.
seen that.
It's Mel Brooks.
Yeah, you've never watched. I haven't watched. I love Mel Brooks. I haven't watched that since I was like 5.
So I need to find time to watch that between now and tomorrow
and
at
3 o'clock? Oh my god. Oh, wait, when did you learn this?
I learned this an hour ago. Maybe a little bit more than that. Let me see. But I learned it during the show. Sorry, 2 hours ago.
Oh my god.
Okay,
yeah. I don't own it, so I don't know. Okay. Thanks.
I'll figure it out. I don't know.
Okay, no, I got it. Just go on and talk about like you're talking about the producers, and they'll be funny. But like, don't acknowledge it. Just be like, yeah, I love the part where Gene Wilder is in the boat and he's worried about getting caught, like skipping work and everything. And they're going to be like, what are you talking about? And it's like, yeah, didn't you see that? It was a great movie. So yeah, that's what I would do in your position. I would just talk about a completely different movie.
I'm just going to walk into it and say, I have not watched this film unless I could find time to watch it beforehand, and I'll read up on it a little bit, and I'll just ask some questions. That's where I'm at, because I had no idea I was talking about Robin Hood Men in Tights. I actually had no idea what I was talking about.
I would watch it with you.
I booked this show a few weeks ago, and he was like, oh yeah, come on this day. I was like, sure, okay, cool, I'm free this day. And then, I didn't know what we were talking about, so yeah, that'll be fun. And then Saturday, we're going to be doing the Gifted Games Gallery, which is a show we do thanks to all of you who have gifted us a bunch of games. We really appreciate it. So what we do is we give it, a quick spin. We do like a quick first look, roughly about an hour per game, give or take. And so we're going to be looking at 5 different games from a few different gentlemen. We've got Spartacus, Gino, Imp Black Belt, CYO, and Insidious Bliss. Each got a game that we're going to look at. And then on Sunday, we are back with roulette. So we got a jam-packed weekend. Then, of course, as you guys know, next week we're going to have a few different events. We've got the Thursday night anime session with Dude in Discord. And then we've also got the Town Square next Friday. There's probably stuff in between. You'll probably see us there, but that's off the top of my head what I can think of what we're doing.
Perfect. All right, folks. Thank you guys so much. We will see you every freaking day coming forward. So until tomorrow, where Kay is going to pretend she knows about a movie that she's never watched.
That I found out at 9:44 p.m.
Good Lord.
So I guess it's almost 3 hours now because it's 12:24. So there you go. I found out about this.
God. Watch it on like Benny Hill speed, 2 speed. So until tomorrow, it's time to hit that music. Thank you guys for hanging out for nearly 6 hours for the Melee Madness podcast. Good Lord, was that a massive, explosive episode. Let's thank all of our lovely supporters of the evening. Up first, we had Alpha Evre over on YouTube. Thank you so much, Al, for that $20 super chat. After that, it was Nightmare coming in. Thank you, Nightmare, and thank you for joining our Discord, buddy. Looking forward to hanging out with you more. And then, additionally on YouTube, it was Snapple Rye 89. Snapple, I do want to play more Katamari and roll that ball for you, pal. Thank you. Now let's go over to Stream Elements here. Over on Stream Elements, we got a new follower. Master Sword Music. Thank you for the follow, buddy. I appreciate it. Then also Detective Wario coming in with that super chat. Please do not fart on my balls, Wario. Wario, no! Then after that...
I'm interrupting you for a second. JD's a lifesaver. Apparently Men in Tights is on Tubi. So it's on the free thing.
Oh my God, perfect. There you go. You can watch it right now. Thank you, JB. Then Patience gave us a follow over on Twitch. Thank you, Patience Song. And then we got not one fucking of the Alliance, but 2. Metal Shred Freak and that Cyclops guy coming in with the raid and fucking the Alliance. Sloctaro, guard to you, brother. And then additionally, the final follow of the night, Moto GP Chief. Thank you so much. But I would be remiss. I would be a horrible person if I didn't do a huge thank you and a huge shout out to Insidious Bliss for once again making me naked and afraid and unleashing the Bear Force 1 for you all. The hot takes were supreme here today. Thank you so much, Insidious Bliss. We really appreciate it, buddy. And I love dancing and bearing with you. Folks, that was the Melee Madness podcast. So until tomorrow night when we learn if Kay actually watched a movie or not, so long, goodbye, good night, farewell, and see ya.